In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter. They are having a party in France.
Let's go!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. The wheels came off. Wow.
She just took down Hikaru Nakamura, and look at her. She is jubilant.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh, what? What was that?
Oh my gosh!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
The Muslim wins it! We win! Oh my god!
Welcome to week 2 of the Pro Chess League. Week 1 was extra exciting with mouse slips, great chess, and more. But week 2 starts right now. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, week 1 was so exciting. What do you expect for week 2?
Just more of that, Robert. I am so happy to be back here because we had such an incredible opening week of the Pro Chess League. We witnessed what is perhaps one of the biggest upsets in chess history with Josephine Heinemann taking down Hikaru Nakamura. We saw these huge swindles. Looking at you, Magnus with that big win against a Wonder Liang. What a massive turnaround, nail-biting tiebreakers. So definitely this week too, looking forward to more of that. And with the high-stakes matchups featuring the teams with the same score, it's going to be epic.
It certainly will be, and you mentioned teams with the same score, so let's show the standings after week 1. We saw 8 teams win their first-round matchups, including the Indian Yogis and the Canada Chessbrahs. We will be starting with them today. And Tanya, the Yogis, they were mighty impressive. They won in only 3 rounds.
What a hot matchup that's going to be today. As you mentioned, Robert, the only team to actually wrap up their match in just 3 rounds. The Indian Yogis were on fire against the Brazil Capybaras. But of course, today, the task is monumental up against them as they face the Canada Chessbrahs. It's going to be a tough ride.
It certainly will be. Magnus leading the way for the Chessbrahs, but we do have a doubleheader today, not just Indian Yogis versus the Canada Chessbrahs. We will also have a second matchup featuring the some teams that lost their first week. So, Tanya, when a team wins, another team has to lose. Let's look at the standings after week 1 for the teams who lost their first matchup, including the Brazil Capybaras, the Charlotte Cobras. We'll see those two duke it out today.
And it's really important, Robert, today for these teams because we know 3 strikes, 3 losses, and you're out of the Pro Chess League. With 3 wins, you make it to the Pro Chess League playoffs. So the teams are inching towards that ultimate goal and things are really heating up here. Today's match, very important for all these 4 teams.
Well, you're talking about today's matches. There will be 4 teams playing. Let's dive right into those matchups. We will start with the Canada Chessbrahs taking on the Indian Yogis. 2 teams that won their first round matchups. Tanya, we know that 3 wins gets you into the playoffs.
Absolutely, and I think these 2 teams were just on A form in week 1. They've got to get that same energy for today, and of course the Brazil Capybaras and the Charlotte Cobras. Now, while it was a tough one for Brazil in week 1, the Cobras was so close to beating the Chessbrahs. Going to be an exciting matchup, that one as well. But of course, to start off, we've got the epic one here with the Canada Chessbrahs taking on the Indian Yogis, and I cannot wait because it is such a huge roster in these 2 teams.
Yes, now there are some big names on the Canada Chessbrahs and the Indian Yogis. Let's start with the Chessbrahs. No bigger name in chess than Magnus Carlsen. He holds down the fort on board one. Tanya, my X factor. We look from top to bottom of the roster. Razvan Priotu, a grandmaster rated 2493. He's the X factor for me on the Chessbrahs. Who's your pick? Is it Magnus or somebody else?
Prioto was so good in week one. He scored a very important 2 out of 4 in that matchup, as well as Aryan did. Now, this is the one thing that I love about Pro Chess League, right? Any tournament that Magnus is playing, you would think that he's a huge favorite, but it really switches up in these team formats, and it's so hard to predict what will happen. All 4 players in each of these teams have to really perform today because it can go either ways. I think, Robert, the deciding factor will also be depending on who they pick to fight today, who their board for, their woman player will be, and how the performance goes on each of the boards, not just Magnus's board.
Yeah, picks are important here in the Pro Chess League, and that includes from you in the chat and all of our fans around the world. You can get involved with our Week 2 featured question. It is, how many queens will the Chessbrahs sacrifice in week 2? You only have 2 options. You pick one. You use the command predict to submit your predictions and win prizes every week. And Tanya, I'm going to ask you this question. How many queens will the Chessbrahs sacrifice? Will it be 1 or more? That's option A. Or will it be 0? That's what option B reads, under a half queen.
Wow, Robert, it would be also interesting. Is sacrifice interchangeable with a blunder as well? Because then it, of course, might really switch up. But we did see Magnus blunder away a queen on in week 1 against a wonder. Now, I don't know how many, but you know what? I'm going to go for the option A. That is my prediction. I think we're going to see at least 1 Bottas Gambit.
Okay, well, we may see some sacrifices. We may see some unintentional sacrifices. But either way, Tanya says we will see some. And, well, we just talked about the Canada Chessbrahs. They have an opponent today, and it is a very tough opponent. The Indian Yogis, Tanya, you know a thing or 3 about that lineup. They made quick work of the Capybaras in week 1, winning in only 3 rounds. And I love picking the bottom boards. Of course, Vidit Gujrati, he's a good friend of ours. But I'm going to talk about Vaishali. She went 1.5 out of 3 in week 1. She took down the top board, Supi, for the Brazil Capybaras. She was really vital to their success. And one of the names I'll shout out before I pass our views, Arvind Chidambaram. He won all 3 of his games, yet he may be sitting out this week.
Well, it is a stacked team from top to bottom, as we can see. We've got the mixture of the strongest talents from the country, the big prodigies along with the big names, Vidit leading from the front there. Robert, you pointed out Vaishali's incredible performance in week 1, and it really comes down to these bottom boards, the 3rd and 4th boards, and how much they contribute to a team, to the win. And I think that is going to be absolutely key. Arvind was such a star player. It's going to be interesting to see what strategy Ramesh's team, Vidit's team comes up with today. What is going to be their player lineup? Where are their best chances when they're facing Magnus Carlsen's team?
And what other names on this roster stick out to you? Because Vidit at the top, we know Pragnananda, Nihal, and Raunak. These are 3 teenagers from India who haven't played yet. So when you look from top to bottom here, there's also Grandmaster Elizabeth Pates. What are some of the names that you think will have to lead them to the playoffs and ultimately to their team success?
Well, we haven't seen a lot of them in the Pro Chess League yet. We know that some of the players are playing in the WR Chess Masters, so I'm expecting a lot of mix-up to happen as well in the team once that event is over. I think it won't be too far-fetched to imagine Vidit in the team. He had quite a good performance in week 1 as well. Between Vaishali and Elizabeth, it's going to be an interesting pick. But I think Vaishali's performance really spoke for itself in week 1, and going to be a hard call to mix that up. We also see Aronyak Ghosh. Now, you might say he's only an international master, but I think he could be the highest rated international master in the world. He's currently got a rating of 2530. That is a mammoth rating. He did make a recent grandmaster norm, one of the big upcoming talents, as well as Pranesh there. So some really, really interesting names. And it all comes down to a choice that Ramesh has to make as team captain. It's the choice of plenty here for the Indian Yogis.
It certainly is. And, well, you have to make certain choices for your rosters because every single week you have to follow these rules. You have to include at least one woman in your lineup. Your total average rating cap is 2550, but players over 2700 count as 2700, and women over 2350 count as just 2350. That is to encourage teams to get the best players in the world. That's why the Canada Chessbrahs have Magnus Carlsen. It's why the Indian Yogis have Vidit as well as Vaishali. You want to have the best lineups, Tanya.
I love this as well because it just means that the teams are more evenly matched, and you can have women players who are 2550, but they will be counted as 2350. And I think this is also the reason why it's hard for a team like Chessbrah to pick up Magnus and Anish in the same lineup, because then they end up compromising on the lower boards as well. So there's so much team dynamics and strategy involved, and these rules for the lineup of the day really make things very exciting.
They do indeed. And well, the lineups, we know what they will be today. We start with the Canada Chessbrahs versus the Indian Yogis. So why don't we take a look at the lineups that we have on paper? Well, board one, no surprise for either side, Magnus Carlsen and Vidit Gujrathi. And then on board two, we see a new player to the mix. Actually, all of the Canada Chessbrahs from last week returned to week two. But Raunak Sidwani, Aronyak Ghosh, you mentioned those names here. They're making their debut for the Indian Yogis.
Wow, I'm amazing to see this lineup for today, and I can already feel the nerves and tension because as we can see, the Canada Chessbrahs have stuck to their formula. Why fix what's not broken? It worked for them in week one, and they return with the same team. While Indian Yogis have really mixed it up. They have let go for this matchup. Arvind Chidambaram and Gadam Bailey have been replaced by Ronak and Aronyak. Now, Ronak is such a strong player as well. In Blitz, especially, it truly is his forte. He became a grandmaster at all of 13. The 17-year-old has been having some phenomenal performances in the title Tuesday. He really enjoys these faster formats. He doesn't fear anyone. And I think that is probably one of the big reasons that Ramesh decided to go for Ronak with this huge matchup. Aronyak, I was talking about him. He is currently at 2530, and that is a massive rating. Vaishali is back. So once again, I see with Jennifer and Vaishali playing in this matchup, Robert, I think the women board, that board four, will play a crucial role in deciding today's winner.
Yeah, you mentioned Josephine Heinemann earlier in the show. She took down Hikaru Nakamura. It wasn't quite enough for the Berlin Bears, but that's what you need is some huge upsets from your lower boards. And we will start with these lopsided matchups in the first round of action. Magnus Carlsen will get the black piece against Vaishali. That's a huge game for the Indian Yogis. And then we look down the roster. Boards 2 and board 3, those are players who you wouldn't be surprised no matter who wins those games. But down on board 4, Jennifer Yu with the white pieces. She got off to a slow start last week. Will she be able to take down your very good friend Vidit Gujrathi when she has the white pieces? That's a big question for the chess players.
Robert, you mentioned lopsided, but do not forget that Vaishali was the one who took down the top-rated player in the Brazil Capybaras. She beat Supi in week 1 of the Pro Chess League. Of course, she's up against Magnus, and that's a huge match for her. She is very inspired to play against him, I'm sure, but she wants to beat him. And let's not forget, she has a brother out there, Pragnananda, who has been making life very difficult for Magnus Carlsen in several of the Champions Chess Tour events. I won't be surprised if he's given her a couple of pro tips on how to handle this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you play Magnus Carlsen, it's a new day, it's a new game, and you're still facing the best player in the chess world. So let's talk about how you win these matches, because of course you need to win your individual games. You need, for Magnus Carlsen, the Chessbrahs, you often need your top board to swing and win every single game as he did last week. But it's a team competition. You need to reach 8.5 points as a squad. Now, the Indian Yogis did that in 3 matches last week, right? You get 4, but they only needed 3 to get to that 8.5 points. But it is first to 8.5 points in this format. I don't think we will see the matches end early today because in an all-play-all format where you have super GMs on board 1, I think we're going to go the distance.
I would love to go to the distance, take this down to the wire, bring us the playoffs, the tie breaks, the blitz that happen if they tie on 8-8. But of course, the golden number here for the teams is to get to 8.5 and they take the match win. Robert, we've been talking about what the match strategy is, and I think it has to be for each of the players on the team to really contribute. in week one for the Chessbrahs. Jennifer, you scored half a point out of 4 games, and I think having that could be a big problem against the Indian Yogis. Meanwhile, of course, with Magnus on the team, it could be almost fair to say that we can expect 100% score from Magnus, at least on paper. It's not going to be easy, but let's say he is able to do that. It comes down on the other 3 boards, and which team has a more balanced approach today, which team is able to produce the players who score and contribute to the match on every board.
Right. So it's going to be contributions needed from top to bottom, whether it's Magnus Carlsen or Jennifer Yu or Vidit Gujrathi to Vaishali. But we will be getting games shortly. We see the players, different locations for some of them. We know that Magnus Carlsen was playing from the Chessbrahs house in week one. I think he's back in Norway. He has been streaming, and that means that for the Chessbrahs, they will have to hope that Magnus Carlsen isn't jet lagged. That is, he isn't tired from traveling, but he is back home and he will take on Vaishali.
Hmm. Different locations, same hair by Magnus. I see Vaishali as well ready on the screen. Robert, of course, Vaishali is the big underdog in this one. And the good news with that is that she doesn't need to take any pressure, just needs to give her best. Every half a point that you can save against Magnus will be huge. It's liftoff where Charlie chooses to start with the King's Pawn opening, and Magnus making his intentions very clear, going for the Sicilian here.
Yes, we are getting a Rossalimo, just like we saw in the 2018 World Championship between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. And after Bishop b5, he hasn't moved yet, and I believe it's because he feels he has to play for a win. And what is this, Tanya? e5? I know I have not seen this, at least not very often.
This is just Magnus mixing it up. He just wants a game. He is pretty clear that Vaishali has some preparation if she's gone for the Rosalimo, and Magnus wanting to make sure she gets none of that. He says, you know what, we'll fight on in non-theoretical grounds, non-theoretical battle, and that's what he's going for. He continues to blitz that with the bishop to d6, a strange square at first, because you're like, wait a second. You've got these 2 pawns, and I see 1 pawn is already lost. Did Vaishali just make a blunder? Was that a mouse slip? Was she intending to play d3? What just happened? Why is she not making her next move quickly? So many questions, and I'm struggling for the answer.
Okay, I think she still is maybe in preparation, but the fact that she's moving slowly, I'm very confused by this. If we just bring up an analysis board and go back a couple moves here, the move e5 by Magnus, the whole point of this move is to take away the d4 square. You have 2 pawns staring there. White doesn't have a pawn on c3. So after bishop d6, she played d4 anyway. It's a pawn sacrifice. And h6 played by Magnus to take away this knight jump. Tanya, unless white gets some huge pressure against the f7 pawn, is this enough compensation? You gave up a pawn in the center, and Vaishali is the one thinking.
That is the most surprising part. You gambit a pawn, you sacrifice a pawn. It's for the initiative. This is not a classical game. You have got to keep the momentum up on the clock, find your compensation. One of the ideas that comes to mind, now time is of the essence here, Robert. You can't make slow moves once you've sacrificed a pawn already. You can try and trade off that knight on d4 and already try to put pressure along the center. Break open with the pawn move c3. Take advantage of Magnus's development of the bishop on d6 with the queen x-raying down the d file, and it's on the board. And to me, that seems like part of Vaishali's preparation. d4 was not a mouse slip.
No, it wasn't, but black can solve 2 problems at once with bishop c5, making sure the bishop is no longer hanging here, and protecting this pawn. So we can see where the compensation comes from. A white's king safely castled. The black pieces not developed. This bishop is awkwardly blocking in this bishop on c8. The king side, of course, is not developed at all. But if bishop c5 happens, I feel like it's a moment, Tanya, where white has to prove all that compensation. It is a full pawn. If you take on d4, the bishop can take back. Black's pawn structure is not compromised. So black will be up a pawn, but white will have squares to jump into, namely if this knight gets into c3 and d5. Maybe at some point a pawn push to f4. But Tanya, Magnus Carlsen seems right at home, quite literally, because he is in his home, but also in this position. I don't think he's too worried.
When you're trying to win a game with the black pieces, this is exactly what you want, right? Magnus wants to try to create uneven ground, an imbalanced position. Vaishali's already sacrificed a pawn. She needs to prove her initiative for it, or she very well might just end up in a middle game where she's down a pawn and no compensation. So it's going to be all about the next couple of moves. The one thing that comes to mind, and notice how important black's resources are here. White can jump in with the queen to h5. And now you're threatening a mate in one on f7 as well as the e5 pawn. But Robert, then black has a really nice defensive resource of coming up with the queen to e7, where you take control and defend both these weaknesses. So that's what black is counting on. And this is a big moment for Vaishali to really prove her compensation. Will she be able to do that?
I'm going to be honest, Tanya. The fact that she's spending so much time makes me extremely nervous because she's gambited a pawn, and it looks like she does have legitimate compensation. But Magnus, he's seen this before, whether in a game, maybe it's blitz, or just in preparation. He knows what to do, and he's playing quickly. She's spending time with every turn, and that's the worst thing when you're looking at it from a player who's 400 points outrated by her opponent. You need to play fast and confidently, and I just don't think she has that right now. She has many options. She can play simple chess, develop that if this pawn takes, the knight takes back, and the knight's hopping into d5. We see all that. We acknowledge that white does have compensation. I'm just worried it's going to fizzle out, and she's just going to be down a pawn because she's spending so much time. Doesn't feel like she's comfortable right now.
That would be the dream, right? To get that knight onto that d5 square, which is just such a juicy post for the knight. And then you can really start imagining the compensation for Vaishali. We completely agree with you, Robert. The most worrying thing about this whole situation is that she's already used 3.5 minutes on her clock. She does play a4, so still making moves that put pressure on black, expanding the queen side. Notice how the threat is not only to go a5, but in some devious way, in some position, you can plant that bishop on a3 and really x-ray down that diagonal with a b5 push, making sure that black's king doesn't get to safety. Short castle would be difficult, and I think bishop a3 is always in the air in these positions.
Yeah, big moment here for Magnus. And the best news for Vaishali is Magnus is thinking. So his preparation, whatever it was, has run out. And the fact that she played a4, Tanya, that kind of leads me to believe she might be still within the realm of her preparation. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon because a4 is kind of an odd choice. Like you're
Mm.
continue to push pawns forward. We get why, because you want to disconnect the bishop from the d4 pawn. And Magnus says, go for it. Kick my bishop back. It'll likely go to c7. Your e4 pawn now is under attack, in addition to black's d4 pawn. So it's a messy type of position. And I'm just worried because it's a rapid game that Vaishali needs all of the time she can get. And she's spending a lot of it now, but she does seem to be playing the best moves. Her advantage remains.
Wow. I mean, I am loving what we're getting out of the opening already. Of course, it is a game that is lit on the board right out of the opening. Vaishali sacrificing a pawn, playing for the initiative. I'm still worried about her clock. Robert, this is a big one, but I think we've got action on the other boards as well, and a really important opening choices all around. Why don't we go to the bird's eye view and take a look at what the players are up to?
Okay, well, we see in the top right, it's board two for the Canada Chessbrahs. That's Ari and Tari. Taking on board three, I like to call him Levon Aroniak, Gauche. So we have Aroniak Gauche with the white pieces. That's very early stages in the top right. Honestly, all the other games, Tanya, are very early. At least they seem like that compared to the one on the top left between Magnus and Vaishali. Somehow, not many pawns have been
Hmm.
traded in the other three boards, but in Magnus against Vaishali, that's where all the action is happening. So is there anywhere you want to dive in right now?
It really is, and you're absolutely right. If we look at all the other three boards, it just looks like very sane positions out of the opening. And I'm all up for deep diving into the Magnus board because really that's where the fire is. A very important game there for Vaishali. Magnus, of course, a big favorite in any game that he plays. He's already up a pawn. Should we jump straight back to that, or do you want to go to Aroniak's game as well, which, by the way, is not as calm as it might look at first? Because I see that black has picked up a pawn. Uh, let's see if we can bring that up. And there we have it. Let's see if we can bring up the board with Aroniak. Sorry, this is not the one where black has picked up the pawn. But what I was saying was that black does have a lot of space here with that bishop coming into b7 on the diagonal, trying to advance the central pawns. c5 always in the air. Is Aryan happy with the opening outcome?
Well, he should be happy with his lead on the clock because if we look at the times, he's up nearly 2 minutes. And what has White done? White has pushed his pawn to d4 And maybe we'll get a hanging pawn structure when black plays the c5 move that you're talking about.
Hmm.
But the fact that Aryan is now thinking, I figured he wasn't going to play c5. He plays a5. Now, that move, not loved, at least at first, by the engines here. And the reason perhaps why is when you play c5, you've permanently given up this b5 square to white's pieces. That doesn't seem like an important one, but every square is important in chess. You always want to look at the pros and cons of your moves here. And I feel like for Aroniak, he will not fianchetto his bishop. He can do that, but I feel like he'll go back to d3,
Hmm.
queen c2, rook c1, just play more towards the center. And he starts with a flexible move. I like this move, Tanya. He is not yet determined where his bishop goes, because if the bishop goes to b7, it might go up to h3. He's
Hmm.
waiting for the right moment.
And it's so important because if you do fan shadow the bishop on g2 or move it to h3, that gives black the option to bring his own bishop to a6, really cutting down white's king in the center, where white can't really go for a kingside castle as it will control the f1 square. So an important decision there by Aroniak, making sure that the bishop stays on this diagonal. I agree with you that despite making that pawn move to g3, Aroniak wants that bishop on d3, where it can eye the h7 square and white can decide, you want to go kingside castle or queenside castling? But I'll tell you one thing, Robert. I will be shocked to see a queenside castle by white here. It just looks like black has so much play on the queenside already.
Yeah, castling queenside, you're just asking for trouble. No matter what pawn push it is, all the pawns will be coming after the white king. And a3 played. I think both sides are playing this waiting game. This is fascinating stuff, Tanya, because if we just go back a half move here, had white played bishop d3, I think black might have played this move bishop a6, offering an exchange of bishops. So what white wants is to get this position, but with the pawn already on a3. Because if we go to the game board for a second, that after a3, bishop d6 was played. They're both playing a little bit of a waiting game. Had black played bishop a6, we would have seen a swap with the inclusion of this pawn on a3. So it's just funny how this happens, whether it's a capture on the c4 square or a trade of bishops. But now, why not bishop a6 like immediately? Tanya, your idea looks very strong for black.
I love it. You make white's king a little more weak in the center. And don't forget, black, Aryan, what he wants to do next is slide the rook from f8 to that e file. It's an open e file. Start looking down the board. The knight can potentially jump to e4 at a good moment. Black will have the break c5 to open up the center. I'm kind of liking Aryan's position and the way he's handled the opening so far. As long as white's king is in the center, Aroniak cannot feel safe in this one.
No, he cannot, but he has his work cut out for him. He's down under 5 minutes, so I think he's worse on the board. He's down on the clock. This is tough news for the Indian Yogis. But why don't we zoom out of this one for a moment just to see what's happening in the other boards? As, by the way, in the top right, Rodick retreats his bishop to f1. That's an admission that his prior move was not good. But in the top left, I see the eval bar is dipping. Magnus Carlsen against Vaishali over there. The opening was an enterprising one. Interesting chess played by the Indian Yogis board 4. But currently, the eval, it's kind of hovering slightly favorable for black and then back towards the middle. But I'm looking at the clock as well, Tanya. Under 3 minutes for Vaishali.
Is getting very tricky on the board and on the clock for her. As you are mentioning, that it looks like black at least has managed to get king safety, has developed the pieces, and usually these are the compensations that the side that sacrifices a pawn is looking for. While that's done, what is working in Vaishali's favor is that the extra pawn are these doubled weak pawns on the d file. But Robert, that said, I think it is a terrifying position for white. We just saw Magnus's last move bringing the knight into the attack. Watch out for that h2 square.
Uh-oh.
Not just that, the queen. And 1 second, we just saw h3, which could be a huge blunder because it wasn't the pawn that was hanging. The knight can jump into h2 and win an entire exchange. That rook on f1 is in fact trapped.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day because normally you see a bishop come with check and go after the king. But knight h2 simply traps this rook on f1. And I understand why, if we just go back a move, why she didn't want to make a move like g3. That looks very risky. It opens up this diagonal as well. And if you make a move like maybe knight f3, perhaps she was worried that in the event of some kind of knight trade on e5, her king would get in trouble. But that was clearly safer. I wonder, maybe did she completely overlook knight h2? It's just not something you see all the time. And Magnus can win this rook on f1. It is stuck in its place.
I think he's gonna do it. He does it. He does it. Knight h2 on the board, and this could have been a big miss by Vaishali, but whatever it was, this spells absolute disaster in this game for the white pieces. And very often, it's not just the result, but also the way the game develops. And I think Vaishali will not be happy with the way she's handled this one. The rook on f1 will fall, and we were struggling to find compensation for that one pawn that black had. Now, I think finding compensation for that extra exchange will be impossible in this position.
Especially against Magnus Carlsen. He's not somebody who lets people back in the game very easily. And I think she's considering, do I take on d4? Is there some kind of queen d6 type of intermezzo hitting this, trying to threaten the checkmate? The answer is there isn't. Queen d6 will be met by bishop c5. That's why instead Magnus says, give me that material and let's trade. We're up in exchange. So let's trade pieces. That's what you're taught to do. Liquidate when you're ahead. And Magnus Carlsen, he knows what to do better than anybody in the planet. He'll bring a rook to the open c file as well. First, of course, block this bishop, then bring a rook to the c file, and maybe actually defend your pawn, and then bring a rook to the c file. But when all is said and done, black has an extra rook compared to this knight on f1. Huge advantage for Magnus.
White is dreaming of getting that knight from f1 to f5, but it is a far way off and really tough to imagine it getting there on time. Vaishali trying to push her pawns, trying to get that knight all the way to f5 to create some play, but it just looks like black is in time. And I love that move. He's going for your idea, your philosophy. You're up material, you trade off as many pieces as possible. If the queens are off the board, Magnus Carlsen wins hands down, but I don't see a good square. You can't come on the c file. The rook will slide down to the c file, winning another tempo. That doesn't help. This looks like Magnus's game.
Yeah, even with like queen d1, bishop c3 hits the rook, hits these pawns that are in a row here. It seems like at some point soon, maybe bishop h4, by the way, pinning this knight to this rook. It feels like Magnus will continue to trade off pieces. I think we can confidently say that he is in charge in this one. And so maybe as you know, this game is nearing its conclusion, we'll take a step out because I'm looking at the bottom two boards, the bottom row there. We haven't looked at them. Razvan Priotu, that was my X factor. He has a big advantage against Grandmaster Raunak Sidwani. And in the bottom right, Jennifer Yu, she's hanging in there against Vidit Gujrati, though that one is earlier. So I do think we should go to Razvan Priotu against Raunak Sidwani because as we tune into that one, Tanya, it's not even like White has a single extra pawn, and yet the evaluation says +2 in Razvan's favor.
Wow. And I think this is a huge, huge board for both these players. And Ronak in big trouble here. Like you mentioned, while the material is equal and White is being given this huge edge. And the reason for that is that White has got big space, has got the two bishops. So in the long run, White will be better. White can create a queen side passer as well. We can imagine a move like b5 coming in and that pawn rolling down the board. Meanwhile, where is Black's counterplay? It's hard to imagine the Black knight jumping in anywhere. The bishop on f1, notice how strong it is, not only covering the g2 square, but in certain moments eyeing that a6 weakness, which is the reason that our Evalbar loves Priotu's position. Razvan doing well here, and this is scary stuff for the Indian Yogis.
Yeah, and I think that Raunak, he's trying to use activity for his pieces. He is down on the clock, but he wants some kind of knight e5, go after the c4 pawn. So I think that Razvan can safely preempt all that. Let's get a fourth pawn on the fourth rank. Just take away that e5 square.
Oof.
But no, he goes knight a4. He wants the knight into b6 where it hits the rook and defends c4. But I think for Raunak, it's now or never. You just need to start bringing pieces over to the king side. Otherwise, you will never have active play of your own.
And that's a really important move, knight e5, as you're pointing out. It doesn't only hit c4, but it also hits that e4 pawn in the center. Notice how the bishop on b7 suddenly comes into the game. Knight b6 hitting the rook, a very natural move, but I see our Evalbar doesn't like it. What are we missing? Can you just pick up the pawn? Because the rook on b1 hangs as well.
Yeah, it looks like perhaps you could take this, but this is a lot to calculate. D6 is hanging, C8 is hanging, E4 can be captured right now. So bishop takes E4 certainly looks like a viable option. And Raunak, you know him. He is such a tactical, brilliant kid. He says bishop takes E4, give me that. The eval bar still hovering around the center, so there's something better. And I'm going to cheat. I'm going to very quickly cheat and see what it was. Oh, come on. It was knight H4 going for the
Wow.
f3 square over here. And even after king to h1, there probably is this move, knight e to f3, just trying to go after this fork here. Of course, the e4 pawn is hanging. This is wild stuff. I don't blame Raonic playing bishop takes e4. And whoa, f4 from Razvan Priotu. He says, take this rook. I'll take your knight with tempo against your queen. Your rook is hanging. Your bishop will be hanging back here. This is spicing up very quickly.
What is even happening? It's as if every single piece on the board hangs. F4 hits the knight. Black has got two pieces which are under fire right now. Black can pick up the rook on b1, but that would just look like it loses a lot of material. Maybe the best thing that you can do is try to defend the knight, but watch out, if you move that knight, that gives additional options for white to actually step in with the knight to d7 once the rook moves away. Bishop d4, as you're pointing out, continuing the pressure. It is wild. I'm trying to get my head around all these complications, and the players have about 2 minutes to do that. Ronak needs to come up with a move, and it looks like it's not an easy one here.
No, not at all. Just to finish off this variation, queen h4 threatens checkmate. You play g3, hitting the queen and protecting this h2 square at once. e4 is hanging. Rook on c8 is hanging. The queen's under attack. White would be winning material in the game. So you see that Raonic was not expecting f4. He is down to 1 minute and 40 seconds for this complicated position. By the way, Magnus Carlsen did win that game against Vaishali. No surprises there. The other games are still in full swing, but I think we have to see what Raonic will play after f4 because, Tanya, I'm being honest, I actually don't see that easy of a move here. This knight on b6 is such a heroic piece. It defends the c4 pawn in addition to attacking this rook. This knight's under attack. This rook can be captured, but we're talking about how that's good for white. You get at least maybe two pieces for the rook here, and in an open board, that will be good for white. He takes it.
Wow, he picks up the rook, and that means that white can pick up the knight, hitting that queen, gaining more time with another tempo. The bishop on b1 hangs, the rook on c8 hangs. You don't have time to pick up that pawn. It is hard to understand what Ronak wants. It looks like he's panicked with just a minute on the clock. Robert, how hard is it to defend this position?
With 4+ minutes for Razvan Priotu, it looks nearly impossible. What happens if white simply takes this rook? Let's do a material count. After knight takes rook, white will temporarily be up a bishop for just 2 pawns. And if you take the knight, you lose your bishop. And this is what Raonic is going for, but he is trying to get this third pawn for the piece. Unfortunately for him, the d6 pawn is also loose. So just to show, rook takes b1. Oh, wait. Quick tactic. Rook b1, there's knight f3 check, hitting the king and forking the queen. And after pawn takes, there's queen g6 check. Raonic says not so fast.
That is just incredible tactics on the board. And has Ronak seen this, Robert? Is this the whole idea? Because I can't imagine him going into a position where he's down an entire piece. Those pawns will not be enough. But even this position, with white having the 2 bishops, it is advantage Razvan even after these complications.
Yeah, 2 bishops are here, and d6 is hanging. That's been a very important pawn because then white gets a passer. So the players, they don't know the evaluation. I mean, this is looking very sky high. That's the power of these neural net engines. They tell you it's completely winning, even though it still looks complicated. But that is why Razvan Prioto has paused. He's seeing knight f3 check, but now he allows it. He's that strong himself, where he sees it, he recognizes still good for white. He needs to bring his king up rather than to the side over here, bring it towards the other bishops, and then take this pawn. Have no fear. Oh my gosh.
And he does it.
Brilliant.
He does it. What a beast. He does it in seconds. He knows that the bishops are strong enough to defend that king. And now, once again, Ronak down to just a minute on the clock. He needs to find a way to get that rook into the game. But notice how white's queen has taken away the d8 square, has taken away the b8 square. How will the rook ever assist the queen in the attack? And that is the problem with Ronak's position. Imagine if that could happen, if the rook could just jump over the pawn like a knight. That's not allowed in chess, and it looks like this is huge trouble for Ronak. Razvan on fire, calculating these lines till the end. Well, the rook can jump to c4, but can it? Because, Robert, take a look at this. You can go rook c4, saying that the bishop is pinned. But you know what? Razvan's calculated just a move ahead. You give a check with the queen to d8, forcing the king to h7. Bad spot, but the only one. And now the queen slides back to d3 and actually wins that rook and wins the game. And with that, black's rook is absolutely paralyzed on c8.
And that is exactly why Roundick played the move a5. But that should only help White's cause. After a5, b5 played, b6, b7 is automatic. You can also support the b pawn with the c pawn as well. B6, I guess what Roundick wants is to quickly bring the queen behind the pass pawn and hope that the a pawn is going to be sufficient for counterplay here. So that is why it's so important to have a lead on the clock. Roundick down to 22 seconds, but Razvan Priotu, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. He can calculate here. Is b6 the right move? Should he play c5 and lead with the c pawn? Can he hit this rook? Just make that rook decide where it needs to go. So he has options here, and Roundick does not have much time. By the way, the other boards, it's looking like it's pretty level on them. That would be great news for the Chessbrahs because look at the board for there. Jennifer Yu against Vidit Gujrati. The eval bar saying it's about level. And in the top right, we see a double rook endgame where Ariantari is up a pawn. It may be about level. Maybe a draw can be held, but it's suggesting that the Chessbrahs are in for a big first round.
Absolutely. I mean, that top right board, Aryan is the only one who can try in this position. Having that extra pawn, we see his last move. He does give one of them away, but in the process, destroying White's kingside structure, it would mean a double pawn if White was to pick up the pawn on f4. And it looks like the Chessbrahs are on their way to their first match win. Magnus has already defeated Vaishali. And what a game by Razvan Priyutu. He looks like he's on the way to pick up that second game point. And a check here. Wow, watch out for that king on h2. Robert, this could be a mating attack. Just imagine a check on the h-file with the other rook, and that would be game over.
Yes, and look at him go after the f2 pawn. This is what these top GMs do, is they don't just allow an easy draw to be made. They say, I still have chances here, but right now, Ariantari, he is down to his waning seconds. He needs to find moves. He pushes pawn to a3. If this pawn f2 were captured, a4 would have been lost. So rook a7, give up f2, get the a pawn, and it should just barely be enough for White to hold the draw. The king is safe enough, but that's why I think Arian's going to play a move like rook a1, just try to scare this king.
Well, it might be enough for Aranyak to hold the position if he can pick up that A pawn, but it might not be enough for the Indian Yogis to get this draw. They're already down one game point, and it looks like Aranyak is on the verge of losing as well against Razwan. So this draw will not help the Indian Yogis.
No, this one certainly will be a draw just because you can't bring this other rook back far enough.
Mate in one, Robert. Mate in one. Rook h4 was a huge threat. We've been talking about getting that rook to the h-file, and in the process, he threatened it and won the other pawn. This will end in a draw now.
Okay, so we know this one is going to be a draw. Let's get away from here. We trust Ariantari and Aronia Ghosh to split the point. And in the bottom left, it still is all Razvan Priotu, but Vidit Gujrati, he looks like he's on his way to scoring a big win for the Indian Yogis against Jennifer Yu. She's been playing well, but it might not be enough. So let's go back to Priotu and Sidwani, because now all of a sudden Priotu down to about 30 seconds, and we know how good Raonic is in bullet. This pawn is one square away from promotion, while White has two passers, and White is covering the very important queening square.
It's getting a bit tricky, these kind of positions. Sure, the eval bar says that White is completely winning, Black is busted, but it's not over till it's over. That pawn, as you're pointing out, a1, and it would be game over. But luckily for White, the bishop can be sacrificed for the pawn, and the c6, b6 marching down the board, it would be just enough to win. We're seeing this line being played out. You don't have time to capture on b6, because then the bishop will hop back and defend the check. Instead, c7. Wow, this is a blowout. What a conversion by Razwan. Look at those two pawns supported by the queen. Queen c6, queen d8 check. So many ideas on the board, and this is game over. And that is it. Ronak resigns, and with that, in fact, we already have a winner of the round one. It is the Canadian Chessbrahs take this round.
Right, and we have to remember that it's the first team to reach 8.5 points. So this is a big game in the bottom right for Vidit Gujrati, because while we know Canada will exit round one with a lead in the match, look at this position. It is rook, knight, and 4 pawns per side. You think that's even material. That should just be a draw, right? No, because Black has unopposed passers here on the queen side, and they are about to rook a1. It's not mate. There is 91, so you are able to block this. And Vidit, he needs to be calm in mutual time trouble. But Tanya, Jennifer, you down to 3 seconds left and in a much worse position with those pass pawns rolling down the board.
Well, this would be a very important point for the Yogis. So Vidit needs to deliver in this one. You have to make sure that the margin is as less as possible so that you have a chance to come back. And we see Vidit there marching down the boards. White's knight and rook are just so badly placed. It's hard to find any counterplay. The pawns are far away from queening for white. Meanwhile, black just there with 2 steps. A2, A1 could not be stopped. And with that, Vidit takes a very important lone win for the Indian Yogis.
And he takes a step away from his computer, but a big victory for Vidit Gujrathi in that one. We see the score 2.5, 1.5 in favor of the Canada Chessbrahs. Magnus Carlsen, he gets the job done. It's not very surprising when board 1 takes down board 4, but Razvan Priotu, he is maybe the unsung hero in the entire Pro Chess League. He scores a huge win over the more highly rated Raunik Sidwani. So Tanya, it's a 1-point difference. I think it's coming down to those middle boards.
I'm amazed. Priotu's play in week 1 and defeating somebody like Ronak, a very strong player in these fast formats, not just winning the game, but the style in which he did it. What a game that was by Priotu. I completely get your sentiment there, Robert, that sure, the Chessbrahs have gotten Magnus Carlsen, but Priotu could very well be their MVP.
For sure. Well, Priotu, he controlled that game. The Chessbrahs controlled the scoreboard right now, 2.5, 1.5. But the players get a break. They get to reset. Then the second round of action is going to heat up here at the Pro Chess League Week 2 matchup between the Canada Chessbrahs and the Indian Yogis. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Log In. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Magnus Carlsen of the Canada Chessbrahs wearing a Botez Live hoodie. So he's really bringing Canada back with him. Tanya, we saw him win game one. What do you think we have in store? What kind of Magnus are we going to see today?
I mean, it's clear it wasn't just the win, but the way he did it. It was in dominating fashion, that win with the black pieces. And talking of fashion, you pointed out his hoodie. I have to say, Magnus's hair deserves a stream of its own. What even is going on there, Robert? It is unstoppable, just like Magnus's performance.
Yes, the hair is the world champion, just like Magnus Carlsen has been the world champion. He has won the 5-time world champion with 4 consecutive title defenses, a 4-time world rapid chess champion, and the current world rapid chess champion, a 6-time world blitz chess champion, and the current world blitz chess champion. And he has been the #1 rated player in the world in classical rating since July of 2011. It's the second longest reign in FIDE history behind Garry Kasparov. And of course, he went 4-0 last week, started with a win this week. Tanya, he may be unstoppable.
I mean, I'm just looking at that record. That's a lot of world chess champion titles. And of course, Magnus is GOAT, right? And every single point that the Indian Yogis can try and save against him would be huge for the Indian team. But currently, we are going into round 2. Round 1, the Canada Chessbrahs did win. But I have to say, Robert, that was with the smallest of margins.
It was indeed, and any single round upsets can happen. And if you look at the round 2 lineups, we see Magnus Carlsen, Aryan Tari with the white pieces against the international masters from the Yogis. Aroniak Ghosh and Vaishali get the black pieces against Magnus and Aryan respectively. That's an uphill battle. But then we see that Vidit and Rauna get the white pieces against Priyotu and Jennifer Yu. But Tanya, I keep saying it, Razvan Priyotu, he's my X factor. I think if he's able to hold off Vidit Gujrati, where he has the black pieces, that would be huge for the Chessbrahs' chances.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that is the key game to decide this round. Now, as I see as a possible strategy for the Yogis to come back would be to try to win on board 3 and board 4, at least on paper. Vidit is a favorite in this one. Ronak playing against Jennifer. Ronak again a favorite in this one, but he had a very shaky round 1. Jennifer, meanwhile, if she can hold on and she can start scoring and make sure that Ronak doesn't take that win, that would be bad news. While on the top 2 boards, I think we've got, again, a huge favorite with the Chessbrahs. It's hard to bet. It's hard to bet against Magnus. So I think it really comes down to that second board as well. If we can, if the Indian Yogis can try to get one draw in those top 2 boards, it's the only way I see them making a comeback in this round.
Well, right now, Magnus Carlsen maybe texting some friends, looking at some quick lines, but the clocks are starting. So he better sit right back in his chair. Here he goes. He's putting the phone away. And I don't know what he's doing on the phone, but either way, maybe we shouldn't give away his secrets on his phone if we can avoid it. But knight f3 played here by Magnus. He starts with the ready. And, well, Tanya, you know Aroniak Ghosh. I mean, he's a very strong, talented, up-and-coming player. What do you think his chances are like against Magnus here?
Chances against Magnus are usually quite bleak. Let me just put it out there, Robert. But of course, it is this format. Anything can happen. We have seen a wonder come up with a wonderful winning position, but again, only to throw that away. So even getting a better or a winning position against Magnus is half the job done. Aroniak has a huge task ahead of him. What I can tell you about him is that he is an extremely concrete and sharp player. He has to make sure he's not intimidated by the player he's playing against, go for those sharp lines and keep a control on the clock. Talking about the clock, what is he doing? Why has he not made a move already? He's down by a minute.
Yeah, well, Aroniak, he's thinking maybe he's scared of Magnus's hair, which seems to be going up and away. Every single time we see Magnus, the hair continues to balloon there. And we're getting word that on Magnus's phone, he's not texting, he's not looking at chess. It is the Fair Play camera. So all players in the Pro Chess League have to have multiple cameras on. They're in a call with the Fair Play team at chess.com. So shout out to them for ensuring that everything is safe and sound. And whoa, what is happening in this game? We're getting the Swiss cheese pawn structure for white, going G3 and then E3. And look at all these light squares. But Aroniak went B5 and Magnus switches diagonals with his bishop. Instead of fianchettoing, goes after the b5 pawn.
Just an incredible opening from the start, and that's exactly what we saw Vaishali do, but it didn't end so well. And now Magnus eventually just fianchettoing and then getting his king to safety. Very often, white will break on the queen side with the a pawn advancing, trying to target that early advance by the b pawn. Magnus first continues with development. I'm looking at Magnus's setup here, where he's playing from, and I have to say, Robert, it looks rather messy, just like the kind of openings that we've been seeing from him. But also, I think this is where he streams from. We see those other streaming chairs where we often see his friends, and this is where he ends up playing and streaming from. So interesting to see that little background there.
Yes, and he's looking like Simba over there. His mane continues to grow, and it's adult Simba. He is the world chess champion. He is an absolute monster, and he just decided to strike with the move of c4, just saying, "What are you gonna do about this pawn tension?" I'm not sure that White is really threatening to take on b5. You typically don't want to give up a more central pawn for what amounts to a flank pawn, a rook pawn, because once this trade happens, the a file will open up. This rook on 8. But he's just going to. Oh, okay. Well, Ronek decides to take on c4. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he would leave the tension. And you see, Tanya, the eval bar immediately suggesting that white is much better after black
Hmm.
took on c4.
And the reason for that is that the B file has opened up and it gives white more tempos to finish development. While notice how black's king side is still underdeveloped. He still needs, Aroniak still needs to develop that bishop, needs to get his king into safety, while Magnus now has all the tempos and the chances on the other side of the board to continue putting pressure. Definitely a surprising decision there by Aroniak to take on c4, and he might have to pay a price for it in terms of not being able to complete his development.
Yeah, that's one of those inaccuracies it looked like an innocent decision, right? You just took a pawn on c4, but white gets the rook to the open file. Black's rook now sitting passive, and a6 seems like it'll be easier to target in the future. Not to mention that white's king is safely castled, black's king is in the center. So if I were Magnus, I think I could just push my d pawn forward. Why not? And he does just that. And maybe he'll even push it one square more to block in this bishop, saying your fianchetto bishop stares into my own pawn. This should be good news for Magnus.
I love that idea. So he does strike in the center, and as you're mentioning, that if Aroniak was to continue taking out his own bishop to e7, White has the option of asking more questions in the center with the move d5. You never want to fix the center with e5 after that, trying to say, you know what, I'm gonna play blocked and safe, but that just gives so many weaknesses. Look at those two bishops. Not only are they horrendous, White's knight can at some point jump to f5, can jump from h4 to f5, can go from d2 to e4. So many ideas in this position. It just looks like a strategically bad opening outcome for Aroniak. How does Magnus end up doing this? He comes with his hair, with his hoodie on, and then 10 moves into the game, and we're saying Aroniak is in trouble.
Because Magnus is Magnus. He's going to do world champion things that I don't understand and don't pretend to comprehend. But Magnus Carlsen has an advantage with the white pieces. He's a spatial advantage in the center. His king is castle. The black king is not. And I expect d5 to be up next. And if you take on d4, just to show this quickly, that white is still going to put a pawn on d5, most likely. If you play bishop e7, then white continues with d5. And just because a set of pawns have been traded doesn't change the fact that there are these ugly bishops in black's position, and not to mention this. Ooh, that's not the right square. E3. This bishop can come out on the bigger diagonal. So I do like this position for Magnus. He plays d5 quickly. Aroniak takes on d5. And I expect after c takes, this bishop on b7 will not be a happy camper. So Tanya, advantage Magnus Carlsen. That's a statement we've said countless times before.
And probably will in the future as well. But also take a look at the clock. What is this Magnus effect? Not just the position, but Aroniak down by almost 4 minutes on the clock. Magnus, meanwhile, continues to take more space in the center. Now, with this e pawn having advanced, you always have to watch out for a threat like e5, which is why Aroniak had to slide down with the rook to vacate that square for the bishop on f8. And he does it, comes back. Now rook comes to the center of the board. You're pointing out bringing the knight. Always watch out for an e5 central break. It just looks like white's the one with all the plans in the center and in this game, while Aroniak with that dead bishop on b7, with that dead bishop on f8, is going to struggle to find improving moves.
Yeah, and before we go to the bird's eye view, I just want to say this looks like a Benoni gone wrong for black. Because normally in the Benoni, black has some counterplay, some c4 pushes, maybe some kind of g6, bishop g7, but it also feels very slow at this point, where white's pieces on their best squares. So this game will continue. Magnus Carlsen has the advantage for now. We'll see if he's able to punish Aroniak for that bad pawn trade many moves ago. But for now, let's go to our four board scene because every single game of the Pro Chess League is of equal importance. It's 1 point towards your team's total score if you're able to win. So let's look across the four boards here, Tanya. In the top right, Vaishali with the black pieces against Ariantari. I actually quite like her position. It looks stable, but her clock management once again bothers me, Tanya. She is down
Hmm.
several minutes on the clock. I think that's a theme that we'll keep seeing.
And the clock is as much of a part of the game as the board is in these formats. You have to make sure you don't fall back too low compared to your opponent. Now, you mentioned the position looks fine, and at first sight, it really does. But just in our heads, let's just imagine all the trades on d5. And I think Aryan is going for that, as we can see. What will end up happening is an endgame where black is left with an isolated queen pawn. Let's say if you pick up with the queen, you trade the queens as well. And this kind of a position, Robert, white is playing for two results because black's the one with the glaring weakness on the board. The rook can come to d1, whether you take it with the pawn, whether you keep the queens on the board, whether you trade them off. Vaishali is going to be the one with a huge weakness of that d5 central pawn. And I think, regardless of whether the eval bar says this is even or not, the position is not looking great for black.
And you see the queens are off. You called it, Tanya. And one of the big things about an endgame like this is rook fd1 is automatic. This pawn on d5, it's a target, and it may be lost at some moment. But black often says, you take material, I'll take play, bring a rook to the c file and up to a square like c2. But that said, also, these pawns are weak as well. You kind of wish you could push this pawn back to a6. For now, these pawns are disconnected from one another, and they will be targets for the white rooks. And with Vaishali still down
Hmm.
almost 2 minutes on the clock, I'm just worried because it's a difficult position to hold even in classical chess, let alone a rapid time control where you are down on time to your opponent.
Vaishali has a mammoth task of trying to defend a difficult endgame, and we often talk about pawns and weaknesses in terms of pawn islands. That's really the easiest way to understand. The side which has fewer pawn islands is the one that has a better structure, so therefore an advantage. And here we see Orientari's got just two islands. Now, we all love an island visit, but it should not be on the chessboard. Vaishali here has got three pawn islands, one on the king side, one in the center of the board, and the two pawns on the side. So definitely an endgame that's going to be a bit of a grind. I think Aryan is going to push this out till the end, where Shali might survive it, but she's got a lot of work to do and good technique to show. Meanwhile, there is a lot of middle game action on our board, so let's bring up our bird's eye view, Robert, and take a look at what's going on.
Okay, well, we've looked at boards 1 and 2 for the Chessbrahs in the top left and top right. In the bottom left, Vidit Gujrathi, the board 1 for Indian Yogis against Razvan Priotu. That looks like a very solid position. So once again, Razvan Priotu, it looks like he is doing quite fine. And in the bottom right, we have a very closed position between Raunak Sidwani and Jennifer Yu. In fact, the eval bar says that Jennifer Yu has a better position in the bottom right. That's board 4 for the Can Chessbrahs, just because she is the pair of bishops. She controls some of the pawn breaks. But I do want to first look at the game between Razvan and Vidit because Tanya, Razvan Priotu all season long. I mean, it's only week 2, so it's not like it's been a long season. But in these first 2 weeks, he has been an absolute star for the Chessbrahs. With Eric Hansen on last week, he said that Razvan was actually one of his first pickups because he felt he was severely underrated. And playing from Canada, he gives that local vibe, and he is someone that Canada really is happy to have.
And what a pick he's been in the Pro Chess League so far, and as well as his form today. We look at this position with the black pieces, it really does look like he's got everything under control. But with it, he's a very slow positional strategic player. And even though there might not be crazy action going on, it's exactly the kind of positions that Vidit enjoys as well. Just maneuvering a little bit on this side of the board, just small pawn moves. And what he's done with that knight on d2 is heading to that central square to e4, which will then ask questions to black bishop. And now imagine that bishop falls back to e7, and white's bishop is the one who takes this long diagonal, stepping onto b2, and then suddenly we'll start talking about the queen coming to g4, threatening the g7 square, and things are going to start seeming to be pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, it actually seems very straightforward in White's favor after that sequence because Black wants to target this pawn on d3. There's already one rook. Let's bring a second rook. But as you're highlighting, White will quickly jump forward, knight e4, bishop b2, queen g4. Black does need to be careful here. So, what other moves come to mind? Maybe you're not actually afraid of this knight taking this bishop. So, you try to bring the queen to e7 first just to defend the piece and then doubling up your rook. Something like that is a possibility. But we can see by the time consumption here, Razvan not feeling totally
Hmm.
comfortable given this last move, knight d2. I really like that from Vidit going to e4.
And they say the hardest moves in chess are retreating moves, and they're definitely difficult to spot. And there we've got queen to c6. Razvan has taken a decision, and now it's really up to Vidit. Does he put that knight on e4 or go with the other idea of trying to put it on b3? But I really like the move knight e4. You centralize it, and Razvan falling back with the bishop. I would be happy to make the move bishop b2, but that could be tactics. We have to constantly be aware of things going on in this position, Robert. Black is threatening a devious knight takes c4 because that pawn on d3 is currently overloaded. It is defending the c4 pawn as well as the knight on e4. So you've got to calculate what's really going on after bishop b2, knight c4. The queen can jump to g4 threatening mate, but that would mean black simply captures the bishop on b2 and is a happy camper with an extra pawn. So there with that queen move to c6, that is a tricky way to fight against with its plan of getting the pieces into the attack. Smart stuff by
Yeah.
Razvan there.
Smart step by him. Great find by you. So knight takes c4 is already a threat, regardless of if the bishop goes to b2, because the knight is loose. And if your best choice is to move this knight again, then I think that Razvan really did the right thing. He brought his queen up one square. He didn't really do all that much in the position, bringing the queen to c6, but he is threatening this knight takes c4, and that's why Vidit has paused. If your best move is knight g3, let's say a move like that, well, then black maybe can just start doubling the rooks and going after the d3 pawn. So I like what Razvan is doing. I don't think Vidit's position is problematic. I think it is quite a stable game for both sides, and that's an advantage for black if you think about it. You have the second move. You usually have a worse position at the opening. You're also the lower rated player. The Canada Chessbrahs can have learned to just rely on Razvan Priotu. He is a cool customer.
And that's exactly the kind of dream team you need, right? You've got Magnus Carlsen leading from the top, and in the bottom board, you've got a player like Razvan who seems to be really holding fort and bringing in the points. He's up against Indian Yogis frontrunner Vidit, and it seems like Vidit's not going to have an easy one here. Razvan, with the black pieces, has managed to equalize out of the opening. Black has got a clear target on d3, but with it once with this knight retreat, he's really trying to put pressure on Razvan's king here. Now imagine the knight jumps to h5, the bishop comes to b2, the queen comes to g4. That g7 pawn can start looking extremely tender, and that is big trouble. It also sidesteps the big tactic that we've been talking about with that knight c4 threat. So I like this move by Vidit, knight to g3, eyeing the king side, sidestepping threats. But of course, black's position is super solid. Robert, there are no weaknesses yet. This is going to be a long one. The pressure is on Vidit for his team. Currently down by a round. He knows that they're looking at him to get the win.
They are definitely looking at him to get the win because if we zoom out from this game where it remains a balanced affair, chances for both sides, we see in the top left, Magnus Carlsen is completely winning against Aroniak Ghosh. In the top right, Ariantari against Vaishali. That's a two-rook endgame where white has the healthier pawn structure and a lead on the clock. But the bottom right, Jennifer Yu with the black pieces against Raunak Sadvani, an advantage for her at the moment. But let's go to Magnus's game. The world champion, he always deserves to have attention put on his game. He's ahead on the board, he's ahead on the clock, and he may be in mop-up duty right now. He doesn't even look like he's excited. But right now, white is up a pawn. It's a healthy outside pass pawn that can go up the board. The rook is under attack. May rook b8 even traps and wins this bishop. Wow, this actually just looks completely over.
It does. Look at that bishop on a8. That is not even worth calling a bishop in this position. It's got no future at all. Now, usually in the Benoni structures that black has, black does sacrifice a pawn but gets control of open files like the open B line or the C line. But here we see it's Magnus who's up a pawn but also has full domination on the only open files in the board that gives him huge advantage. He goes on to win a second pawn, and this came in with a tactic where at least black managed to get that a pawn. But I'm scared for that bishop on a8. Where is this queen going? Let's say you go to e1, white's queen can jump onto c7, hit that rook. The position falls apart for black move by move.
Yeah, queen d7 looks pretty good. Also, rook a7 doesn't win just yet because of rook e7, but if you kick the rook over here and then play rook a7, you're going to barrel down the 7th rank. Magnus
That is
Carlsen,
brutal.
yeah, he just sees it instantly. He's going for it. You can't stop this checkmate without sacrificing a piece on b7, and a full extra piece and pawn for Magnus Carlsen will settle things.
It's time to resign. Aroniak is considering throwing in the towel. He's down to less than a minute, and he does it. It was all over, Robert. As you're pointing out, queen f7 is a massive threat. Black has to give up a bishop, loses the game. Well, with that, once again, Magnus showing up for his team and takes the lead in round 2.
And Magnus Carlsen was still seated. He's looking at the analysis, just trying to go over how well he played. And in the top right, we've talked about Ariantari against Vaishali. Vaishali, you need to start moving. You are down to a minute on the clock. Meanwhile, on the bottom left, Vidit has the upper hand with that bishop, the dark square bishop implanted on the f6 square, entrenched in there, going for a checkmating attack. And the bottom right, still Jennifer Yu in the driver's seat. But why don't we tune in to Ariantari and Vaishali, just because it's super important right now for the Indian Yogis that she holds this game. Tanya, she has been performing well in the Pro Chess League. Week 1, she beat Supi. She drew another game. 1 after 3 was a fantastic performance for her. But right now, it looks like Ariantari is stealing a pawn on a5.
He absolutely is. And that is a very healthy pawn. The a2 pawn is going to start marching down the board. Notice how it's the same color bishop. Once again, the mammoth task of defending a very difficult ending continues for Vaishali. We were talking about her weakness of the pawn structure. She is paying the price for it. She plays h5, and it might look like, wait a second, she's hanging a pawn, but it would be the dream if Aryan actually goes to pick up that pawn, giving up the a2 pawn. You don't want to let go of this amazing intense passer that can potentially decide the game. I don't believe he wants to trade the pawns. He doesn't. He pushes the pawn down the board. The idea is clear. Move up the rook, keep advancing the pawn. Notice how once the pawn gets to a7, it is in fact defended by that bishop on f2. White will slide away the rook from that a8 square, queen the pawn, and Robert, that's the winning plan.
It's actually that simple. So what Black may need to do is, once all this happens, because it's more or less forced, once the rook goes to a, actually, let's put this on the board because I don't really see how Black can get out of it. But let's just make some moves. And then once we get a position like, we can't go a7 yet, but I'll try to get there. Once you get a position like this and the rook moves, there may be some kind of rook takes f2, king takes, and bishop c5 check. And she'll hope that she can draw an exchange down. You see the evaluation saying completely winning for white. It is, especially with the pawn structure the way it is. But I think that's at best for Vaishali. We may just see this exact sequence because you can't stop this pawn from going up to a7.
Wow. So this again looks like a very difficult endgame, as you're pointing out. The only defense resource, when that doesn't look good enough either, you know that it's a tough task ahead of it, which means it once again comes down to the other two boards. And let's bring our bird's eye view. We see this one. It looks like Aryan's going for the plan that we pointed at, and it's my eyes are drawn to that Jennifer Ronak matchup there. It is a wild position on the board. I love how Jennifer has played. It looks like she has all the activity. I don't care what the eval bar says right now. Loving that centralized queen on e5, that rook on a6, which can jump over, slide over to the king side whenever it's required when there's a trade on e6. It looks like she has everything under control. I say that, but then I also see the trumps in white's position. You've got this d5 square for your knight that you can always come into. He wants to trade off the bishop, the only defender of that d5 square. And imagine if that was to happen, Robert. Compare that white knight to the black bishop. And suddenly you're not sure which side you're picking.
Yeah, I would love to have a knight on d5 if these bishops come off the board. So if I am Jennifer Yu, I'm thinking, do I trade here and then take on f4? I really want to get rid of the knight, but I also know that if I take on f4, in comes this g-pawn as another attacker. That pawn will continue going up the board towards the black king. And Jennifer, she's having the Vaishali problem. She's down to about a minute on her clock, and I think you don't want to play bishop takes f4 because a pawn takes, but she realized the knight on d5 would be very strong.
It's such a practical choice, but now you have to start looking at king's safety. White can actually, and I say that with white's king being the one on h3, but imagine if white does get this f pawn rolling down to f5, and I think f5 is coming next. You're suddenly threatening a check on f6 with the queen coming onto the dark squares. You're threatening the g6 pawn, and it just looks like black might have to be the one careful of her king. Queen e6 check, and this just invites the move f5. I am itching to see f5 on the board, Robert.
Yes, and F5. The best news for Jennifer is what you called out, Tanya. The rook on A6 was helpful. And whoa, King H2 allows black to play F5. I think that if you're Jennifer, you do not want to see F5 from white, so you play F5 yourself. I know that you give your opponent a healthy, protected pass pawn, but I think with the rook and the queen in perfect position, you can blockade its progress. But Jennifer did a 20 seconds, and
She
she
has to
does
find it.
make
She
F5.
finds it. She finds it.
Yeah, she's just moving too slowly. That's what makes me nervous for her. Is even if she's playing good moves, you need to have enough time remaining. The 2-second increment that the players get will be vital.
Super important. Well, the players, but we've spoken about this increment. It is so deceptive because you can barely add up on time. It is just about enough to make a move. And Ronak, they're keeping the pressure in the center alive, not blocking because he's playing the clock as much as the position. Now control over the e file. And though Jennifer found that move f5, which stops the immediate avalanche of the kingside pawns, it's still a very difficult position to defend in 20 seconds.
Right, open E file, open G file as well. But quickly, let's go to the bird's eye view because big news and not good news for the Indian Yogis. Look at the bottom left of your screen. Razvan Priyotu. That is the X factor for Team Canada Chessbrahs. He is completely winning. Let's go there now. The rook is under attack, and it's not just the rook. Queen F1 leads to checkmate. So if you slide your rook over thinking, okay, I'll protect my rook, in comes Queen F1 with a back rank mate just to show that Queen F1, you have to take. The rook comes next to the king. The rook on g2 is boxing the king in, and that means it would be checkmate on the f1 square. And that means for Vidit Gujarati, he has to bring his queen back, but then in comes the black rook, and all of a sudden, black is on the attack. White is temporarily up one pawn, but it's not just about the quantity of pieces, but the quality of them. With white on the back foot, the rook coming in to win the g4 pawn next, it's the white king that is in big trouble. And look at how quickly Priyotu plays.
And he's doing all the right things. What a star player. With the black pieces, he sacrificed the pawn, and now he's got all the initiative in the attack. I don't see how Vidit can keep that g4 pawn alive. This is a huge moment for the Indian Yogis. Vidit needs to find a way to save this one. You can't go with your h pawn to h3. The queen simply snaps it off. A move like g5, you definitely don't want to go there with the knight jumping on to f5 and then to e3. That starts looking super scary for white. Vidit Gujarati in big trouble here.
Razvan Priyotu, rated 2493. He clearly is underrated, especially in these rapid time controls. He won the recent Charlotte Open. He tied with Alexander Bortnik, so he's had some over-the-board classical success. Wait, it's mate. Queen F1.
Queen F1. And Vidit realizes it. Razvan, they're finding it, and a smile there by Razvan. He deserves it. What a finish, and what a beautiful checkmate. The rook picks up the queen. The rook delivers the mate on F1. A huge point for the Canadian Chessbrahs by the super talented Canadian Grandmaster there.
Seriously, maybe the most underappreciated player in the world right now in terms of the Pro Chess League. Everyone should want him on the team. And because if you were predicting what would happen in our featured question, would there be a queen sacrifice? You hit the over. Queen F1 was a queen sacrifice. So for all of you who picked the over, you can thank Razvan Priyotu. But we are going to head on over to our one remaining game because Raunak Sadhwani suddenly he is taking a huge advantage in Jennifer Yu's time trouble, because in the bottom right, you see the eval bar going up, up, and away, but it's maybe not so easy. It's perhaps the engine can be misleading here. Tanya, there's a king on h3. There's a black rook on a2, but the eval bar says completely winning for white.
Yeah, and that is what is so crazy about this position, right? You've got your king on h3, black's pieces are active, and look at that, rook sliding down to d2, super scary stuff, rook d3 coming in with a check, and it's just hard to understand why the eval bar loves white's position so much. And unless there is something direct happening, I don't know, move like h5, and it's on the board because you just say that black has got one rook in the attack, the king will escape from the check, but wait a second, how is black going to escape with the check on g6? And this might be the reason why black is busted here.
King G4, H just forces resignation. The king is actually safe from all checks, even though it's on a very advanced square. So a win for Raunik Sedwani, that is huge for the Indian Yogis, because while they're trailing by 3 full points, it was a dominant round for the Canada Chessbrahs. They needed this game from Raunik Sedwani, hoping to turn their fortunes around. But the Chessbrahs, they were superb in round 2. Magnus Carlsen, he wins with white over Aroniak Ghosh. Ariantari wins an endgame against Vaishali. No surprise there. But the biggest surprise in the entire Pro Chess League season, I want to say, has been Razvan Priotu. He wins with black over Super Grandmaster Vidit Gujarati. So, Tanya, Raunik Sedwani, he does get that one win for the Indian Yogis. Is it already too little too late?
It's starting to feel like that. I mean, a 3-1 win is destruction right now, and that gives the Canadian Chessbrahs such a big lead. We see Razvan Priotu, and I know, Robert, you've been a fan of his from the start, from week 1. He's really showing how good he is here with that win against Vidit. A super point. There's still 2 more rounds to go, but of course, the Indian Yogis have a lot of covering up to do and need to win and win big in the next round.
Razvan Priotu beat board 1 and board 2 for the Indian Yogis. He is the GM slayer right now, as is Magnus Carlsen. He always is. And somebody who is used to slaying his opponents, somebody who, shows up every single night on the basketball court rather than the chessboard, is Luka Doncic. Chess and basketball history has been made as 4-time NBA All-Star Luka Doncic has unleashed his sidekick, Luke.ai, on the chess world. The new bot joins this month's slew of AI chess bots that you can challenge right now. The Luke.ai bot is still learning the ins and outs of chess, but the more plays, the stronger it grows. How strong will Luke.ai be by, yesterday, when it battles your favorite streamers in Chess Play Quick? That much was up to you. It's over, but the Luke.ai bot still remains. You should play it. Luka Doncic does not play around. He's one of the best basketball players on the planet. But for now, we will send us to break. When we return, it is round 3 of this match between the Canada Chessbrahs and the India Yogis. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over. The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter. They are having a party in France.
Let's go!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. The wheels came off. Wow.
She just took down Hikaru Nakamura, and look at her. She is jubilant.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh, what? What was that? Oh my gosh.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
The Master wins it! We win! Oh my god!
The man you see on the screen in front of you, perhaps the MVP. And no, that is not Magnus Carlsen lurking in the shadows. That is Razvan Priotu, the 3rd board for the Canada Chessbrahs. Tanya, he has been absolutely phenomenal.
He beat board 1 of the Indian Yogis and board 2. That win against Vidit is going to go far in this match against the Indian Yogis. You've been saying it. He's your man, your pick for the Chessbrahs, and he's been delivering and how. And look at him. He looks calm and composed. So I'm loving the chess that he's playing, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can keep up and keep delivering the way he's been doing so far.
And the Chessbrahs would love to help them deliver them a playoff berth. This is a 5-week regular season with an Arena Royale. That's kind of like an all-star game on March 24th with the playoffs. 8 teams making their way through to the March 30th to 31st playoffs. And you need to win 3 matches as a team to make it to the playoffs. The Canada Chessbrahs, they are about to win, it feels like, this second match against the Indian Yogis. It's not over yet. There's still a chance for the Yogis, but they need to have a great round in the next one. But if they can win this, they will only need 1 more match victory to make their way through to the PCL playoffs.
Also, let's just point out, Robert, that currently the Chessbrahs are at 5.5, which means actually if they win the next round with a 3-1 score, what they did in round 2, it's match over. So the Indian Yogis really need to step it up. The front runners with it, Ronak, Aronyak, Vaishali, they need to show up for the team right now. They have to win, and I've said this before, this round they need to make sure the margin is big enough to cover up. Chessbrahs take this one home if they win by 3-1.
And we see the individual matchups. Magnus Carlsen and Ariantari, the top boards for the Chessbrahs, get the black pieces against the top boards for the Yogis. So Raunak Sidhwani white against Carlsen, Vidit Gujarati white against Ariantari. That feels like a toss-up duo to me. But then the bottom 2 boards, Razvan Priotu with the white pieces against Vaishali, Jennifer Yu with the white pieces against Aronyak Ghosh. Tanya, the bottom boards need to score for the Yogis.
Is so tough. I mean, the only comeback chance that I'm seeing, Robert, looking at the lineup and the matchup, is that if Vidit can score a win against Aryan, not going to be an easy one, but that's the point that they're looking at. And as well as on the 4th board, Aronyak is a favorite. If he can score and a half point somewhere between board 1 and board 3, that is a dream scenario. But the way the Canada Chessbrahs have been playing, they are the ones who've been dreaming and delivering. It's not going to be easy for the Indian Yogis this round 3.
It's never easy when you have to face Magnus Carlsen. That is Raunak Sidhwani's opponent in this game. And we see the clocks have started. Raunak with the white pieces, so he gets the first move advantage. He did super well with his team in the Olympiad. He's won some international tournaments. but there is no bigger opponent than Magnus Carlsen. And will Magnus play the Sicilian like he did against
Hmm.
Vaishali? Will he play maybe a modern, showing that he wants to win as early as move one? What do you expect from Magnus? Will he even make a move?
Right now, that's the big question. He's taken about 25 seconds for this decision, and I think it will make his intentions clear. I won't be surprised if he decides to go for the Sicilian one more time. We've seen Magnus go for G6, the Perth, the modern, the hippopotamus structures as well. I think if he plays E5, if he starts with the King's Pawn opening, Robert, it's him saying, I'm black. I'm okay with being on the defense side in this one, but that just doesn't sound like Magnus. I'm expecting something on the board. He needs to make a move. He's down by a minute. What is he doing?
I don't know. Does he even know his clock has started? Sometimes you have a different tab open. You're not looking at the board. And, well, he doesn't really seem like he is mentally invested in the chess game. He has just played C5. I
On the
think that,
board.
yeah, he was just not looking at the tab, but he does play E6 move. No more Rossalimos. Everyone has come to expect knight C6 against Magnus Carlsen. Instead, he plays E6, and now Raonic is the one thinking.
He's thinking, we saw that little eye movement, and that's usually the chess players trying to understand what kind of middle game approach they want, what are the openings that they want to go for. One thing's clear that Ronak was not expecting Magnus to play the second move e6. He's slightly surprised, but he knows what he wants to do. He's just deciding what kind of setup he wants. He goes for the open Sicilian, as we can see, and there we've got a sort of a Rosa Tamanov by Magnus there.
Yes, and we have confirmation Magnus was on another screen. He wasn't looking at the chess.com window, but he is a solid setup, and he's not even really down much time. So thankfully for him, it was only a minute, but he has played a6. So this is typical from black. Maybe you play b5. You've given up all of these dark squares, but it's very hard for white to get to them because the pawns from black take away all of these knight jumps. So I like the opening choice from Magnus. Raonic chooses a quieter approach with the fianchetto. He'll probably just castle, and then black often takes on d4, brings the bishop on c5 with tempo against the queen that has captured the knight.
Yes, these are all plans that are available. What Ronak wants with white at some point at an opportune moment, but he has to time it really well, is to start advancing in the center, get that F pawn rolling. Magnus not giving that chance just yet. He decides to develop the bishop. I've usually seen this after the knight trade because it does win a tempo. Bishop to c5 does invite white to actually fall back with the knight to b3 as well, hitting that bishop on c5, gaining that tempo. So I'm slightly surprised by Magnus's move bishop to c5, and I can see Ronak taking his time, so I'm not the only one who's surprised.
Yeah, knight b3 gives black a choice where you're going to move the bishop, back to e7 or very likely back to a7, as is common in these sort of Khan Pelican type Taimanov Sicilians. So I do think that if the knight comes back to b3, he'll probably slide back to a7 to keep the e3 square in his reach. Control a very long, important diagonal with his bishop. But Raonic also thinking about the consequence of knight takes c6, and if a pawn captures back, it's not easy to figure out these types of positions. So he does take your advice on it. He drops back with the knight, and Magnus, he gets to choose his diagonal.
It's a natural drawback of black not making the most of that opportunity to trade this knight. And now every set of moves in chess has its own set of consequences. You were talking about the bishop falling on the long diagonal. It would be very tempting to go back to a7, control that e3 square, but in return, you give another square for white's bishop. Ronak will be looking at developing his c1 bishop now to f4, hitting that queen. Now that black doesn't have the option to play the move d6, which would be the case had the bishop stayed on that diagonal. So right now, a big decision here for Ronak. Will he keep up the momentum of having Magnus on the back foot on every move, threatening a piece? Bishop f4 would be my choice. Ronak making another approach of centralizing the queen to e2.
Okay, well, both players taking a bit of a deliberate start to this game. Slow and steady does win the race, so they say. So while they continue to ponder this opening, let's zoom out for a moment and look at our other games in progress. In the top right, Vidit Gujarati says, "You need to win. I'll win it for my team." He's a knight out on f5. He's playing adventurous chess. And in the bottom left, Razvan Priotu with the white pieces against Vaishali. It's an early start to that game that looks like a French defense. And of course, the bottom right has just begun, and we have just seen a couple moves there. So why don't we hop into the Vidit game, Tanya? I feel like Vidit, he understands what is needed to win in team competition. His team won the European Club Cup. He scored 6 out of 7. In fact, he won his first 6 games there. back in November. But how about this position where white has these knights on c3 and e3, the pawn e4? I like it for Vidit. What are your thoughts? Do you believe in Aryan's chances here?
Well, it is definitely going to be a bit of a task because black does have less space and the piece activity seems a bit constricted. Meanwhile, those two knights can jump onto d5, can jump onto f5. Currently, Aryan is on the defense. These are exactly the kind of positions that Vidit also enjoys, where he has complete control of the board. It's not chaotic. Everything seems to be the way he wants. It's still early days. I see our Evalbar seems to say that white is doing well. And I wonder, Robert, if that's because white has the flexibility to start advancing those kingside pawns as well. F4 is a move that comes to my mind. Bishop to c4, a nice little retreat, targeting that f7 weakness as well. It's a good square for the bishop. Looks pretty safe there. Black does have a move like c6, b5, but it only weakens the d6 pawn further. So it doesn't look like something that Aryan would want to play to try and dislodge that bishop.
And bishop e6 is also very tempting, sort of thematic when there's a bishop on the Italian diagonal. Let's play bishop e6, but maybe Vidit is welcoming this swap for some reason. I'm not entirely sure that he wants the trade on e6, but if I'm Aryan, okay, it's clear Aryan wants to play f5. So maybe Aryan Tari is not just trying to play for equality. He may say, I'll play dynamic chess. I don't want to be solid. Let me strike forward with f5 and open up squares for my pieces.
And it looks like he's just in time, right? Because I really want white to get in f4, Robert. It looks like the way that you expand the pressure. It's on the board, but exactly this one now bishop c4, and you're pointing it out, it is the point where Aryan can get in f5, not only stopping white's pawn advances, but just taking full control of the center. White doesn't seem to have enough time to push that e pawn one step further. e5 looks like might just lose a pawn.
And look at how quickly Vidit had g3 ready. He says, let me connect my pawns to one another. This knight on g6 has no moves, no safe squares for this knight. So white's pawn structure is restraining the enemy pieces. And if you take on e4, that brings another knight into the center, and maybe that knight would have ventured on over to g5 next. So Vidit is quickly reacting here. You said this is the type of position that Vidit is comfortable in. He is demonstrating that that is indeed the case by moving instantly the last couple turns.
And he's got to do that because the clock is such an important factor. And we see Aryan has a tiny, tiny advantage on that. So he's trying to level that, put pressure on the center. He knows that f5 is the point where he wants to force Aryan to take a decision. And now, again, whatever Aryan decides will determine the central structure. If you take on e4, you only invite white's knight into the game. Knight e4, knight g5 ideas. I would be scared as black to let that knight closer to the king. But if not, Vidit has a clear threat. He is putting pressure on f5. Currently, it is guarded by three pieces. White puts pressure with three. So it feels like black can still hold it together and doesn't need to make a decision just yet.
But it's the type of Vidit sort of transition in the game where you trade everything on f5 and say, I have a 3-on-2 over here on the king side once we swap these pawns off the board. And black has these double pawns. So in certain endgames, that won't be very good for black, harder to create a passed pawn. An endgame seems far away, but all these things become relevant. And e takes f5 isn't just about trading pawns. It vacates that e4 square that you've been highlighting. That knight will be very strong on e4 and maybe eventually on g5, especially if the e file opens up. So let's leave these players, Aryan Tari, in a deep think. This is two superstar grandmasters battling on that board. But let's look across our four boards. We see in the top left, Magnus Carlsen. Tanya, I know we didn't dive into the other positions yet. They look a little bit more solid. We might have to go right back to Magnus Carlsen because he has a huge advantage. I think round X1 he just blundered.
Wow, again, Magnus doing Magnus things. He wastes, literally gives a minute advantage, not looking at the screen. And then with the black pieces and just a few moves from the opening, and we see our Valbar is screaming for Magnus here. Queen b6, huge threats on the board. Robert, notice that queen, white's queen on e3 and the king on g1 lined up. And we see tactics are being set up here. Not only is Magnus in with an obvious threat of the b2 pawn hanging, but knight e2 was massive in that position.
Just to show that if you defend this b2 pawn, knight e2 check is nasty. Your queen can't take because the king is behind it, so the queen is pinned. And if you just take what seems like a free knight, you lose your queen. And if you say, okay, I have no other choice, let me defend my queen here. After the queens are swapped, black is just completely winning. You could take on c3 twice with check. You win this pawn, maybe this pawn. Black is just mopping up. So Magnus Carlsen, he spots after Raonic made the move f4, not seeing this tactic, and black is just winning material. So Magnus, he could simply just take this pawn back on e5. The pressure is going to continue on the knight on c3, the pawn behind it. It says minus about 4 here for black, and you can see it on Raunic's face. This is a crushing victory for Magnus in the making.
Yeah, he looks devastated right now, Ronak, as he should be. Magnus just creating these tactics out of thin air. I have to say, his chess currently is from another planet. As we've been talking, he's up a pawn right now. Not the biggest trouble for white. White looks like on the edge of losing another pawn down the board with c2 under fire as well. And the one thing that really stands out to me, Robert, is Magnus on the verge of, well, winning the third game. He's just been winning in crushing style today. It's like giving the opponents no chance at all.
I mean, seriously, like he just played knight takes c2 in a second. I would have spent some time trying to figure out, all right, is everything safe? It looks like the queen is a bit far away, but he simply takes a pawn, attacks this queen here. The queen on b2 is now defending this pawn e5. 2 extra pawns for Magnus Carlsen. And for Raonic Sodwani, even keeping the queens on the board will not be easy. And if you have to trade queens, like with queen to b3, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think I might have spotted a mad trick in this position. You were pointing out queen b3, and I think it might be the only way, because imagine if you fall back with the queen to, let's say, e2 or f2. All right, you want to try and keep the pieces on the board. But now notice how the black queen and the black rook on c8 target the c1 rook, and the knight can jump. Well, not only to d4, but to e3. And I think that might be an option. And I'm trying to work out the geometry because it's so complicated. Knight e3, I'm giving up the knight for free, but your rook on c1 hangs. And if you first trade the rook on c8, I will pick up the f1 rook with a check. And that is celebrations. Or am I missing something?
Nope, I think you're spot on. That is nasty. And that's why perhaps Raonic has yet to move. He is understanding that knight e3, even if the queen's not there to capture, knight e3 will be next. He resigns. He just threw in the towel, and Magnus Carlsen gave a little shrug. Yep, I do that to people. Just another day in the office. So Magnus Carlsen wins. That's game over. Let's zoom out of this one because the Chessbrahs need 2 more wins, and the match is over. If they reach 8.5 points, the match concludes. So, Tanya, in the top right, still a struggle between Vidit Gujrathi and Ariantari. Not too much has changed, just some liquidation there. In the bottom left, Razvan Priotu and Vaishali. That one looks very interesting, full of minor pieces in the center of the board. In the bottom right, Jennifer Yu. She's maybe slightly worse against Aronia Ghosh. So that's what the Indian Yogis need. They need to win that game and hold at least in the others. But let's maybe dive into Razvan Priotu against Vaishali. You know how strong Vaishali is. You've been her teammate, of course. You have played her before, but her position, to my eyes, not looking so promising.
It's been a tough day for Vaishali, and that's the other thing with this format, right? When you start bad and then you've got a loss and then you have another loss, it just becomes very difficult to come back because every round you're going to play against a very strong opposition. And look at this, after the first 2 games, Vaishali is playing against the star of the Canada Chessbrahs, Razvan Priotu, with white looking completely in control. But Robert, I'm still reeling from what we just witnessed in the Raunic's game, in the Magnus Raonic game. Raonic is the 9th youngest grandmaster in the world. He won an Olympic medal. He has had star performances in Title Tuesday. He is one of the biggest talents from India. Just has won so many events, open events, a very strong grandmaster. And Magnus Carlsen just demolishes him with black in 20 moves, forcing a resignation. Unreal stuff there by Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus says, okay, you had a world's youngest type of record. You've won a few open tournaments. I've won that world championship. I've won the world rapid. I've won the world blitz. So I congratulate you. I respect you, but I am going to crush you when given the chance. So yeah, Magnus, I mean, of course, nice to have him as board 1 for your team. And here in this clash between board 3 for the Chessbrahs and board 4 for the Yogis, I mean, these 2 players on paper, they have similar ratings, right? Vaishali is an improving player. She's 2450 plus. Priotu, he is a grandmaster. His rating took a hit in recent years, but it's on its way back up. He's showing that maybe rapid is even better for him than classical. I love this bishop on b6. It just makes sure that black's pieces can't move too easily. But I also love black's bishop pair on c6 and on e5 because they're aiming towards this white king, and this knight can hop into sort of f4 or h4. So Tanya, we need to find an attack for Vaishali. I'm just worried once again about her clock.
And we've been seeing that narrative from the start of the day with Vaishali running low on the clock, but this is such a crucial match for the Indian Yogis. This board is super important. We see the score line there with the Canada Chessbrahs at 6.5 to Indian Yogis at 2.5. Robert, it's going to be all about whether Vaishali can brew up an attack on the king's side. You've been talking about black's bishops in the center, eyeing that g2 pawn, eyeing that h2 square, but it also means that white always has the option to actually try to trade out these bishops. And I'm a little surprised here because Vaishali does it voluntarily. So she falls back with the bishop, but to me, it just seems that this trade would mean less pressure for white.
Yes, and it does give black, though, the d8 square. That's the good news because this bishop was being very frustrating. You don't want to have your rook tied down to the f8 square. So it does offer the trade. She threw in the check first to force the king to the corner. That's good for many endgames if the queens come off. So yeah, I do think that white can safely trade here. The problem is what next? This bishop on c6 is super strong. This knight may hop into a square like f4. I kind of like the look of black's position, but I also know in endgames, if the queens come off, black has only 2 pawns to white's 3 on the queen side, outside pass pawn potential for Priotu.
Wow, so a big decision here for Priotu. Will he trade or will he fall back with the bishop targeting the rook on f8? But the move bishop c5 might be tempting, but it only seems to be helping Vaishali because she can then offer a trade of rooks on that D line by sliding down to d8. So if not bishop to c5, it is a big question. How does Priotu want to take in this trade? Does he allow Vaishali's queen to step up, or will he find a way to actually trade on his own terms?
You move like c5, not out of the
Mhm.
question. Just trying to get a pawn onto b6, queen c5, trying to get that queen in there as well. And so it looks like for Priotu and for Vaishali, big decisions to be made. They're about even on the clock. And well, they are. Oh, we do see bishop
Oh,
c5.
bishop
So rook
c5.
d8.
Oh, and Robert, the eval bar does not love this move. The eval bar disapproves rook d8 immediately played by Vaishali. So there we see the clocks are being leveled a little bit. As long as these bishops are on the board, I'm surprised by this because just compare that bishop on c7 to that white bishop. It just looks like black can brew up an attack on the king side with this bishop pair.
Yes, and the knight goes back to c3. I understand that. Maybe knight b5 in the future. Also, this bishop will need to slide back in the event of b6. Now it can go safely to e3, where the knight was hanging before. But black can bring this knight to h4 and say, let's go. All of my pieces are staring at the white king. If only this queen could get in front of the bishop and go deliver a checkmate down here. But unfortunately, it is behind the bishop, not the battery configuration you'd like.
Yeah, it's the battery, but the wrong way around. I think the game would be over if you can just switch up the bishop and the queen. But first, Vaishali asks a question to Razwan. What does he intend to do with his own bishop? You've been pointing out the bishop can slide back to e3, but that also invites black's knight to jump not only to h4, hitting g2, but also to f5, where once again that bishop will be in target. And the more I look at this position, the more it feels like Priotu is losing control here. He trades on the d file, giving up the d file for the queen, which allows black's queen to come into the attack as well. I'm getting the feeling that Razwan, move by move, is giving a bigger advantage to Vaishali, more to play for in the king side, and somewhere has lost control.
And that's what we love about the Pro Chess League. Someone like Razvan Priotu, who beat both board 1 and 2 for the Yogis, may go down to the board 4 for the Indian Yogis. Vaishali playing an excellent game. She can bring her queen up, as you're highlighting, that these bishops are superb, but she takes a slower approach with queen f6, and I don't love it. She wants queen e5. If she could get that move, she's about to deliver checkmate, but I do think white has time to play this move knight to b5. Not like it's the end of the world for black, but you're getting rid of the bishop pair. If bishop takes, pawn takes, queen comes to e5 trying to deliver checkmate, then the pawn can safely push to g3 once the pin is no more because the bishop's off the board. So great move for Razvan. He's now up on time by about 30 seconds. Tanya, that's my main concern for Vaishali. She's playing quite well. She has an advantage here, but to make difficult moves without time, it's really difficult. Right? It is really,
I'm
really
gonna
challenging. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. I'm going to be shocked if Vaishali decides to trade that stunning bishop on c6, and she doesn't. She keeps the bishop pair, she moves it to e5, and the idea is, Robert, b6 is hanging at first sight. But take a look at this. If you go bishop b6, the queen that we've been talking about joins the force. The battery this time is set the right way up. Queen f4 will be game over because you can't play g3 to block that queen out. Notice how the bishop on c6 pins that king on h1. My hair is going crazy because the position's going crazy.
And I think white has to take on e5. And this is like ridiculous stuff because the engine's saying, no, this actually is quite decent for white. That after queen takes e5, something like this, white has compensation. You have a pawn and a bishop for the rook. You have pass pawn potential, but that is not meant to be in this game. The queen slides back to c1. I actually really like that decision from Razvan. None of black's choices are easy here. b6 is hanging. The knight comes into f4, but it's not actually threatening anything, or is it? The h3 pawn is under attack, but white can give up h3 for b6 if he so chooses. Tanya, this is really crazy stuff right now.
Even if bishop b6 is the right move, it is so difficult to play. To just give up this pawn in front of the king that's keeping things together, just so hard to move. Imagine when a queen lands on the h file. Queen h4 next. It looks like you're stepping into some kind of checkmates here, and this would be a shocking decision. Robert, I don't know what white will decide, but it just feels like in these kind of positions, you want to trade this knight on f4. But if you do that, bishop f4 can be so tempting. You've just given a lifelong advantage of a bishop pair, and black continues to step up with the attack. The attack continues, and none of white's pieces will be able to challenge black's dominating queen and the two bishops. So bishop f4 can be a humanly tempting move, but I think in the long run, it's a bad idea.
He does it. He was too worried about the pressure on the white king. He could have gotten away with that. There was a variation there. It was ridiculously sharp. I'm actually show that very quickly because we had the position on the board briefly. But after bishop b6, knight h3, queen e3, this looks like it leads to checkmate. But apparently it's all smoke and mirrors because after queen takes bishop, knight takes f2 check, king g1, there is no queen h1 mate because the king would then take this knight. So somehow, some way, despite a double check and it looked like a checkmating attack, white would escape. That is really impossible to see without the engine as your guide. And we have the eval bar off the side of the screen. He said takes this bishop here, plays queen c2, and if quickly these bishops could get traded, or now the rooks getting traded, white will still have a chance with limited material. Your king is feeling safer and safer on h1 the more pieces that get traded.
It's just all about setting up that battery the right way that we've been talking about, right? Along the diagonal of b8 to h2. But absolutely, as more pieces get traded, Razvan can breathe a sigh of relief there. He's down to 1 minute and 45 seconds. Robert, the lines that we were looking at, giving up the h3 pawn. I mean, good luck finding that with just a minute on the clock. It is impossible. So a very understandable decision by white trying to trade off as many pieces. That said, Vaishali will try to grind this one. It's the best position she's had all day.
Yes, bishop pair looks good for black. King g1, nice choice. But look at this in the top right. Ariantari down to his last few seconds against Vidit Gujrathi, who himself only has about 20. So let's dive into that one as a pawn has just been able to dive into the e6 square, and it's going up and up for Vidit in Aryan's time trouble.
And this is looking super scary for black, right? One, you have to manage the clock, and how do you, more importantly, manage that pawn on e6? I don't see a way for black's knight to jump onto e4. That knight on c5 doesn't only guard the e6 pawn, but has full center under control. With it, move by move, centralizing his pieces more and more. Black seems to be paralyzed here. The knight from f5 being hit. Wow, that is a committal decision, and queen g4 is a big threat here right now, coming in with a check.
And 4 seconds for Vidit. He has to replace h3, which is a mistake. Apparently, he had a winning move. Instead, we see, oh my gosh, just chaos ensue at this point. Knight d7 with the fork. Tanya, 1 second. He barely gets his move off. And, a monster fork.
Whoa! And there we see Ariantari throws his hands in the air. This was so close, and with it takes a huge win for the Indian Yogis. What a crazy game.
Oh my goodness, a knight fork first on f6 to get the rook, but no, it was just a distraction to get this knight fork on h7, winning the queen. A great find from Vidit Gujarati, but we will tune out of this one as Vidit scores for the Indian Yogis. That's a huge win for them. We see in the bottom right, Jennifer Yu and Aronyak Ghosh. That one is looking about level based on the material remaining. And in the bottom left, which is where we left, it seems like Vaishali and Razvan Pirota also stabilizing a bit. So why don't we head to the bottom right, Jennifer Yu against Aronia Ghosh. We have not looked at that game. And even though the eval bar is in the middle, with the time, both players under a minute, this is starting to look potentially vulnerable for the Kings. There's blunder potential in this position.
Well, currently black has an extra pawn, but the position is absolutely wild. As you're pointing out, there is a threat of opening up the center, and white's queen can jump onto c6, putting pressure on the black rook, as well as the e6 weakness. We've seen the kind of blunders that time scrambles make possible. Ariantari blundering that queen with a fork on h6, and it's going to come down to these seconds. Currently, we've got Jennifer with just 24 seconds, a wild position on the board. Robert, this can go anyway.
Although I think it's going Aronyak's way right now based on how much time she spent. And rook e3 was not it, apparently. I wonder why. Queen c4. Let's offer queen trade. Black is up a pawn, looking to create a passer that a rook can get behind. So what's Jennifer doing here? She trades queens, but she can't bring her bishop to f1 because e4 is hanging.
I mean, we've been talking about that extra pawn, and white's compensation was all in trying to keep the queen alive and building threats, but now this looks like an endgame where black has got no trouble at all. Up a pawn, the king comes to the center of the board. Bishop e6, bishop f7 can be traded off, so the pawn lives, and this is going to be trouble for Jennifer Yu.
She thought that she could... Oh, apparently that was... Could have captured on d5 and then brought the king to d6. That would have been a winning, or more easily winning choice for Aronyak. And she wants to keep the status quo. Oh, or not. She wants her king up here, but black's king also wants to enter.
And black's king is super fast right now. You give a check and the king defends the c4 pawn. Not just that, now king is going to be defending the c4 pawn, getting to that queening square, hit that rook, advance with the pawn, and this rook ending is absolutely busted for white. We've often seen and that is it. Jennifer Yu knows there's no way to defend this one, and Aronyak takes that win. So now with that, it means the Indian Yogis have stepped it up to 4.5 against the Canada Chessbrahs at 6.5.
Wow, huge win for Aronyak Ghosh. He goes up a pawn and wins that game, and now we have a messy position. Oh, that was a losing check. You give a check, and unfortunately, this f2 pawn. If you're a fan of the Chessbrahs, queen f3, e4 is automatic, dislodging the queen from the f2 square. This is winning on the spot, and Vaishali finds it.
Wow. And that is it. Vaishali is winning, but can she do it? There's still work to be done here, Robert. And that's it. She trades the queens off as well. She is up an entire bishop in this endgame. It requires a bit of technique. Players are playing on the seconds. If she wins this, what a huge, huge turnaround that will be. We've been speaking about Prioto. She will take down, potentially on the verge of taking down, the strongest player currently, the MVP from the Canada Chessbrahs team.
Now it's completely winning. She can just bring her king back at any moment, scoop up this pawn. She has a pass pawn of her own. She can just go pawn grabbing, take them all. This is unbelievable that Razvan Prioto, he looked unstoppable. He beat Vidit Gujarati. He beat Raunak Sadhwani. He was performing, an infinite performance rating because he was 2 out of 2. And now Vaishali wins with black. She was having a tough day, but it is 6.5, 5.5, and all of a sudden, Indian Yogis are right back in this.
Right back, and what a round this has been. And this is what we love about a Pro Chess League, that no result, no conclusion is foregone at all. Anything can happen. What a turnaround we've had with Vaishali taking down Prioto. We saw a phenomenal performance by her in week 1 as well, and here she scores a much needed, a huge win for the Indian Yogis, and Vidit as well, leading from the front, takes down Ariantari. What a round this has been, and Indian Yogis take it to round 4 with the smallest of margins, just down a point.
Yes, the Indian Yogis look down and out, but they score 3 wins out of a possible 4, led by Vidit Gujarati. He is their board 1. He will need to prove his might in the next one against Magnus Carlsen. But right now, Vidit Gujarati, Aronyak Ghosh, and Vaishali with that important win over Razvan Prioto. So some big scorers for Canada Chessbrahs, Jennifer Yu not on the scoreboard yet. A lot remains to be seen as Magnus Carlsen is 7 out of 7, a perfect 7 in the Pro Chess League thus far.
Wow, that is super impressive, but of course it's Magnus, so not that surprising. But the big question here, Robert, for about 1.3 billion people back in India currently is, can Vidit stop the Magnus run?
That is the essential question. We can only find out the answer to that one when we return from this short break. So Tanya and I will be back in a few. It will be the Canada Chessbrahs and the Indian Yogis here in the Pro Chess League. 1 point separates them. You will not want to miss this fourth and final round of action.
It mattered that you had these serious brothers, and they were about excellence. They were about winning, and they understood checkmate was like, that's what it's about. It's about winning this damn game. Like, you're not trying to pretend or learn. You're not here like just to be a spectator. You're here to win. And if you're going to win, you're going to have to do the work. You're going to have to do not just the external work, but the internal work. Because your pride and your feelings and all that, thanks. No thanks. That's just going to go by the wayside.
If the Indian Yogis have a chance to continue and complete this comeback, this man on screen, Vidit Gujarati, will have to survive the might of Magnus Carlsen. Tanya, this is a familiar face to the chess world. It's also a familiar sight to you.
Well, here's a little fun fact. Vidit, in fact, is in Delhi right now, and he happens to be playing from my dad's office, which is 2 levels below from where I am. So I'm hoping that he's in a good mood after he finishes this matchup. But Robert, what a comeback by the Indian Yogis. Now, after round 2, it looked like it was going to be a Chessbrahs day. It just looked like this is a task that's super hard to cover up. With that round 3 comeback, it looked like the Indian Yogis have opened up their third eye and currently looking at trying to level or maybe even take this match. But there's a lot of work to be done. And I look at our matchups there, Robert, and for me, the most crucial board in this one will be Razvan Priotu against Aranyak Ghosh. And I think the Indian Yogis' chance there is to take a win on that one with the white pieces.
Yes, because the Indian Yogis can't just have a 2-2 split. They need to score 1 full point at minimum more than the Canada Chessbrahs. So Magnus Carlsen with white against Vidit. Vidit is capable of holding off Magnus. That's just not going to be easy because Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen. But Ariantari, he gets white against Raunak Sadhwani. Raunak has been in shaky form. So if I'm thinking about this from the Chessbrahs perspective, I want to put the match away on those top 2 boards with the white pieces. But you are right. 2 out of 2, not likely on those top 2 boards just because of how strong the Yogi Grandmasters are there. So it's about those bottom 2 boards. Can the Yogis win with both of their players getting the white pieces? Can Razvan Priotu bounce back from what was a tough game 3? He had 2 great games and then 1 shaky one. So which Razvan Priotu will show up and which Levon Aronyak Ghosh will we see? Because Aronyak, super strong player himself. He's had some great performances. He gets the white pieces, and he did just score an important victory for the Yogis.
And can Vidit Gujarati stop a seemingly unstoppable Magnus Carlsen? He's at an insane 7-7 score in the Pro Chess League so far, playing against Vidit. And of course, this is a super huge matchup for the Indian Yogis. Vidit is going to try to look for that half a point, which would mean so much for him with the black pieces for the team. And we've got the players who are ready and set to go to start the round. This is the final round, Robert. I want to ask chat and I want to ask you, what are your predictions? Are we going to see a playoff today?
Well, we love playoffs as commentators. Now, you want my honest take here. I think that the Chessbrahs are going to escape this round with a narrow win. I just feel like with white pieces on the top 2 boards, Razvan Priotu gets black on board 3. I feel like that's actually the lineup that they want. Is they want to have the white with their strongest 2 and then hope that their bottom 2 boards can hold with black. But if any team can get it done, I really do believe in the Yogis. I know I just said the Chessbrahs should be able to escape with that narrow win, but the Yogis, they just proved in that previous round, 3-1 score. They lost to Magnus and the other boards won. So maybe that's the recipe for success is Magnus will get his points, give him his roses, but take down those other boards.
They need to give everything they've got in this match, the Yogis, to have a chance against the Chessbrahs. Now, you mentioned the smallest of margins for the Chessbrahs team, but they don't even need that. A level round, a 2-2 score would actually mean Chessbrahs get to 8.5 and take the match win. So if this round ends in a draw, that is not good enough for the Indian Yogis. The Indian Yogis have to win with a minimum margin of 2.5 to force a playoff. And I really want to hear from our chat their thoughts on whether they believe that the Yogis are capable of it. I am so impressed. I'm so impressed with the comeback already, but the work is half done. Yes, and I see our feature chat there. Well, getting the Magnus hair would be the dream.
Yes, it would be the dream. Also, Magnus' chess skills, I would love that as well. I'm not sure which I would like more, but either one suffices. But Magnus Carlsen, he gets the white pieces. He's wearing that white hoodie with the black pieces on it. It's a Botez Live hoodie. Shout out to the Botez sisters, always creating great content. But Magnus, he has been, I think, better in week 2 than he was in week 1. And that is scary news for the rest of the Pro Chess League. Be on high alert that if Magnus Carlsen's form is improving throughout the season and he's already 7 out of 7, yikes.
Super yikes. Magnus level chess, it just feels like it's harder to get to. And there we see we've got the two players on the screen. Magnus level here might still be achievable. Vidit there completely focused. His task is cut up. He needs to stop Magnus on his tracks. It hasn't been done before. And this is mind game. This is the inner game by Magnus Carlsen. He chooses 1b3 against the India number 2 player.
And Vidit Gujrati has a lot of experience playing as B3, not just because the beast Adiban Bhaskaran, he plays B3 himself, but he's played against Hikaru many times. I remember in the Rapid Chess Championship, there was some series between Vidit and Hikaru where Hikaru did play B3. Vidit actually had the upper hand in a great position. So this is principal stuff. You put your pawns in the center against flank play. The fianchetto is strong, making sure that the third pawn doesn't reach. But so far, it's early stages. Will Magnus play f4 and then the knight out to f3, kind of like a Sicilian, but on the other side, right? Instead of e4 and c5 or e5 and c4, it's kind of f4 and d5. It's a funny version, more like an English. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and we see a lot of pawn moves by Black. Now, we're all taught to take out the pieces. Vidit needs to start doing that soon. He first takes control of the b5 square so that the bishop can't land there, targeting this knight when it comes out on c6. Not just that, eventually Black's middle game plan is to expand on the queen side to try and create play there. So it does support the move b5 as well. And we finally see Magnus taking the decision to first develop his knight, so no f4 there. And it just looks like it's going to be a slow game, Robert. One where that we're going to see few trades and a long grind here.
Yes, and Magnus Carlsen has a big choice right now. Does he simply develop his light square bishop? Does he play the move d4 as is typical to strike in the center and get some space for himself? But Vidit is playing confidently thus far, and he has a big lead on the clock. So Magnus, even though he's the one who chose an offbeat opening, he's the one spending time as well, and he does go for d4. And look at how quickly Vidit replies with knight f6, perhaps a temporary pawn sacrifice.
A temporary pawn sacrifice because we have to anyway develop that bishop on the king side. So what Vidit wants is if Magnus gets greedy, he will simply advance the pawn in front of the king. One step, go e6, open up that bishop. And now notice how that c5 pawn cannot be defended. And it's actually a beautiful way to develop the king side bishop to the appropriate square by recapturing the pawn.
And by the way, 84% of the chat picked the Chessbrahs to win this match. You asked the question, the chat has answered. It's not very surprising because, well, the Chessbrahs have a lead. I don't think it's like a bias thing even. It's just the fact that with a 1-point match lead and Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, I get it. And b4 has just been played, kicking this bishop out. c4, likely next. Knight d2, just trying to go after this square. Maybe just early stages here. Neither side with a huge plus, just kind of calm territory. But Magnus can almost pre-move c4.
It feels like a reverse Queen's Gambit accepted somehow, these structures that we've got on the board. So definitely ideas of trying to create an isolated Queen's pawn with the move c4 that you're pointing out. You want to try and trade a little bit on d5 and get Black's pawn to come on d5. First, Magnus continues to develop. The knight from here can be headed to b3 and then control the center, also eyeing the c5 square. I do expect he goes for c4. You were looking at this idea earlier, Robert. It's on the board, and I was going to say I do expect c4 at some point.
He wants to take with his knight. Why not? Take control over more squares on the board. Does Magnus want a queen trade? That remains to be seen because a lot of people think queens are off the board playing for a draw. Not Magnus Carlsen. He wins the most unwinnable endgames. But Vidit off to a good start. And speaking of starts, other games have begun. We have 3 games and now 4 in progress. The fourth board in the bottom right, Jennifer Yu and Vaishali, it is a Petrov. So we'll see how that one continues. In the top right, Raunak Sedwani with Magnus and Raunak have and Aryan have the white pieces, so we will get that fixed. The Chessbrahs have white on boards 1 and 2, and then black on 3 and 4. But let's just dive right into the board 2 game between Aryan and Raunak, just because that one is looking quite interesting. And as we tune in, Aryan played a 4-night scotch. So all kids in the US, at least historically, have been taught that opening. What do you think about that opening in this game, Tanya?
Usually, I'm happy to play against the 4 knight Scotch, but that said, of course, it is still a middle game, everything to play for that develops really slowly. I like facing the 4 knights with the black pieces. I feel like it gives all these dynamics where the bishops are out, the control over the b file, you get the central break with d5, and usually a happy camper with black. Of course, Aryan's got his own plans. Currently, he attacks that bishop on g4. Looking at the board that we have right now, I think Ronak can be happy with the opening outcome. It looks like he's achieved everything that Black wants against the 4 knights opening. You've got the d5 break, you've got that rook on b8, the bishops are developed. I'm kind of liking Black's position. It all hangs on whether White can get a strong e5 in at some point, gaining space, hitting that knight, opening that bishop on d3, and how dangerous is this move?
Yeah, because if Black says no e5 for you and takes here, we see double isolated c pawns and an isolated a pawn. So you typically do not want to take on the e4 square. Maybe it's acceptable. Maybe there's a concrete reason why Black is doing okay. But I think for the long term, it's not just about the initial evaluation, the initial assessment. Neither player knows that. But even if it says, okay, slightly better for White, for the long term, it's just an ugly endgame in the making for Black.
And he falls back with the bishop to h5. And you were talking about the drawbacks of trading on e4, but now the big question hangs, how dangerous is the move e5? Because that's really White's main idea. And after e5, you hit the knight. The knight can fall back to d7, attacking the pawn on e5. But then, as you're pointing out, it is a pawn march down on the king side. It becomes a game that's played on both flanks. Black has to watch out for threats of g4, f5 coming in at all points, and the position can be very dangerous. Will Aryantari decide to go for this attack? Will he make the move e5, or will he decide to keep the tension in the center?
He answers your question, so I didn't have to. He plays e5, and when you say A, you have to say B. f4 is mandatory right now, otherwise your e5 pawn's in trouble. And Black should not be playing f6. This is just would be a terrible mistake. After f6, the white pawn does not capture. It goes forward with f5 to follow. Now you have a healthy, protected passed pawn on the 6th rank. So instead of f6, we're likely to see a move like knight c5 potentially. And the bad news for White is the queen is over here on c1, because if you want to play g4, already this queen is going to venture into enemy territory and cause the white king some problems. So this queen would rather be on a square like even like h2, just to help out the kingside pawn pushes. But it is on c1, defending this b2 pawn, defending the bishop. But that allows Black a little bit of time to stay in this game. So Tanya, I think that we'll see how Rauna continues here. All 4 boards are equally important. So let's go to our bird's eye view, because my eyes were drawn to the game not between Magnus Carlsen and Vidit Gujrathi, not between Aryantari and Rauna, where we just left, not even to board 3, Aronyak Ghosh and Razvan Priotu. There's a pawn on h4 and a knight on g5 in the bottom right. So Vaishali, she has the white pieces in that game. She kind of needs to win for the Indian Yogis to have a chance, and she is going forward with her pieces in this game. Tanya, what do you make of the setup for White and Vaishali's lead on the clock? And maybe the first time I've ever said that.
And a lead by quite a margin. That's almost 2 minutes ahead on the clock. I'll tell you one thing about Vaishali. If she gets a chance to play h4, she's going to do it. She loves that h pawn marching down the board. She's an extremely aggressive player who loves complications, direct lines, forcing ideas, and that's what we see. She plays for the initiative. She is going for Jennifer Yu's king, making her intentions very clear. That said, Black has her own trumps in the position. Jennifer can look at advancing in the center, moves like d5, trying to break open with d4 eventually. You want to create your own play on the queen side. This is a race towards each other's king. White will play on the king side. Jennifer, you will target Vaishali's king on the queen side, and it's going to be who gets there faster. Vaishali is looking at that h5 move as soon as she can get it in, and d5 on the board here. First, she needs to answer the question, how is she taking care of the center position? Ideas like h6, kicking that knight, taking the e4 square. Vaishali playing quickly and playing good, plays f3, not only hits the bishop on g4, but controls Black's knight from jumping into e4.
And Black goes back to d7, because if Jennifer had gone to a square like h5, that invites g4 with tempo and h5 to follow. So the bishop slides back to d7. White can play g4, but to what end? Where is the attack coming from? This knight on g5, while it looks imposing, it actually blocks a lot of White's progress. So it's one of these positions where you both enjoy the knight's placement and want to kick it out and put your own pawn to get rid of this knight on f6. So uh, what other moves come to mind? I'm trying to figure out plans. I think g4 is kind of automatic, but as you're saying, Black can start a queenside pressure of her own, and it's not just a one-side affair. Though the queen on d8 is tied down for the time being.
Mm.
This bishop on e7. That's the one bit of annoying news for Black.
Also, it would be so nice for white to play h5 immediately and start threatening h6, but then you have to calculate tactics which arise after black responding h5 with a move like h6, and then Vaishali will have to drop back with the knight. The only square notice how that is at the edge of the board h3, and Jennifer, you will capture that h5 pawn, win that pawn. I'm not sure where the tactics lead. It still looks like a dangerous position, but currently Vaishali is trying to think if she can make h5 work, because very often you sacrifice a pawn on the king side to open up lines. There was a time, Robert, when there was this general concept: when in doubt, play h3. It's a quiet little move, always helpful. And that has been destroyed by modern chess. Now, when in doubt, go h4, h5, h6, and that's the dream.
No, it's a really good point because if you read old chess books, which I didn't do, but you often see they put the pawn h3 just for prophylactic reasons, just to keep everything safe and sound. But no, this is attacking chess. And Vaishali, she went forward, she played quickly. Now she's thinking, and that's not the greatest sign for her. She still has a slight lead on the clock. One thing I wanted to point out is this d5. Okay, I couldn't even finish my thought. She plays it, but I was saying this d5 pawn doesn't have a pawn defending it. So bishop e5, simple chess, threatens to remove the guard. And if this bishop comes out to c6, maybe this bishop is too far on the queen side, not helping defend key central squares. This bishop slides up to d3, puts full pressure on h7. Bishop takes f6, removes the guard of not just d5, but the h7 square as well. Tanya, I'm actually kind of feeling this for Vaishali. She's playing very well thus far.
Really nice move there, getting rid of a key defender in black's position, that knight on f6, which holds not only the king side but the center together. For Jennifer, I think it's very important to push back this knight on g5. It's a committal move though. A move like h6 forces the knight back to h3, but then you create a hook on the king side. White can start targeting it by marching not with the h pawn now, but with the g pawn down the board. So that is a difficult decision to make, but I don't believe that Jennifer can let that knight on g5 survive, especially with the bishop coming to d3 and targeting that pawn on h7. This middle game is going to be wild, even though it started as a Petrov. The Petrov is an opening that's known for a solid, strategic middle game. Not in this one.
Not in this one at all. So let's zoom out. While Jennifer Yu is on the clock, she's about 5 minutes remaining. Magnus Carlsen taking on Vidit Gujrathi. And I think this is, pretty much as good of a position as you could expect in the top left for Vidit, because we see both sides having 4 minor pieces, a queen, a rook, and 6 pawns. So Magnus, he's going to try to work this position, get some kind of advantage where one doesn't seem to exist. So let's dive into that game where Magnus is trying to make things happen. In his last move, you see rook d1 to c1 after Black just put a rook on d8. So Tanya, it's clear that Magnus wants to keep more pieces on the board. He may be lining up some kind of queen c2, a battery with bishop takes f6 on tap, and maybe it's just because White's bishops are better than their black counterparts.
That's the key point in this position. And at first sight, it looks so symmetrical with the pawn structure, the minor pieces. It looks like it should be an equal middle game, but actually, it is way deeper than that and way more complicated. And the fact that Vidit has made the move king to f8, it just expresses that. That's just how difficult it is with black to find good moves in this position. White has a clear idea to penetrate with that queen to that h7 square. Queen c2, and it just looks like White's the one setting up the battery before black does. The idea of not trading rooks will eventually help White in creating more chances along the c file as well. Queen c2 comes to mind right now, again with the idea of going maybe knight e4. You don't want to really trade off this bishop on b2 for the knight unless you get something immediately, but I'm happy to trade off one of the kingside knights for your key defenders. Knight e4, queen jumping in. It is not as poison free as it looks for Vidit right now.
You're right that if this queen can line up and get to h7, this could be devastating for the Black King. But I really have to commend Vidit's last move, King to F8. It's understanding what is about to happen and let me put my king towards the center because it's actually safer there than if this queen could line up with the bishop and go for a check. Because anytime this bishop captures, the queen captures back, Black is happy to have the two bishops advantage in the resulting position. So Magnus needs to come up with a move. It's actually not so easy. Both sides don't have too much time. It's becoming a blitz game. I like white because the bishops are staring into longer diagonals, whereas the bishop on e8 staring into its own knight and pawn, the bishop on b6 staring into the enemy pawn, which is safe and sound. So I just think a slight advantage for Magnus. Maybe he will start with knight e4 to develop his bishop to e4, get this knight out of here, open up some files for his pieces. It's one of these like give and take positions.
And we've been talking about all these plans that exist for Magnus that can create a lot of troubles for Black. But what Vidit also wants to try and do is get an a5 break in at the right time. You were pointing out the move knight e4. Magnus went for your idea, Robert. Nicely called on that. And Vidit says, I don't want to trade because that allows your centralized bishop to create more issues. Comes in with a knight, and look at this. Magnus just insisting on a knight trade. Are you pointing at a repetition here with the knight falling back?
I don't think Magnus is going to repeat because if we just look where that knight came from, the knight came from g3 and then over to the queen side. So knight f6 I think is the best move, but I don't think Magnus has to go knight e4 back. He can think about moves like queen c2, which we mentioned before, with the knight just being over on the queen side. I just feel like Vidit is playing this perfectly. Really good defense from him, and the Yogis need this. So while Magnus decides whether or not to repeat, I do think we should go back to our bird's eye view. Every single match is of equal importance in the Pro Chess League. So if we look across the other boards, in the top right, Raunak Sadhwani with Black, he's getting very active with his queen. In the bottom left, Aronia Ghosh against Razvan Priotu. That's just a complicated queenless position where both sides have both rooks remaining. And whoa, okay, let's dive right in because I saw the last move played by Razvan Priotu was pawn to b5. And if you look at it, it's white with a spatial advantage. And then b5 gives white some kind of actual edge. The eval is going up. And what happens if Aronik just takes this pawn on b5, Tanya?
Yeah, you can take the pawn on b5. Not just that pawn, Robert. You can also take the pawn on c5. Once Black recaptures with the rook, then you take the pawn on c5, forcing a rook trade, and it looks like you just end up with an extra pawn on c5. I'm slightly surprised with Priotu's decision to break with b5, and this is Aroniak's chance to take the edge in this game, which would be a huge deal for the Indian Yogis if he's able to play this one with the white pieces for 2 results.
Yeah, I mean, he can just take this pawn, the rook takes back, then you take on c5. White is going up a pawn here, I think, by force. And this is what strong players often do. So I'm going to say, first of all, Black's winning a pawn, losing a pawn, excuse me. But Priotu is saying, I don't want to defend passively. If instead of playing b5, there aren't really clear moves to make, at least not ones that look useful, while at some point, White is going to try to double rooks on the b file in due course. So we saw b5 and then c4 played, but this just hands White a very impressive pass pawn that it's going up to b7, where it can be protected by this bishop. A pawn takes, simple trade of pieces. Black's pawn structure is healthier, but White is up a pawn.
That is not a pawn. That is a star in White's position. I mean, coupled with that bishop on g2, getting to b7, Black has got no way to put the rook on a8. That bishop on g2, an absolute monster, which makes me think maybe Black has to think about stopping and blocking that diagonal with a move like d5. You can't allow the bishop to keep spitting fire down the board. The b7 pawn with the knight jumping into b6, knight jumping into d7 is a clear idea, a clear winning plan that White has. And Razvan in huge trouble here. He's not only down a pawn, he's down a massive pawn on b6.
Yeah, and b5, bishop b4, bring more firepower towards the queen's side. Rook f to c1, up to c7. All trades will favor White with this pass pawn. That was, I think, just a surprising decision by Razvan. He was feeling uncomfortable, and I was trying to say that strong players often give up material for activity. This was the wrong decision in this game. This could be huge for the Yogis. So, Tanya, I mean, we got to go back to the bird's eye view. Did you see what's happening?
Exactly. I was just keeping an eye out for that. I mean, take a look at that top left board. Magnus's queen has arrived towards Vidit's king there. We've got a queen on h8. This looks super dangerous. Imagine if that bishop from b1 gave a check on g6. That's game over. Knight h4, bishop g6 would be completely done for. The Evalbar says that white's attack is going to mark the end for Vidit, but I don't see a clear way currently, because after knight h4, you still have knight to e7, and that's why he's vacated that square so that the black knight can come to defend the king.
Okay, but the evaluation bar went all the way through the roof, so I have to look at tactics here. Where are they? I think because of the evaluation bar, I didn't see it myself, bishop g6 check is actually the best move. And after king takes g6, I'll just show that quickly. You take, the queen comes to g8, and the king is lacking escape square. So somehow, knight h4 check is next, and there will likely be a mate. But Magnus, and that was a ridiculous thing to find. He plays e4. He still keeps a huge advantage, right? The bar is still sky high in his favor. The knight moves. Where is it going to move to? To f4, perhaps? But this king is still in danger.
I mean, bishop g6, what a move, Robert, but impossible to play. And that also when you're playing in about a minute, just hanging that bishop. But a great concept there, you pointed out. e4 hits that knight. Knight f4 is an option, but as you're pointing out, it doesn't solve black's problems. What black really wants to do is try and drive that queen away. Bishop to d7, try and kick that queen out at some point. And Magnus, meanwhile, has got a couple of moves to build the attack. I'm trying to think how he can improve the position, because it looks like he's done everything right. Ideas of bishop f6 are screaming for me. I don't think they work right now. But the point is that after g takes f6, queen h7 would have been a check. Magnus plays queen h7 first, and the Evalbar does not like this move.
It says equal. I think you were right. And look, Magnus is now worse. He made 2 inaccuracies in a row. He's going for the g7 pawn. But after pawn takes, bishop takes e5. He's hitting this knight and g7, but can this knight simply retreat back to h5 here? Did Magnus completely miss that? Oh, he did. Look at him shaking his head. He missed the simple retreat of the knight, protecting g7. Vidit Gujrathi might steal this game.
And look at Vidit. He knows it. He knows he's got the defense up, but he's down to 11 seconds on the clock, Robert. And that is a tough task with just 11 seconds. There's still danger on his king, but Vidit Gujrathi is on the brink of winning against Magnus here.
But time trouble will play a part here. This king is still not fully safe. Knight f6. There might be bishop takes an e5 check. So the king may have the king may have to march into the center of the board. That looks very scary. What is it going on to e5 check? He goes g5 first.
Okay, this is blowing up. He doesn't go e5. Black could have fallen back with the king. He gives a check first. You can still go king f7. Everything is safe. White doesn't have enough pieces right now. But where are you hiding? King f8, queen h8. He wants to block it with a knight. If the bishop sticks in to put more pressure on the pinned knight, the queen can slide up and defend. Magnus Carlsen is busted right now.
He is busted. The queen comes to f3, threatening queen d1 check and defending the king on the f-file, which means that what can white even do here? The bishop has no squares. The bishop has no... He can go up to c2, but that doesn't look right. Oh, no. Queen trade, down a piece. This is just going to be a win for Vidit Gujrathi, who forces the queens off and now is in a completely, easily winning minor piece endgame, where he's up one.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable stuff. And with... the Indian Yogis have already leveled the score here with their win. They've got 6.5 to 6.5, and now it is Magnus's team. The Chessbrahs that need to be careful. Magnus is down an entire piece. This is just completely lost, and Vidit needs to just show a little bit of control on his nerves. He's super good at that, Robert. I'm in shock at the turnaround that we're seeing. And what was it, 82% saying that we're not going to see a playoff?
84% said the Chessbrahs would win, but now it's looking like the Yogis are going to win. Raunak Sadhwani wins with black against Ariantari. Vidit Gujrathi about to win with black against Magnus Carlsen. This is resign time. It's easy now, and there is a resignation. We need to go back to that moment very quickly in this game before we head to the other ones. That Magnus Carlsen, Tanya, we saw the Evalbar up and away, that in this moment here, bishop takes f6 was in fact the winning move. If you take with the pawn, queen h7 skewers the queen on b7. So if you take with the king on f6, then the white queen goes to f8 with check. This king, if it goes over here, up comes the pawn to e5. And if you block with a piece, a queen to f7, there still is e5 check. And where is your king going? The answer is nowhere. You have to take with the knight, and this rook on c8 is hanging at the end of the line. Not easy to see with under a minute on your clock, so we can forgive Magnus Carlsen. but there were all sorts of tactics surrounding this
Wow.
Black King. But let's tune out from this one just because the other games are getting crazy. Look in the bottom right where Vaishali and Jennifer Yu down to her final seconds. There's a bishop on G7. The Eva bar changes in the Yogis' favor.
And Robert, if Vaishali wins this, there's no tiebreak. The Yogis take the match. They need one game point to actually win the whole match. And what a turnaround that was in the Magnus Vidit game. It is unbelievable what we're seeing. Bishop G7 is a huge sacrifice. If you take with the king, the queen jumps onto D4, gives a check, marches down to H4 as well. It's just unbelievable stuff happening. The bishop retreats right now. I actually thought it was Black's move there. Wow.
No, the white moved. The white bishop moved, excuse me. Now the bishop slides to G6. Good defense by Jennifer Yu right now. But F4 with F5 looks like a crusher. And Jennifer down to her final 3 seconds. She has to make a move.
Oh
She brings
my
the bishop
God.
to E4. Take it. Sack. Queen
Take it
H2.
and slide. Oh, unbelievable. Robert, I don't know what to say. And it's on the board. Vaishali doesn't miss this tactic. The queen will line up with the rook on the H file and give a mate on that H8 square. This is over. And that 84% did get it right. If Vaishali wins this, no playoffs, but it will be the Indian Yogis who take this match. It is checkmate on the next move.
This is an unbelievable comeback. They were down by 3 points. It looked like they were about to just lose in 3 rounds. They, in fact, win. This is one of the most epic comebacks in Pro Chess League history. You see that game finish, and we have 1 game remaining, and the Indian Yogis may win that one too. Let's get more victories for the Yogis. This king on F8, Razvan Prioch's king, in trouble. We saw him give up the pawn. That still remains a passer. This is ridiculous. The Yogis are so powerful.
Wow. So the match score currently, it doesn't even matter, Robert, because take a look at this. It doesn't matter what happens in this game. Indian Yogis are the winner of this match, and the way the day started, no one could have predicted this end.
Rookie 1 should lead to a checkmate here. It, in fact, I believe leads to
Is
Bishop
that
D7.
4-0? Is that 4-0 for the Indian Yogis?
It's 4-0. Oh, it missed a checkmate in 2 moves or maybe 3 moves there. But still, this king is being hunted. This is going to be a 4-0 round for the Yogis. I cannot believe it. They were down, I believe, 6.5 to 2.5 before they scored those 3 wins in a row in that 3rd round of action. And Vidit Gujrathi scores a stunning win over Magnus Carlsen. Raunak Sidwani, we didn't even see his game. He won with the black pieces against Ariantari. And very early on, it looked like this one was going the Yogis' way. All 4 boards clicked at the right moment, Tanya. That's what you need in team events.
I am absolutely stunned here. And look at that. White picks up the other rook. And with that pin, you win the game. And that is it. 4-0 to the Indian Yogis. And they take the match against the Canada Chessbrahs team. What a turnaround. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before, Robert. This is truly a monumental moment in chess history.
All we see is zeros on the left side and ones on the right. Vidit Gujrathi takes down Magnus Carlsen with black. Raunak Sidwani takes down Ariantari with black. And the bottom 2 boards, they were too much for the Chessbrahs. The Indian Yogis were led there by Aronyak Ghosh and Vaishali. They both won their game. Tanya, what an epic comeback by the Yogis. That is incredible.
That is truly a comeback of all comebacks that we've ever seen. I mean, a 4-0 win, we were talking about potential playoffs and tiebreaks and what the Yogis need to do. And few believed that it was even possible. A 4-0 win, taking down Magnus Carlsen when Magnus is on 7 out of 7, when he's just been playing this other world chess, with it showing up for his team. Not just him, Raunak Sadhwani, who had a tough day so far, winning that critical game against Aryan. This has been a result that I really did not expect. Best case scenario for the Indian Yogis was to take it to playoffs, but they wrap it up in round 4 in style with a 4-0 victory. Unreal stuff there, Robert. Out of words.
Wow. And it was 5.5, 2.5 after 2 rounds in favor of the Chessbrahs. And that means that they were outscored. The Chessbrahs were outscored by a 7-1 margin over the last 8 games. And I believe it was 7 wins in a row because the Chessbrahs won that game in round 3 first. So look at this, 9.5, 6.5, a balanced performance. 3 points for Vidit Gujrathi, 2 points for Raunak Sidwani. Aronyak Ghosh saying, sorry, you were talking about the Chessbrahs board 3? Look at me. I'm scoring 2.5 points, a plus score for Aronyak Ghosh for the Indian Yogis. And Vaishali, for the second week in a row, has an even score on board 4. If she is going to be punching above her weight like this, that means the Yogis may be the team to beat. I'm stunned. I really can't believe it, Tanya. But the Indian Yogis, they are the winners of this week's matchup against the Canada Chessbrahs.
Wow, Robert, amazing stuff then. Vaishali, as you're pointing out, punching when it matters. And of course, Priotu as well. He won the first 2 games today, but eventually going down in 2 games. This is what I love about Pro Chess League. It's not only competitive chess at the highest level, but so unpredictable. Every game counts. It's not over till it's over, and that's what this match showed us.
And today is not over just because this match is over. We still get one more match. The second half of our doubleheader will be the Brazil Capybaras taking on the Charlotte Cobras. The Cobras are led by Daniel Naroditsky. You will get to see Danya in action. That starts very shortly. So we have to take a break, get the players set, and then reset for that matchup. But before we do, we just want to give a shout out to an upcoming event. It is a special event. It will be the Chess Kid Bullet Championship. Chess Kid is hosting the second Chess Kid Bullet Championship on February 25th. The tournament is open to players worldwide and is completely free to play in. Top players receive Chess Kid Gold memberships and gift cards to the Chess Kid store. Funmaster Mike will be covering all the action at twitch.tv/chesskid and chess.com/TV. If you or someone you know has what it takes, make sure to join the official Chess Kid Club over at chesskid.com. Use the command BulletChamps in chat for more. Tanya and I will head towards a short break. When we return, the Pro Chess League continues. It will be the Brazil Capybaras against the Charlotte Cobras. You just watched the Indian Yogis storm back against the Canada Chessbrahs. We will be right back in just a few. Do not go anywhere. second match of a doubleheader in the Pro Chess League. We have the Charlotte Cobras taking on the Brazil Capybaras. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, once again, is International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, can you believe, now that we've had a few minutes, what just happened earlier today between the Indian Yogis and the Canada Chessbrahs?
Robert, it's still sinking in. I mean, just about an hour back, if someone would have said this is how it'll end, we'd probably be like, are you absolutely out of your mind? Impossible. The Chessbrahs were leading after round two with 5.5 to 2.5. And we were talking about whether it will even go to round four. And then we saw this massive comeback by the Indian Yogis in round four, taking it with 4-0. Each and every player got out the best in them. And they were there. They showed up for the team and took that match in round four. We were thinking best case scenario would be a playoff. Would that happen? Many believed it wouldn't, and it didn't. But who would have said that the winners would be Indian Yogis? I am still in shock. And this is what I love about sports, about chess, that it's truly not over till it's over. And that's what the Indian Yogis showed today. Just a fantastic performance by each of the players in that final round.
It's a match to remember. It will be hard to forget. And it impacts the standings because 3 match victories leads a team to the playoffs. And right now, there's only one team in the entire Pro Chess League with 2 match victories, one away from securing themselves a playoff spot, and that would be the Indian Yogis. They beat the Canada Chessbrahs, who now dropped to 1-1. Will have to win 2 more matches of their own. But the Yogis, they seem like they will lock up a playoff spot, and they may be the team to beat in the entire Pro Chess League.
And I think it just comes down to their lineup and their ambitious young players as well. But today's team taking down Canada Chessbrahs, just something that is, with Magnus's form being 7 out of 7 going into that last round with Vidit, with Priotu's form, just the way they wrapped up their match against the Cobras, how confident they looked, how they started today. And I think this is also a huge, huge confidence boost for the youngsters on that Indian Yogis team. And Robert, as you said it, that's the team that all the others have to look at beating to get that top spot. Right now, one win away to booking their spot into the playoffs.
And the teams that we are about to see, they still need 3 match victories overall. They lost their first week. The Brazil Capybaras take on the Charlotte Cobras. And before we dive into that match, which team are you most surprised that lost in week 1?
I mean, it's got to be the St. Louis Archbishops, right? They have won the Pro Chess League not once, not twice, but 3 times. And what a demonstration of power it was by the Shanghai Tigers in week 1 against them. It was a crushing victory. It wasn't even just about winning the match, but the style in which they did it. For me, that is the surprise of week 1, finding the reigning champions of the Pro Chess League down in the bottom of the table.
And you mentioned the St. Louis Archbishops because they have a top-heavy lineup. They had Leonard Dominguez in week 1, but usually they have Fabiano Caruana. And one team that usually is very balanced is the Brazil Capybaras, but they have a special surprise to the league because they had an amazing free agent signee. So the Brazil Capybaras, they show up today with that man on screen in front of you, Vladislav Artemiev, 2,700 plus player in classical chess, 2,800 in FIDE Blitz rating, an absolute monster on chess.com. He is now the board 1 for the Brazil Capybaras, Tanya.
Oh, he's also a multiple-time medal winner for his Olympia team. He's won the European Championship. He was briefly back in 2019 when he was barely 21 years old, I think, Robert, in the world top 10. And currently as well, one of the players who's touted to get back into that world top 10 situation. He is known for his, not only just his fearless play, but his immense positional understanding coupled with his ability to spot tactics and create sharp positions out of nothing. And this has been a sign-up that could really change the destiny of the Capybaras. They had such a tough run in week 1. They lost that matchup to the Indian Yogis in just 3 rounds. And desperate times call for desperate measures. And this is them signing up Artemiev. Will he deliver? Will he be the star player? He really needs to do that for the Brazil Capybaras to stand up in the standings.
I was surprised that he was not on the roster, but now he is in. He is board one for the Capybaras, and board one for Charlotte is a good friend of his. We see on board one Grigory Oparin for the Cobras. They're around the same age, both from Russia. Board two for the Cobras is Daniel Naroditsky. He needs no introduction. He's usually commentating alongside us, but today he will put on his playing cap. He will take on the likes of Sandro Moreko, Jose Martinez, better known as Jospim, and Julia Alboredo. Board four for the Brazil Capybaras. Board four for the Cobras is Gabriela Antova. So very strong board fours to both sides, and Grandmasters on board three. So from top to bottom, Tanya, these lineups are stellar.
100%, but it's very important for the Capybaras to not just focus on board one. It has to be a contribution, a team contribution. That is what makes the PCL, the Pro Chess League, so unique. Every player has to do their job. And we saw that with the Chessbrahs today. Magnus Carlsen was not enough to get that team win. Vladislav Artemiev, a star player, definitely, and he will look at scoring big, but Jose Martinez, Alvarado, as well as Mareko, need to make sure that they get their game up. The one thing that Jose Martinez has to do, Robert, is not repeat what he did in week one. That game against Vidit Gujarati, where he was winning, he took an early draw, which Vidit offered. Mind games there by Vidit, and that is something that will not get you the win. So Jose Martinez needs to learn from that big mistake.
And he is always learning, and well, everybody should have learned by now what the format of the Pro Chess League is. You just saw a match earlier today, but if you're new here, welcome. Everyone plays everyone on the opposing team. The time control is 10-minute plus 2-second increment rapid. It's up to 4 rounds. Why up to 4 rounds? Because the first team to reach 8.5 points wins the match. Last week, the Indian Yogis were the only team to win in 3 against the Brazil Capybaras. If it is tied 8-8, we will see a repeat of the round 4 pairings with the colors reversed. But round 1 pairings, that's what our focus will be on right now. We know that Vladislav Artemiev, he is the big addition to the Capybaras. He gets the black pieces in game 1 against Gabriela Antova from the Charlotte Cobras. But as we like to do, Tanya, we look down at the middle boards all the way through to the bottom. It's not just about Artemiev and Oparin, but look at those middle boards. It's Grandmaster versus Grandmaster on boards 2 and 3.
Wow, and it looks so even in these matchups on board 2 and 3 especially. So it's really going to be about whether the favorites, the heavy favorites on board 1 and board 4 are able to score for their team, or can the underdogs just steal that very crucial half point. Robert, we're almost ready to go. We've got the 2 players on our screens, and we start with the Queen's Pawn opening by Gabriela Antova.
Yes, and Gabriel plays d4, Artemiev. He plays knight f6, so we are just getting set here in the first game of this match. Now, nerves must be there for Gabriela. She's playing someone about 400 rating points above her. She's a very strong player in her own right, but in a team event, that's where the pressure really builds. You want to get that half point. You want to take some pressure off of your teammates. And here she's already thinking on her third move. Will she play a London system with bishop f4? Will she just play the normal stuff? C4 is played by her, so why not? I think that the game will be determined not just in the first 5 moves, but in what opening choice she plays, how comfortable she is, and so far, just normal stuff.
You say normal stuff just as soon as Artemiev makes the small move 8-6, which can be so disconcerting for a lot of players, because 8-6 is very important in certain structures for black, but it also doesn't commit where the black bishop is developing to. We see Queen's Gambit decline with bishop coming to e7. We see Ragozin with bishop coming to b4. But 8-6 can be a move that throws you off. And we see Antova slowing down there. It stops the move bishop from c1 to g5. Controls that square, so really takes away that development point. And now black has the flexibility where you want to place that bishop. Does it come to e7? Do you go c5? Does it come to b4? And Antova needs to make sure she doesn't burn the clock too much at this moment, Robert, because the critical moments will come later on, and you need the time for that. She decides to liquidate the center. She decides to fix the center and now takes out her bishop. And this is very important because you want to push that king's pawn 1 step ahead to open that bishop on f1. But what you want is your own dark squared bishop to be ahead of the pawn rather than behind it.
That's right. So development is good for white right now. At some point, black could consider the move knight h5, especially if white puts the pawn e3. It's like a London system. You need space for your bishop to retreat. You don't have it. So I expect a move like c6. It's always available and played just to create a pawn chain here. So this is a reasonable start from both sides. They're just getting their feet wet in early stages of the second match, and both teams need a victory because if you win 3 matches as a team, you make the playoffs. If you lose 3, you're eliminated. This is an elimination Swiss. So while these two players sit and think, let's go to our bird's eye view. We have 2 other games underway in progress, and we see in the top right, Brandon Jacobson takes on Sandro Mareko, so Grandmaster versus Grandmaster, and then board 3 for the Capybaras, Jose Martinez, better known as Jospim, he takes on Daniel Naroditsky, one of the best content creators out there, an amazing commentator who you and I work with frequently, and that one is early stages, but a weird start to that game. So maybe we'll just go to Danya's game quickly, and it's going to be do as Danya says, not as he does moment, because as we look at the first 3 moves, we'll just go back. It was e4, d6, and d4, knight c6, and once the pawn pushed d5, knight back to b8. Tanya, not something we really recommend.
Robert, you mentioned one of the biggest content creators and known and loved for that. And I'm just wondering, is he playing for content here? Because you do not play like that with the black pieces. He comes forward with the knight, falls back, giving white a huge lead in development. But it looks like Daniel is confident about his position and his opening approach. Definitely intended to throw off his opponent, to take him off the driven path already into unknown territory. Has he managed to do that already? I know he wants to develop that bishop to g7, bring his king to safety. But Robert, losing so many tempos in the opening can really come to haunt you.
Yes, because this knight went up to c6, back to b8, but there is tension between pawns. So that's what Danya was trying to do. He usually plays a king's gambit defense. We are seeing what looks like a king's gambit defense, except the pawn is on e5. So instead of the pawn being in the bishop's path, the bishop has open space on the diagonal. Black can also consider c5 at the right moment, but because white is ahead in development, you don't just want to push your pawns and allow white to continue development. So bishop g7 looks very natural, very strong. The king quickly castled to the king side. And now it's about what breaks does Danya want to see. Jospin playing very quickly here. Danya can make a move like b5, try to kick this knight out of here, and get the e4 pawn. So it's an adventurous opening, but I think it's actually worked out just fine.
Well, we'll find out in just a couple of moves, and it's very important for white to try to make use of this slow opening chosen by Daniel with the black piece. Especially one of the ideas that always white has is to try and trade off that bishop. So queen d2, bishop h6 could be something that white can also consider. As you're pointing out, defend that e4 pawn. And Daniel, you're good friends with him. He listens to you. He agrees with you. You guys are on the same wavelength, Robert. You called it out. He goes for the direct idea of b5, and that really is essential. After coming forward with the knight and falling back, you need to create pressure. So immediately asking questions, and perhaps white can make a move like a3 just against the threat of b4 and say, you still can't play a5 and threaten b4 because watch out for that pin along the a file. a5 is possible, but it really doesn't help black at all.
So a6, go 1 square instead of 2. Protect this pawn on b5. That means the c6 pawn can now move either up or capture without b5 being dropped. So Daniel Naroditsky, I think he might be in like a Cobras outfit. I can't quite make it out there, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Cobras put together a team uniform. And the team will have to be as unified as possible. That is actually a Charlotte Chess Center Cobras uniform. Yeah, no, that is it. If we can zoom in on Danya for a second here, we can see that is a Cobras jersey. It's a look at that.
I feel like that's Daniel's jersey. Every time I see him, he's always repping and always in this. So we can see that little Cobra logo. So amazing team spirit there. And of course, we've spoken about this, the logos, the strategizing that the teams have come up with. It's amazing. And every time in chat, I see this wave of emotes with the team logos, Robert. This is what makes it so much fun and so exciting to watch the Pro Chess League.
And Daniel trying to focus on his game while his teammates are focused on theirs. So why don't we let both of these two, they are going to have their work cut out for them. It's a tense position. We still have 3 other games in progress. In the top left, that's where we start our day. Gabriela Antova, very solid against Vladislav Artemiev. nothing major happening at the moment there, just a pair of dark sword bishops off the board. The top right, there is a lot of tension in the center with a potential hanging pawn structure between Jacobson and Sandro Moreko. And in the bottom right, Tanya, we see Julia Albaredo. She gets the white pieces against board one. Grigori Oparin. Oparin has some activity on the queen side with his knight venturing out to b4 and the rook on c8. But for that game, it's going to be a long battle. So why don't we hop into board two between Jacobson and Moreko? We haven't given that board our attention just yet. And I'm really fascinated by that battle. I mean, I'm actually feeling I'm going to learn something here because there is a maximum tension like on c5 and d5 and d4 and the double rooks on the c file over here. Whose position do you prefer?
I'm not sure. I'm just glad I'm not on either side, Robert, because look at that nightmare in the center. Pun intended. What are these knights even doing now? Just imagine if Black actually jumps with his own knight to e4. With these four knights facing each other off, you don't get to, and it's on the board. It's been played, it's on the board. Take this position in. You don't get to see this every day. Notice the black knights on f5, e4, and the white knights on e5, f4. So many tactics in the position. The center is still volatile. It's just hard to understand what is going on, and the players have just got minutes to make a decision.
And what is Sandro Moreko's background? Because I'm trying to figure that out. I see Brandon Jacobson. He's comfortable. He's a pillow behind him. But what is happening behind Sandro Moreko there? It seems like some kind of cool artwork. I don't know if he's playing from like a studio of some sort, but either way, he is going to have to make art on the chessboard if he's going to take down Brandon Jacobson, who is very tough, well-known in quicker time controls, a 25-50 plus grandmaster himself. So this matchup, Tanya, the middle boards, they're pretty level between the two sides. So if one of the sides can start winning games there, like if Brandon can take this one home with white, or if Sandro with the black pieces can spring his h-pawn forward and go for that Harry the h-pawn attack, maybe the Capybaras will have a much better week too.
Not just that, you were talking about artwork behind Sandro. I think we've already got a pretty artistic position on the board with what the points that we've been pointing out and all the subtleties. You're talking about h4 as a potential idea. White always has to also look out for a trade on e5. Bishop e5, d5, and the d pawn advancing forward. Imagine that, Robert. If bishop e5, d5, d4 comes in and the d file opens up, the kind of tactics that would exist on the board. And I think this is the reason that Brandon has decided to bring the other knight back. He says enough of the artwork, enough of the nightmare in the center. He controls the e5 square so that if Sandro decides to capture that knight, white has got the other knight to jump and take its post. You cannot allow black to break in with the center with d4.
This is just too much for my four eyes here because this e5 square ultra well defended. You can't push this pawn to f6. You would do that in some positions, but because your pawn's already in h5, the g6 pawn would be left undefended. So the knight is there to stay. I like what Brandon has done. This bishop on b7 staring into his own pawn. This bishop on g2 staring into this knight on e4. Oh my gosh, there's a lot to work out here. I think for now, we can let the players do that because if we zoom out, look at what's going on between Jospin, that's Jose Martinez, and Danya Naroditsky in the bottom left. The eval bar is not happy with the way Jose has played, and we do have a pretty critical moment coming up because with that last move, knight into d5, Tanya, this e4 pawn might just be black's for the taking, and Danya trying to work out if he can grab that pawn and run.
And that's the big question, right? What do you have in mind after knight e4? Not only does it grab a pawn, but it threatens to grab another pawn on b2. And bishop b2 would be a massive threat on the board. And Daniel, not shying away from it, captures it. And Jose Martinez, showing what he wanted, jumps in with a knight, forking the rook and the bishop. Rook moves, queen d5, forking one knight and the other knight. These are some problems for black to be solved. But I'm just wondering, does black have time to set up some tactics along the diagonal? Is bishop b7 a possibility, or is that just completely nuts?
Well, if we can bring up an analysis board and show why bishop b7, I think might just be one step too slow. The problem is after bishop b7, queen takes knight, knight d4, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop. I think the queen can slide back to the d3 square, and the bishop is defended. With the eval bar is hovering around the middle. I have no idea why. This is crazy. It's mayhem. This knight on b6 no longer defended, but the knight on d4 is loose. But this maybe just like bishop takes here, and if pawn takes,
Wow.
Queen it looks so messy, right? Like even this position where temporarily material is level. Oh, white is somehow
Oh, look at
better.
Daniel. But Robert, look at Daniel. He is definitely thinking about these tactics and this mess that you're pointing out. Look at him. He's not even looking at his screen right now.
I think Danya is trying to understand if he simply takes this knight on b6 and he gives up this rook for the two minor pieces, loses his knight here. What you said is the most important point. This pawn on b2 will be hanging. So black goes down in exchange, but gets not just a single pawn, but two pawns for it and quick activity. And Danya is under 4 minutes. You know, we were saying in the previous matchup, by Shali in time trouble, others were spending too much time. Danya can have 2 seconds left. I still trust him. He is the highest rated bullet player on chess.com. B2 is loose. Bishop F5 to go after the next pawn. That's also available. He has the upper hand here. The minor pieces with the couple pawns is more valuable than the rook.
Robert, you're calling out the action. Daniel goes for the line that you were mentioning, sacrificing in the center of the board to pick up that b2 pawn. What does that mean? The eval bar says, well done, Daniel, but on the way, he's burnt his clock, and that could be a huge deal right now. Let's just get a material count in. Currently, white is ahead and exchange, but black has got a million pawns. Well, not a million, but two pawns in exchange. So if you do the math, Robert, it's pretty equal. Two pawns and a minor piece for a rook. So it's 5-5. But it seems like it favors black because of the piece activity. Imagine once that light squared bishop comes to b7, comes to f5, two great squares for the bishop to attack the c2 pawn. The b4 pawn can always be guarded with a pawn push like a5. Meanwhile, white's rooks, they're only as strong as the amount of open files they have. And currently, they're struggling to get the activity.
No open files for these rooks. That is the key point here and why white is at a disadvantage. The bishops for black, just great, especially this dark square bishop. And as you said, the light square bishop can choose its own diagonal and choose its own adventure. So Danya Naroditsky in a great position with the black pieces against Jose Martinez. So we'll leave Jose to figure out his next move, and we'll go back to our bird's eye view because every single game, we say this every single round, is of equal importance in the Pro Chess League. Whether you win against the opponent's board 4 or their board 1, that is worth 1 point to your team. You need to reach 8.5 to win. So we looked in the top right, though that has now clarified a bit. That's actually opening up. Still not an easy position. In the bottom left, we were just looking at Danya and Jose. So where do you want to go? Which board 4, board 1 matchup should we tune into?
Wow, all the boards, the action's heating up, and I think we have to take a look at that bottom right board. I see our eval bar gives a huge advantage to Oparin. What is happening here? Why is it so bad for Julia? Because I see the position, and then I realize that, Robert, that's a material imbalance. Black has an extra exchange.
That is indeed an extra exchange and pawn for black. How did this happen? Well, let's just go over the last few moves. The rook came to c8, the queen came up, and white was doing just fine. But after this decision with rook e2, the bishop came to c4, rook d2. Eva likes what white has done. But after queen e6, this move, rook a4, that's the culprit. In one turn, the knight on b3 is under attack twice. But after knight takes c2, the knight on b3 is not under defense anymore. So you take here, and after bishop takes b3, this is a monster bishop on b3 hitting all the pieces. And, well, this is the best that Julia could do. And now she's just trying to liquidate, hope that she can have some chances here. But it's pretty straightforward stuff for black. Up a clean exchange and a pawn.
And also, white's only active piece is that queen on b6, and Oparin wants to target that queen and offer a trade, a move like queen c6. Once you can drive the queen away or trade it into an endgame. The rook will be the decisive factor. White's bishop on f3 really doesn't do much, so not giving any compensation. It looks like Julia is busted in this one, Robert, which means we should pull out the bird's eye view and take a look on the other action, because here it looks like the Cobras will be venomous. What is happening? Take a look at that top right board as well, with Sandro against Brandon. That is a position that's wide open. I see white has an extra pawn on b3, an open d line, an open c line. This is wild stuff.
Yeah, as we'll go to this board 2 versus board 3 matchup. Brendan Jacobson with the white pieces. We're liking his knights shuffling around, but now he has no knights remaining. And this knight on f5 is protecting the very important g7 square. There's no checkmate there. There's no checkmate on h8 because of the rook. Black actually has two minor pieces for a rook and a pawn, but the king on h7 doesn't feel that safe. So I see the evaluation bar off to the side. I'm not too bothered by it because if certain trades happen, let's say the queens come off, I don't think that black is better anymore. Or at least their winning chances will be hard to come by with limited material remaining. So it's a trickier position than just -2.5 or whatever the evaluation bar says. And right now, Sandro Moreko trying to figure out his current move because Tanya, there's pressure down this line. The bishop is already under attack. You don't want to walk into a pin. White does have this extra pawn over here, which may be used as a decoy. And Moreko plays queen b7, just going right after this b3 pawn while protecting the bishop.
I like that move because you not only sidestep from this horrendous D line that you were talking about with the rook and the bishops lined up, but you also put pressure on the B3 square. Now imagine the same position, Robert, and if black didn't have that pawn on E4, black would probably be completely winning. That pawn is actually white's friend because it's stopping all the activity of that long diagonal bishop. That would be the dream, but there's no way for black to actually open up this diagonal to target that white king. Meanwhile, white has set up the battery along the a1, h8 diagonal, giving him a lot of activity. The queen can jump into f6. But right now, Brandon has a big question to answer. How is he defending the b3 pawn? Because you can't really step up on the board, right? You go b4, it doesn't help. One bishop doesn't grab it, but the other bishop grabs it. Bishop to b4 jumps in. I'm actually not finding a way to defend that pawn, and neither does Brandon. So he simply sidesteps with the rook. And the idea is that if you take on b3, he will pick up that bishop on d6. Remember how you pointed out, Robert, that knight on f5 needs to keep the g7 square guarded. So that will not be a possibility. But this walks into bishop b4. And now I'm skewering your king, your queen, and the rook.
Yeah, bishop b4 wins material on the spot. So Sandro Moreko, he can do what Danya Nerditsky looks like he's doing, try to win with the black piece. He goes the wrong direction. Wait a second.
Why?
Let's go back. What was wrong with...
happened? And did you see Brandon? Brandon couldn't believe it either. Oh my God. He just shook his head in disbelief that Sandro did not play bishop b4.
He simply wins a rook for a bishop and would win the game. Instead, he goes to e5. And I understand what Sandro was doing. He was worried about the queen and the bishop. He just did not see, or maybe he didn't think that Brandon might have blundered. But rook d2 was, it was a bad position at that point for white. It was a tough position. And now Brandon's right back in this. Sandro, he's fine. Without this bishop, white has no attack. That's the good news. The bad news is with limited material, maybe after rook takes d5 and even a sacrifice on f5, it might just be one where white can hold the draw. But wow, Brandon's just playing with fire every turn.
Wow. And now, once again, he lets that light square bishop live and takes on b2. An understandable decision, also saving the b3 pawn. What Brandon is counting on is getting that pawn into the game. Now, we've been talking about getting rid of that e4 pawn, but black has the option to get the position, the bishop into the game through h3. h4 comes to mind. Move that knight, bring that bishop to h3, creating threats. Imagine if the queen lands on f3. That would be game over. Oh my God. And Sandro missed that move with the bishop, but he finds the move with the knight, with the plan, bishop h3, queen e7, queen f6, queen f3. And Robert, if we can just highlight the path to victory for black here, I'm slightly surprised with this move, though, I have to say. That bishop belongs on h3.
Maybe it's going to go to f3 and the queen will go to h3. That's exactly what Sandro Moreko wants. The knight is also protecting f7, so you don't need the queen to stay defending that square. So it looks very promising for him down under a minute. By the way, Grigory Oparin has won with the black pieces for the Cobras. We expected that to happen when he went up in exchange. He was able to convert that advantage. But this is a big moment. Brendan Jacobson, he could have taken the light square bishop. Instead, he took the dark square bishop. Now finds himself in trouble. His b-pawn can't move any further. This queen going over to these types of squares. There might be a lobster pincer checkmate against the white king. This is bad news. I would say bears, but bad news Cobras for Charlotte, because this is just all the pieces going right in here.
I'm struggling here with white, and white would be terrified in this position. I mean, even if you just move your queen, and he does that to try to advance the b-pawn, but it's not in time. What he's looking for is after queen f5, he wants to offer a queen trade with queen f4, but that wasn't the only idea that Sandro has. Rook c8, and Brandon missing a tactic again with the queen and the rook lined up. He ends up losing material now picks up the queen. Uh, Robert, is this as easy as it looks, or is there work to be done?
There is a bit of work because of this B pawn, but look at this. You're trying to go H3 check. The king has no escape scores. If you take the pawn, Queen G4 picks up this rook. So I do think that Sandro Mareko has under control. I want to turn our attention back to the bird's eye view for a second because the Cobras are in huge trouble right now. So as we look at the bottom left, Daniel Naroditsky had a great position, but suddenly it's all Jospin using the clock as a weapon. Jospin well ahead on time and going after Danya's king on H7. I don't know exactly how this happened. It looked so promising for Danya, but there must be tactics related to a sacrifice on H5. This king is in harm's way. This bishop is slicing through the rooks to that G8 square. Tanya, I feel like Danya is just a couple moves from just being lost here, as this king is not safe at all.
Well, one thing's for sure. If white was to trade off those queens, you would be super happy. But he steps back, makes the natural move, eyeing that H5 sacrifice, and our eval bar hits it. And I'm just wondering if this gives Daniel enough time to set up counterplay with queen to F4, but he chooses a slightly more passive square with queen to F7. And Robert, this lines up the bishop on B3, tactics everywhere. It does guard the H5 square, but I think queen F4 was the key move because you're threatening a repetition with queen C1, queen F4.
And that's why queen c5 was inaccurate. The queen should have went to b5. I'm just going to show this very, very quickly that if the queen had gone to b5, this queen probably had to maybe be stuck in some positions with the bishop being loose on the b7 square. Instead, the queen goes to f7, defending the h5 pawn. But with the queen in line with this bishop, I still think you can get rid of this rook after. So maybe rook takes h5, and so g takes rook h6 check with bishop takes f7 to follow.
Oh
Black
my God.
Black does have many pieces for the queen.
It's on the board, Robert. It's on the board. Rook H5 sacrifices the two rooks for the queen. This is wild.
Yeah, we asked earlier about queen sacrifice. How about a double rook sacrifice from Jose Martinez? Queen takes h5 is not just check, but mate. Knight e5 gets in the way. This king is being hunted. F4, the king will take it. Will Danya be able to escape this one in time trouble? He's laughing. He doesn't even think so. Maybe you pick up this bishop, but this king should be in grave danger.
Wow, and look at this. Daniel's playing on 4 seconds on the clock. His only hope is that Jose's clock also runs down. He gives a check. He can simply pick up the bishop, but Daniel will count on picking up that C2 pawn, trying to create counterplay. And yes, it might be lost for black, but white needs to be careful still. Playing on seconds. Robert, it's too soon to call out the result on this one.
And what is it, the Bullet Chess Championship? All of a sudden, both players down to their final seconds. The 2-second increment will be important. The king on h6 is out in the open. Danya, he makes a move with just 1.3 seconds left. Oof. He wants to get after this pawn. If the bishop gets to d4, he will have a chance, but Jose will not allow that. This king is in trouble. Maybe bishop e4 with queen c6 to follow.
Oh. Bishop e4. Oh, that is nasty because he stops the bishop from coming into d4. There's a check on h7, and now the king is he's going to pick up the h5. He gives a check from f7, wins the knight on g6, and Daniel there throws his hand in the air. He knows this is all over. The knight on g6 is pinned. This is heartbreak. This is painful for Daniel.
Yes, and what a swing in this game. It looked like it was all Naroditsky early on, and now Jose Martinez is up a queen, and we do have a result. Sandro Mareko beat Brandon Jacobson. We expected that, given the queen and knight for the two rooks, but now it's going to be another victory for the Capybaras. Oh, wow, what precision by Jose Martinez.
Just amazing stuff. Those last couple of moves with the checks, the bishop coming into g6, the queen check, picking up the knight after a pin, and now finally this winning the rook in the end, forcing a resignation by Daniel. Some very precise chess there, converting the win. A huge result for Jose. And with this, the Brazil Capybaras take a 3-1 lead against the Charlotte Cobras.
3-1 in favor of the Brazil Capybaras. I think they scored 3.5 points all of week 1, and they got obliterated. But now they come out with a bang. The Grandmasters for the Brazil Capybaras get it done. And then for the Charlotte Cobras, only Grigorio Paran on board 1 for the Cobras. He took down board 4 for the Capybaras. But Tanya, this looks like a different Brazil team this week.
Yeah, and I was talking about Jose Martinez's passive decision against Vidit to take a draw in what looked like a clearly better position. Today, he left no ground for any confusion in his intentions. That attack that he put up in against Daniel Naroditsky, the way he finished off, Jose Martinez is a man who's making his intentions very clear today. He is going to be a big, big factor for the Brazil Capybaras.
And Daniel Naroditsky likely to be a factor for the Cobras. He did lose that game against Jocelyn, but he has a chance to bounce back. The players will reset. They'll get a break. We'll see new matchups on the flip side of that break, but we will return after a few moments. This is the Pro Chess League Week 2 matchup between the Brazil Capybaras and the Charlotte Cobras. We'll be right back.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the chess clock app right here. Almost there.
Brazil Capybaras out to a 3-1 lead over the Charlotte Cobras here in this Week 2 matchup in the Pro Chess League. Jose Martinez was a star against Daniel Naroditsky, but the biggest star added to the Brazil Capybaras lineup, and maybe the biggest free agent signing thus far in the Pro Chess League season, Tanya, Vladislav Artemiev. We know him. He's an absolute monster.
I couldn't agree more with that. And I think this is just what the Capybaras needed after their week 1 performance. And credit to them to be able to do so much damage control and make sure they get one star player to lead the team. And that is Artemiev. And he showed what he's capable of in game 1. He needs to score big. He needs to score heavy. He starts with a banger, Robert, with that game of Jose Martinez against Daniel Naroditsky. What chess did we just witness? And more of that coming up in round 2.
Always more to come, and you're right. Huge signing by the Brazil Capybaras. Teams can get up to 8 free agents throughout the year. They have to drop some players from their roster to secure those players. But we see that Vladislav Artemiev, he scored a victory in round 1. In round 2, he will have a different matchup, a more challenging matchup, at least on paper, as he is the top board for the Capybaras. He now will face the 3rd board for the Cobras. He is going to take on Brandon Jacobson. So the top 3 boards of the Capybaras scored victories. The board 1 for the Cobras won his game. But we'll see in round 2. Now we see that Artemiev has to play against Jacobson. Gabriela Antova, she lost her game to Artemiev. She gets the black pieces against Sandra Moreko. And that is not an enviable task, Tanya. You lose to Artemiev, and you get black against Moreko. The Pro Chess League just has these strong lineups from top to bottom.
It gets tougher and tougher. There is no rest for the wicked here at the Pro Chess League, and you have to be up for it. We saw that in the first matchup of today, how the players bounced back, and currently it is on the Charlotte Cobras team. Daniel Naroditsky also has to bounce back from that last round defeat. He's playing against the lowest board of the Capybaras. He'll be playing against Julia. He needs to secure that point for his team, but he definitely needs to leave that loss behind. And it's also a big psychological battle for the players coming out. The turnaround between the rounds, it's such a short time, and how quickly they're able to leave that behind.
Right. You have to have a short-term memory. You just want to get rid of that loss in round 1. And if you're Brandon Jacobson, you're playing as Vladislav Artemiev. That is as tough of a matchup as you can get in this league. Of course, there's Hikaru Nakamura, there's Magnus Carlsen, but Artemiev is right up there with those behemoths of the online chess world. Artemiev is somebody that everybody knows well. He is a free agent signee, and he is ready to go with the white pieces.
And he's been the biggest sign-up of week 2 of the PCL this season so far. So going to be interesting to see how he does in game 2. One thing's for sure, Robert, about Brandon in game 1, he was missing a lot of tactical ideas. Against Artemiev, he cannot let that happen. And we see a Reti on the board, so it's going to be a slow opening.
Yes. And this is up Artemiev's wheelhouse. He plays B3 here, G3, these quiet fianchetto variations. But he's just such a classy endgame player. He really is great at maneuvering. He can get into a tactical skirmish and thrive in it, but he prefers more closed positions where he can outplay his opponent. So for Brandon Jacobson, he clearly prefers the wild games. We just saw his round 1 situation against Sandra Moreko. There were like sacrifices, open diagonals, things of that nature. And look at this, Tanya. He doesn't want symmetry. He brings his knight to h6 and likely to f5.
That's where the knight is headed. It looks like, one second, you're not supposed to bring the knight to the edge of the board, but it isn't going to stay there for very long. You want to get it to the center, and often even further on to the center with d6 and e4 in the middle game, but you can't afford to spend too many moves on the knight. Currently, he is thinking about Brandon. Well, I saw him adjust his camera a little bit. I think it's getting a bit shaky there. So, but eventually he will decide, or he decides to bring the knight to f5. I was thinking to develop the other knight as well. Knight f5, a reasonable move here. And meanwhile, white will, at the opportune moment, strike in the center with c4 or even prepare an e4 advance.
Yes, and Brandon, he got up from his bed, I believe. He is a college student. I think he's playing from his dorm room. Not sure if he has space for a desk, But either way, he is just playing there. He's as all players are, multiple camera angles, making sure that fair play is upheld. So I don't know where he ran to, but he ran right back, and his knight has run around from h6 to
Wow.
f5 to d6. It's like a carousel in these parts. I'm getting nauseous just looking at it, but it does stop both of the pawn breaks you mentioned with that pawn sitting on d5.
Robert, I was talking about getting the knight to d6 and then eventually to e4, but I thought that it's a good idea to move more than just the knight in the opening. At least that's what we had learned, right? Growing up, do not move the same piece twice. This is playing with fire against one of the strongest grandmasters in the world. And we see Artemiev has slowed down. He decides to take a think on what is the best way that he can make the most of these plenty knight moves. He wants to start getting that central break in. He wants to go rook e1, break in the center with e4, and Brandon continues to play with his knights. And the reason for that is he wants to get this a knight from d7 to f6, again binding down that move e4. Imagine once it lands on f6, you really take control of the e4 square.
And you're calling it all, Tanya. You are a prophet, just like Daniel Naroditsky. These knights are just scoping out the center here, making sure that no pawn trades happen. And while the bishop on g7 is developed, the bishop on c8 is not, but it can go to somewhere along this diagonal. So the games are underway. It's not just this one between Vladislav Artemiev and Brandon Jacobson. We have boards 2 for the Capybaras and boards 3. That's in the top right, Sandro Moreko taking on board 4 of the Cobras, Gabriela Antova. Early stages there, kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted position in the top right. In the bottom left, we see an interesting pawn structure. So it might be worth diving into that game in a second, the one between Oparin and Jose Martinez. In the bottom right, we see a Rosalimo Sicilian, Daniel Naroditsky with the white pieces. He'll need to bounce back for the Cobras. But yeah, the bottom left game between Oparin and Jose Martinez, that is such an interesting position. It's one we've seen before. It's not novel territory exactly. You see Oparin's clock, barely spend any time. But White's pawn structure, compromised, but if we cut the board in half, Tanya, you mentioned this in previous games, White has a 4-on-3 majority over here on the king's side, right? 4 pawns, just a 3 for black.
Hmm. And this has risen out of the Petrov. Once again, we see a very dynamic middle game out of an opening that has the reputation of being super solid and strategic. We often see White wanting to advance that F pawn down the board. Wherever you have the pawn majority, you want to try to launch a pawn avalanche. But notice how the bishop on c5, for the moment, makes sure with the king on g1 that f4 will not be possible. So I am expecting black to use that to the advantage, and for Jose to actually try to target the e5 pawn as quickly as he can. And he does it, Robert, with the move rook e8, which forces White to defend with maybe bishop to f4. Because I wanted to say rook e1, bring your rook to the open file, but that would make the f2 pawn so tender. I'm not sure if there is a direct refutation for it, but I just feel that bishop f4 would feel safer. But what would I know? Oparin says he's calculated it all. He doesn't care about queen h4. He defends it with a rook.
Yeah, brings the rook to e1. Can play bishop e3 maybe to defend this f2 pawn if it's under attack. And just enjoying the fact that there is an extra pawn towards the king side for White. That means you can go after this black king, but only once you get your king safe. I think bishop e3 looks strong. Swap the bishops off, play f4 in the future. Just expand on the king side. That looks really, really strong for Oparin. But Jose Martinez, solid position from black side as well. No easy targets.
I love that move, bishop e3. You target the most active piece in your opponent's camp. I'm also looking at attacking possibilities here for Oparin. You can already start threatening mates on the board by bringing the queen into the attack, a move like queen h5. But it doesn't really get anything because black could have just blocked the mate. The idea of taking up on h7 with the move g6, actually, in fact, gaining tempo. So instead, Oparin goes for your idea of trying to trade off the bishops. And let's point out, if black actually did pick up that bishop on e3, the rook would come to e3, capture that bishop, and it would be a huge rook lift, because suddenly we can imagine a lot of attacks on the king side. With queen h5, the rook coming into g3, that could be a nightmare for black. So Oparin making sure that doesn't happen, and meanwhile launches that king side march down the board with the pawns.
Wow. So for Jose Martinez, this could be a bit scary. And someone who is rooting for Jose more than pretty much anyone would be Krikor Mkhitaryan. So we have the captain of the Capybaras, Krikor Mkhitaryan, joining us. Krikor, my friend, how are you doing?
Hey Robert, how's it going? Nice seeing you again.
Well,
Tanya.
I think the
Hi,
question that
Krikor.
Tanya and I have, as we exchange our pleasantries, is you ask how it's going. How's it going for you? I mean, your team lost in week 1, but here in week 2, off to a great start.
Yeah, we had a tough match last week, and today we had a pretty good start. We had some very tough games, especially in board 2 and 3, of course, that I think are uh, the most important ones in the first round, and they both went our way. So it's a pretty good start, but of course it's a long match with 4 rounds. So we're waiting to see what's happening in the second round now.
It's a big round, Krikor. And before we get into the chess, the big news for Pro Chess League has been the first major sign up mid season with getting Artemiev on board. How did that happen? Tell us a little bit about that decision by the Brazil Capybaras.
Well, I mean, I had kind of an idea already to try to go for a big player, depending on how the first match went. Of course, I had to think before because of the rating limitations. So then I started to think, and I mean, he is a player that I always been a big fan of. I think he's like amazingly strong in these rapid and blitz formats, especially. So I was very happy that we were able to bring him in after some talks.
Yeah, huge signing for you, and it's playing out well thus far. But why don't we zoom out to our 4-board scene? Because Krikor, in addition to being captain of the Brazil Capybaras, you manage them, you also play for them, and you're a grandmaster with a fantastic Twitch channel. So we'll, of course, get your channel some love in the chat. But as you look at our 4 boards here, right? We see in the top left is Artemiev against Brendan Jacobson. Solid start for Artemiev. I like his position here. What about your board 4? Tell us a little bit about Julia Alboreto and about her position that she has against Daniel Naroditsky.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the position now. I saw it was a Sicilian Rosolima variation. I think she's been very experienced in this kind of in this line, especially. I think she has played a lot of this with black already against tough opposition. Of course, she has like very tough first and second round. That's how it goes in the Pro Chess League. But actually, I kind of like her position because I think White's not. I mean, F4 is not coming so fast. If you play knight H5, maybe I don't know if I'm in time to play that. I have to also look for B4 also. But generally, I think these positions are pretty decent for black. But actually, knight H5 could be a little bit delicate on knight C4 and B4. I don't know. But I think she's very comfortable. I think she likes this kind of position, so that's what matters most. If you kind of feel good in the position, if you have some experience already in this kind of structures, because it's very tricky. This position can go wrong for white and for black suddenly, easily. It's a very tricky position. They play so many games in these lines, and still no one knows what to do, how to play exactly. So it's very tricky.
And we've seen so many positions just like this from Magnus Carlsen games. Tanya, you've commentated on so many of them. I don't know really when is the right moment to strike with F4, as Krikor has been indicating. That might just open up this beast of a bishop on G7. Knight C4 now taken out. So what's your experience like here? What are you thinking about this position?
I think I completely agree with Krikor. I think Julia's got all the reasons to be happy with her positions as long as White doesn't get that central break in, because that would only make her bishop super strong. And Daniel understands that. He develops with the queen. And I want to ask you, Krikor, what do you think it is that Julia needs to be careful about here? Because I look at her clock. Is that a little worrying for you? She's down to about 5.5 minutes. And wow, F4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you got a big difference, rating difference like this. Of course, it's not a pleasant feeling to be behind on the clock, but I think that's what happens quite a lot. Dania usually is kind of practical player, so he usually plays quite fast, which was very nice for us to see him get into time trouble in the last game. Of course, he's a beast and also in time trouble. But I think usually he's ahead in the clock, and that's when he's mostly dangerous. And that's a similar. I think Martinez also feel this way. He also plays fast and wants to put his opponents in time trouble. So that's how I think that game went our way in the first round. But basically, f4 now is happening fast. Apparently, plays bishop h6, but now maybe
And this could allow f5, no? Is that
five
something you'd be worried
exactly.
about in the position?
f5 is possibly annoying now.
I hate this light square bishop for black, right? So it's not doing anything besides stopping the knight from coming to c4. And after f5, your knight on c7 can't get to e6. So I feel like black's minor pieces are just going to be worse in this closed position. And white has these knights and activity against the king.
Yeah, you could also take on e5, but probably that's not too much. Yeah, f5 looks very strong now, actually. f5 looks annoying. You probably have to take on e3 and then play f6. Maybe it's not that bad, actually. Is it? I don't know.
It's one of those positions where I feel like it does look unpleasant for black, but you see strong players say, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I'll just go up into my shell and try to survive this. And Danya understands the gravity of the moment. Right? He hasn't moved yet. He hasn't played f5, even though it's probably the first instinct he had was to make this push because he's not certain if he should release the tension. Sometimes it's more valuable to keep this tension between pawns, maybe even take the pawn, offer the bishop trade. We see the queen gets out, but so does the white knight. So I feel like both sides will have their chances in the event of fe5, whereas f5 feels more controlled.
Yeah, possibly. But then the knight on c7 is gonna jump at some point if you take on e5. So yeah, he did take on e5, but apparently is a decent move according to the eval bar. But queen e5, what is he wanting to do now? Knight f3 maybe, and queen f4, queen h6, those kind of ideas. Yeah, knight f3.
Back with the queen to e7, and
Yeah,
you
but
why
why
not queen
exactly?
h6?
e5. I mean, queen h6 and e5 maybe.
I think you both are saying the same thing, and I agree with the two of you. The knight coming to e6, it's now freed up. Whereas if white had played f5, the knight on c7 would have looked bad. But what is e5 here? He wants
knight d5 now maybe.
Just to trade. So Krikor is saying we need to trade, but then queen h6 and knight g5.
Yeah, that would be.
Oops.
And it's on the board, by the way. She has gone for knight d5, and now suddenly this queen h6, knight g5. How do you fight it? And of course, Daniel plays it instantly.
Now I got my player. My player got checkmated because of me. I said knight d5.
Well, Krieger, no one's going to blame you, but yeah, this was a tough position for her with the knight trying to come to e4. She offers a trade, but now the trade also has this pawn on b6 under attack, not to mention knight to g5 with mate. So how do you defend against this? You might have to push this f pawn to f6 or f5 even. It looks
maybe
risky.
She had to play f6 before. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
But even here, it doesn't look the end of the world. I think the problem is just you have a bad light square bishop, but it doesn't look losing, right?
Maybe you can go
You're
f6.
right. You're right, yeah. Still playable, yeah. Definitely playable. And once you take on d5, the bishop starts playing, I don't know. She plays f5, yeah.
Yeah, I think she's in this. And Krieger, I got to ask you, we know that you have a lot going on now, but is it stressful to watch these games? If we just bring up the bird's eye view quickly and look at the 4 games, we will let you get back to it, being captain and streaming. But are you nervous looking at your 4 boards right now?
I mean, the first round I was very nervous because you got so many time troubles, and the Jacobson against Mareko game was so tense. It was going our way, but it was a very complicated game. Both players in time trouble. So yeah, as they say, watching is sometimes more tense than playing. But I haven't. I didn't stop to check the other games exactly right now, see what's going on. But it's very stressful to watch. It's even worse than playing sometimes.
Well, I think we're going to leave you to your stress all alone. Sorry about that, Krikor. I love you, but we are going to let you go for now. But we'll talk soon, buddy, and good luck to your Capybaras.
Thank you. Nice seeing you, Tanya and Robert. Bye.
Thank you, Krikor.
Krikor is honestly awesome. Like I have so many, fond memories of him. He's such a good person, such a strong player. Even though he
Yeah.
beat me in our winner stays match way back when, that was fun. But he is saying he is stressed out as the captain of the Capybaras, and the reason why is well, in this game it looks like a clear end game edge for White,
Mm.
a healthier pawn structure, control of an open file, and I think that Julia she's hanging in well, but Danya with a 2 minute lead on the clock and the better position I think we trust his winning chances here.
Well, let's say we do trust his winning chances, as you're pointing out, especially the clock playing a big role here. But Robert, I think the good news for Crickor, if you pull up the bird's eye view, will be the top right board, as we're going to see now. And I see the eval bar says that Sandro has a huge advantage. And that's because take a look at those knights. They seem like they're just dominating the dark squares with that pawn on f7 under fire as well. And I think this is a huge game for Capybaras to make sure that they strike against the lowest board of the Charlotte Cobras.
Yes, and look at the clock. I mean, if, it's not just the position, which is apparently completely winning for White at this point. It's the time. And there must be, I was about to say, there must be a sacrifice on f7 because the evaluation bar in a position that has equal material doesn't get that high unless there's a sacrifice or something that is just direct. So if Rook takes f7, there is a b4 at the end of this because the Rook on c8 is left undefended. So this is just
wow.
just straightforward. It's a powerful approach. You can even take first and play b4. You win this knight on c5.
Well, that's a nice spot. You sacrifice on one side of the board, but you win the game on the other side of the board. You give up your knight on f7, and 1 second. Gabriela has gone for it, and after rook f7, before picking up the rook on f7, Sandro instead decides to play b4 immediately, hitting that knight. The eval bar approves of the line that you were mentioning, queen d5, and now he's going to pick up the rook, eventually trade the queens, and win the knight. This is going to be a material and exchange up for White, and I don't see any compensation for Gabriela in this endgame.
No, she's going to be down, a rook and a pawn for just a knight, something like that, and she loses on time, but the position was hopeless. And you look at Mareko, we see a fist bump.
Celebration.
Yeah, he is pumped. He knows that he's doing this for the big boss, Cricker Mkhitaryan. And Sandro Mareko scores a second consecutive victory for the Brazil Capybaras. They're now into a 4-1 lead.
Amazing stuff. And I think the celebration is not just for winning this game, but also the way he did it. Even game 1 against Brandon was full of tactics, and it looked like Sandro was ahead of them. And even this one, he demolishes a black with just the final blow of knight f7. So he's very pleased with his play today so far.
Yes, and look at the top left, Vladislav Artemiev, the big free agent signee for the Brazil Capybaras. Look at him go. He is up in exchange for just one pawn. Black's pieces are not well coordinated. There may be a pin along the back rank. This rook has an open file to go to as well. So Brandon Jacobson down to a minute, both sides at about a minute. Tanya, it's getting into that bullet territory, but Artemiev's also one of the best bullet players on the site.
But that doesn't even matter, right? Because the clock is not the main problem here. Black is down a full exchange as well as pressure on the d5 pawn. Now we've been talking about rooks are only as strong as the open files that they have. And of course, Artemiev shifts it to the open file, the open C line, bringing the rook into the game. Always watch out for a check on c8 because that won't be a check. It will be a mate. Currently, the bishop on f5 luckily guards that square. But once White gets his own bishop to g2, starts attacking the d5 pawn, you've got threats across the board, and it just looks like this exchange up is going to be more than enough. And Brandon, once again, in huge trouble. And Robert, this is what I was pointing out. Brandon just looks like he's missing a lot of tactics today,
which is so unusual for him. We know how strong he is at all time controls, but today it's not going his way. And Artemiev can trade queens if he wants. I'm not sure if he instead wants to bring his queen up and his rook to c. Oh, that's just winning because f7 is hanging, and the knight is also loose.
That just wins on the spot. Oh, wow. But Artemiev misses it. He misses it, but it's still good enough to go for this endgame because you can jump in with the rook to the 7th rank and start targeting the b7 pawn. It can't survive for too long. You can't push it up the board, but the rook will go behind the pawn and win it and win the game eventually.
Okay, so Artemiev in the driver's seat right now. B6, that pawn is only going to survive for so long over here. You can also switch gears and go after this pawn on D5. It's going to be a win, I believe, for Artemiev. It seems like it's up his wheelhouse. So while he is working, let's go back to the bird's eye view because something big is happening in the bottom left of your screen. It's a back and forth affair, but right now it looks like Grigory Oparin's back is against the wall because Jose Martinez, the beast that he is, and that bar has dropped and gone back to the middle, up and down. It was never at the highest point that was still left over from the previous game. But we look here. There's a king on F7. There's a king on F2. There's a passed pawn on D4 going to D3. Tanya, I think black should just push it.
I mean, you've got that pawn push him, baby. As Yasser says, D3 is just so tempting. You're threatening to go down the board with D2, D1, and it's on the board. And White's the one who's got to answer the question. What does he have in mind? And the Evalbar seems to hate White's position more and more. You can even go D2 now. Why stop? Nothing's stopping you. The bishop has to fall back to defend that pawn from queening. But that would mean Black's rook can also slide up the board from H7 all the way to H1. It looks like Oparin in this one is busted. What a match this is turning out to be by the Brazil Capybaras.
Unbelievable turnaround from week one. And the king on F7 covers everything. The G8 square, the G6 pawn, the bishop on E6 is defended. Everything for black. Every piece doing its role to perfection. This C pawn can rumble down the board as well. Not a single check against this king. This queen would need to be on the back rank, but that queen cannot infiltrate. If you go queen D6, thank you very much. Let's liquidate. Black is up how many pawns right now? I believe it's just one, but it looks like two.
I mean, look at that pawn on D2. That is not any simple pawn. A queen trade would just go into a lost endgame. And now it's not just the pawn on D2, but the C pawn advances to help his monstrous friend on D2. C3, C2 is unstoppable. As you mentioned, White is just unable to build an attack against Black's king. And the pieces, the harmony in Jose Martinez's position is so strong to stop any defense. He's just been advancing the pawns. Unstoppable. Watch out for that mate on F8. Some precision there, offering a queen trade. If that happens, it's lost. I'm expecting resignation already. Cannot see a way for White to continue playing. You can just trade off the queens as well. Bring your rook to D7. Pick up that pawn. Or else you can continue marching down the board with C2. Pleasant choices there.
Take one pawn, a queen appears, and a win on time and on the board. Look at that. There's jubilation from Jospin. He is pumped, and he gets to stretch, flex his muscles, and he is leading the Capybaras in this match. They're up 6-1, and as we zoom away from Jose, we look at the other boards. Daniel Naroditsky in the bottom right, getting the job done, and in the top left, Vladislav Artemiev. He has already won his game for the Brazil Capybaras. So, Tanya, it's a bit of deja vu because if we bring up the scores of this round, we will see a familiar sight. The top three boards for the Capybaras, they win their games. And Daniel Naroditsky, just like Grigory Oparin in the round before, he takes down the board four for the Capybaras. But 3-1 in the first two rounds in favor of the Capybaras. It's now 6-2.
I'm just amazed at the job that Krikor has done with this team because it looks like a brand new team that we're seeing this week 2 of the Pro Chess League. Brazil Capybaras were destroyed by the Indian Yogis in just 3 rounds, and it looks like they're back with a vengeance this week, taking down the Charlotte Cobras currently with a score of 6-2. They just need 2.5 points to wrap up the match.
The Cobras, I mean, they are getting pummeled, it feels like. And Artemiev, he was the powerhouse free agent that joined the Capybaras. But Jose Martinez and Sandro Moreko, they are also awake and playing great chess. We had Krikor Mkhitaryan join us. He was saying that he believes in his team. He's nervous to watch. I don't think he's that nervous right now. But don't go anywhere, because while we take a break, remember that earlier today, the Indian Yogis, they stormed back from a huge deficit, kind of like this one, against the Canada Chessbrahs. So we'll see if the Charlotte Cobras can make it 2 for 2 in the day in terms of comebacks. We'll return shortly to this Pro Chess League matchup between the Brazil Capybaras and the Charlotte Cobras. We'll be right back.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over. The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter. They are having a party in France.
Let's go!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, Chessbrahs and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. The wheels came off. Wow.
She just took down Hikaru Nakamura, and look at her. She is jubilant.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh, what? What was that? Oh my gosh.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
The Master wins it! We win! We win! Oh my god!
Welcome back, everybody. Tanya, you look a little bit different, and you kind of look like Vidit Gujrathi. Vidit, congrats on that epic comeback for your Indian Yogis. How does it feel to win the match and to beat Magnus Carlsen in the process?
You know, when something is less likely and then it happens, then the joy is more. And we started the match very poorly. Like, we were trailing by 5.5 to 1.5. And at that point, like, the rational just says that Magnus is there, Aryan is there, that they have a pretty easy route to 8.5. But from there, we just, played very well. We fought very hard. And I think the cherry on the top for me was for sure to defeat Magnus, because I have had many good positions against him. But this time I managed to convert.
Yeah, it was an epic comeback by you and your team. And while the Charlotte Cobras, they need to take something from your team's playbook because the Indian Yogis stormed back from that deficit. Now the Charlotte Cobras down 6-2. And Vladislav Artemiev, Sandro Moreko, and Jose Martinez, all a perfect 2 out of 2. So heading into this round of action, where the top board for the Capybaras, Vladislav Artemiev, he gets the black piece against Daniel Naroditsky. Vidit, you know both those players well. Danya needs to strike. What does he have to do? How can he make it happen?
I think the most important thing is to kind of still believe that a comeback is possible. For me, when I was playing, I remembered that Arjun's team was leading 7-5 in the last match, which they played against MVL and Grishuk. And from there, they managed to make it a blitz tiebreak. So for me, that was like kind of an inspiration. So the same thing goes for the Cobras. They still need to believe that they can make a comeback. And okay, I mean, they have nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, they just need to go all in. But that's difficult in chess, right? When you need to win games, you start losing your objectivity somewhat. You take risks that are more speculative than objective. So as we see Danya get the white pieces, do you think we're going to see one of the crazier Danya openings, or is he going to just play his normal stuff against such a strong player like Artemiev?
I'm very curious because Artemiev is very, very strong. He's very strong in this rapid formats. And I've seen Daniel, his main strength is when it comes below a minute or so. So if he just manages to keep the pressure throughout the game, then I believe in the tense moments, he's the better player. But he has to keep the pressure throughout the game to force the mistakes, basically.
And so what do you make of his opening right now? Because not a single pawn has been traded, no tension between the pieces. He's sort of playing for the long game, as you were highlighting. But Artemiev, that's kind of his strength too, right? He's somebody who loves maneuvering chess, and he loves endgames himself.
Yeah, I think Daniel just wants to get a game from the opening. He himself has admitted many times that opening is not his strongest suit. And as long as there is some slight pressure where there are a lot of chances, he would be happy. Um, so I think what you cannot allow is to give Artemiev a slightly better position, because then without any counterplay, that's his favorite type of chess. When the opponent has no counterplay, he's very good at it. You have to be careful. Just first initial few moves, early middle game, and the last few minutes. I think that's the key part which will decide the trajectory of the game. I feel.
And this has the feel of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Magnus Carlsen, this early A4 push, the rook sliding to B8. So far, so steady in this position. And something I tend to ask, and Vidit, you just had a big comeback for your team, is how much do you just ignore everything from your remaining boards? And like, are you able to strictly focus on your own game? Or in the back of your mind, are you thinking, well, I need my board 2 and my board 3 and my board 4 to score? Like, how good are you at tuning the rest of the world out when you're playing?
I think I'm very lucky because my team, they there are some very good players. For example, Vaishali, she has been scoring upsets a lot so far. So I know that I can rely on them. So yeah, I am hoping that they will do well. But during the game, I can't really follow their matches. So there's no way that I can follow the matches or score. It doesn't help at all. When I'm playing, I'm just focused on my own game. And after the game, my first thing I do is like check their results, and usually it's good news.
It has been good news. And let's take this moment while Daniel Naroditsky, he's spending some time in the position. We have other games underway. So we can pull up our four-board view and see the other games that have started. Grigori Oparin in the top right against Sandro Moreko. Not a single pawn has been traded there yet. And Sandro Moreko, he's won both of his games for the Capybaras. That's been huge for them. And the bottom left, Jose Martinez, he's also won both of his games for Brazil. He takes on Gabriel Antova. So, Vidit, which of these two games is more appealing to your eyes?
So both the openings have some notes on it. So you can pick any game, and then I would love to comment on it.
All right, well, let's go to Jose just because he had that huge win against Grigori Oparin. When board 3 is taking down the enemy board 1, you're in good shape. And, well, White has just castled. White has these double pawns. Teach me. I want to learn from you, Vida. Give me some of those notes.
So this H3 move is very interesting, which Jose played. It's kind of trendy. It's basically 4 knights, and now if instead of H3, if White plays D4, if you can just make it on the board, takes
Yep.
ED knight D4. This is the main line, and Bishop B4
Yep.
takes Bishop D3. Right, this is the main line. And if you compare this position to the game, you can take the live board.
Yep.
And it's just the same position with colors reversed. Just you
Mhm.
have this H3 move included.
Uh-huh.
So it's a very subtle way of playing. Like basically you're black, but you have an extra move with H3. Rest of it is same.
You're too smart for me, but the pawns, I get what you're saying. It's actually really instructive stuff where you should. And Magnus Carlsen, when I was just in Oslo commentating the Champion Chess Tour, he actually was saying that while we were at the doing pub trivia. Some people were talking about chess, and he was saying that you need to think about positions from the other side. It's actually really helpful for top players. So you're right that it's just the position with colors reversed with H3 thrown in. But now that we're here and the pawns are undoubled, we have an extra pawn towards the center. For white, this pawn on d4. And for black, we have a more outside pawn. Do you tend to like these positions from either side? Or the eval bar says something, but let's ignore that for now. Give me that super GM knowledge.
I would have not played knight e7. I think it's a bit passive. You have to play like queen f6, bishop f5. I don't really have a preference as such in this line. But I think David Paravian, he's a big expert in these structures. For me, I don't mind either colors. But right now, I don't like this move 97. I think it just gives white easy play. Bishop d3. Next move c4 is gonna come in. Then the moves are flowing. Whereas for black, it's not clear how you develop. I think that's always a bad sign when your moves are not flowing.
Because the b7 pawn is loose over here, so that bishop on c8 can't get out. 97 was in part played to get bishop f5, but you might have to play a move like b6 first just to develop that bishop. So I'm with you. b6, c4 looks available. White just has better control of the center.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think so far not. You couldn't really ask for more from
Not too
Black either.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very slight pressure. I guess we can move to the other games because this is relatively a bit dull.
I love how honest you are. So you already have your commentator cap on. You go from player to commentator. Let's go to the bottom right game between Julia Alboreto and Brandon Jacobson, because in that one looks way more exciting because we have
Is it classical Sicilian?
it's the classical Sicilian. It was a Richter Rouser. We have kings on opposite side of the board, pawn pushes. So Vidit, again, you're going to have to give me that super grandmaster knowledge here. Which side do you prefer thus far?
I like black because for me, I became GM just because of classical Sicilian. So I've played like over 250 games with black and I have great memories. And the funny thing is, like, if we just go to the beginning, just to like the move knight c6, that's
Okay.
what defines classical Sicilian. Uh, just I'll be very short. And if you think about it, the main line is knight off, which goes a6. But when I was young, what I was taught that you have to develop pieces. And for me, a6 did not make any sense. And that's how I picked knight c6. Like, I mean, why is everyone playing knight off? You have to develop your pieces. Knight c6, go for the king. And that's why I liked it. And it gave me many wins. But now I know that it's suboptimal, but in rapid, it's a great weapon.
Oh, I like this. So Vidit played by the rules. He listened to his teachers. All of you at home who are watching, you listen to your coaches. You develop your pieces. You play towards the center. And speaking of playing towards the center, d5 played by Brandon Jacobson. Clear. He wants to open up this bishop towards the f3 pawn. And if he could sit his bishop in the center, that would be good. But white can also hop a knight into d4 and things like that. So Vidit, you're the expert here. You played this classical Sicilian your whole life. d5 break, is this good or does it give white some chances?
I think only if you can play usually e5 or if there is something very concrete, it should be like good for white. Otherwise, if you manage to play ed5, bishop d5 and cement it, as how Peter Lico likes to say cemento, and then it's very, very good. But right now, I'm a little bit confused as I don't see why white is supposed to be slightly better, which is according to the eval bar. I don't see something very obvious. For example, ed bishop d5, knight f5, there is bishop f3. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused. Maybe knight b3, I don't know.
I maybe is d takes e4 not a threat because knight takes e6 in some positions. I know it's a little bit difficult for some of our viewers to see, but the queen and the rook line up towards this knight. So if this knight's out of the way, this knight will be loose back on d7. So maybe there's some move here. I'm tempted to just go like this in a must-win situation. I guess black needs to win. He's on the Cobras, but I'm just throwing my pawns forward, and she doesn't. She plays a little bit more restrained.
Yeah, and you can see, right? The evaluation bar just dropped. Once you get like your bishop, you have to be very precise to punish. But right now, it's like a dream classical Sicilian for black.
Yeah, as Vidit was saying, knight f5, bishop takes f3. That's the problem, is both rooks will be under attack. So black gets to steal that pawn with interest. So I don't really know. Is h4, h5 too slow? That's all I know. I don't know any theory here, but Vidit, I know you're supposed to throw your pawns up the king side.
I mean, yeah, with a little bit of caution. Like just bishop e2, knight e5, bishop e2, just you have to be a little bit safe as well. And like I just had an overview of all the games. Things are not looking so good for the Charlotte team, isn't it?
No, they're down 6-2. Well, since you mentioned the overview, let's zoom out to our 4-board scene here, where it's 4-point lead for Brazil. They need 2.5 points. They can win in this round. And, well, I guess you were saying the top left, Danya, looks like he has a slightly worse position against Artemiev as well.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what you should not get against Artemiev, as I said. Risk-free, slightly better position. He's not going to give you chances here. So I have little hope from that board. Oparin has, you can see, like it's a little bit, anti-positional. Like I think because of the 2-9 situation, he has gone this f3, f4. But objectively, he's also not doing that great. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried for the US team.
Yeah, the Cobras are in trouble. Let's actually go to that board two. Board one for Cobras is Gregorio Parin versus board two for the Capybaras. That one is interesting. because there's that knight on e5, which looks super duper strong. But as you were just saying, Vidit, there are a lot of holes in the position on these light squares for white because the pawns are in dark squares.
I think the beauty of this position is that you don't need to do anything with black. Like if you make a move like knight e4 or something, you kind of force white to play bishop e4 and then dc5. You help him open up. But if you just maintain the status quo, I don't see a clear plan for white. If he plays g4, g5, it's for the weakening, and then you can capitalize on it. So you just need to, keep the pressure, keep the momentum. Like cd4 maybe is also move with the threat of bishop b4. You have to keep an eye out for it, but I'm not sure if it works now. But even if you make a waiting move, it should be fine for black.
Yeah, no, it seems like black is very solid. The hanging pawn structure, not that big of an issue because black has counter threats because white has pushed so far. But it's what you need to do. If you're the Cobras, you need to play advanced chess to mount this comeback. And well, Vidit, I appreciate you hopping on with me, covering some of the games, talking about your win over Magnus. It's been a pleasure, and we look forward to seeing you more in the Pro Chess League.
Yes, thanks, Robert. See you.
And we will be rejoined by Tanya Sachev. Very kind of her to step aside for a brief moment there, allowing Vidit to occupy her chair. But Vidit Gujrathi, the hero for the Indian Yogis today, taking down Magnus Carlsen and sharing his thoughts about the match between the Capybaras and the Cobras. So Tanya, hey, welcome back. It's the real Tanya.
I'm back, Robert, and it was so nice to hear his breakdown and his thoughts in the position. I think he's gone back to celebrating the Indian Yogi win. I can hear him on the phone now. But big action here. And as you were talking about this, I think a really important point made by Vidit that the Charlotte Cobras, the most important thing for them is to believe that they can make this comeback right now.
Yeah, but if we look across the four boards and their evaluation bars, in the top left, good news for Artemiev and the Capybaras. In the top right, hovering about even, but still maybe slightly better for the Capybaras. In the bottom left, that one looks pretty level, but Jose Martinez is the higher rated player, and he's up 4.5 minutes. In the bottom right, that is the one that the Cobras are likely to take if there's any game, because they're up 3 minutes in the clock, is Brandon Jacobson in the bottom right. His position also looking good. Vidit was happy with the classical Sicilian. So, Tanya, I don't know which game to dive into. I feel like all of them have a lot of tension on the board.
It just looks like a lot has gone wrong for the Cobras today. They somewhere have lost their venom, and it looks like this round, if it doesn't go their way, as we can see across the board, it's definitely feels as if the Capybaras are the ones who are leading on all of the boards. And I think the position that really stands out that could go either way is the Sandro Oparin matchup. At the top right one with the knight down on e5, it's planted itself there. Could this be a big enough advantage in white's position to try and just save it for the Cobras, or will the double bishop pair be the ones who will do all the talking here? I'm liking Sandro's position. Sandro has been so in form from the start of the day. I like that knight on e5, but it really doesn't have a supporting cast behind it. There's no light squared bishop. You can't put pressure on f7. It's a lone camper, and it might not just be enough for Oparin.
You know what needs to be done? You mentioned this in an earlier Sandro Moreko game. Can I take this e4 pawn and throw it off the board? Like, let's get rid of that pawn again so we can use the light squares to our advantage. But somehow, Moreko has the light square bishop for the second time of the day and a pawn e4 that blocks the diagonal. Still, as you mentioned, the knight can't attack by itself. At some point, you may need to take on c5 and try to use the d file. But if you allow bishop to c5, then e3 is tender and will need some cover. So Moreko up on the clock. Grigio Oparin, he's trying to find some wiggle room for his pieces here, but I don't really like the look of this. What if I even take and put my bishop on d3? Even that looks pretty pleasant for black.
Yeah, that looks like a nice idea. And you just stop the only open file, the D line, which will open up if black takes on e5. And he goes for your idea. Sandro trades off that knight on e5 and plants that bishop on d3. With this bishop, we can just compare it to white's dark square bishop, and you can just tell why is it that the eval bar just likes black's position a little more piece activity, more control over the game, just feels like more space. And that f1 square, always watch out for tricks down the board on that f1 square.
We saw that actually Vidit lost that game against Razvan Priotu because of a position like this with the White King being unsafe. So what Tanya is mentioning is at some point you can play f6, chisel open this line and go for the White King. This bishop on d3 is an absolute beast. It shuts down the d file and takes away play on the f1 square and the f file for White. So we see a swap of pawns. You could take this pawn on a5, but it's not just about pawn quantity. h5, harry the h pawn here. Okay, Sergio Moreno.
Ooh, how? How are you doing this, Robert? You are calling this out as it happens. H5 on the board. He's taking your advice. He's definitely taking the right commentator's advice here.
But normally, when I suggest moves and they're made, it's iffy territory. It just feels like he has a free hand against the White King. And this rook can lift up to g6. You can, of course, play on the queen side as well at any moment to go after this loose pawn. But I feel like this.
Oh my
pressure,
god, did that just happen again? He just played rook to a8.
I was just sort of like suggesting kind of a random move, but he's stopping bishop a3, which maybe was a source of White's counterplay in some positions. I mean, Sandro Moreno is a man possessed right now.
Robin, I have to say, not just him. I mean, this would be a good time for you to go to the lottery market and pick up a ticket. I don't know what you're doing with rook 8 on the board. And as you're pointing out, it is a position for two results. We see an opposite color bishop on the board. And often we think, wait a second, isn't that just a draw? But it's all about the piece activity. And currently, it's all black's pieces that are doing the talking on the queen side, on the king side. H4 can be on the board. But right now, with that last move, b3 is weak. He lines up both the rooks, attacking this big weakness. And I think Oparin is in big trouble in this one. Not good news for the Charlotte Cobras who are looking for a comeback.
Not at all. Queen e6. Look at the king side. Look at the queen side. Double threats with h4. I mean, Tanya, this is a masterclass by Moreno right now. He takes on b3. He's still down a pawn. If the bishop slides forward, the a3 pawn will be lost. Give me that second rank. I want to go after the White King. And this bishop on d3 is a menace. And look at Oparin's clock down under 50 seconds.
Oof. Definitely, you can't allow a black's other rook to jump down in that game. So rook d1 and rook b8 piling up the pressure on the b line. And it's not just the bishop. The rook will jump to b1, pinning the queen, winning the queen. And this is bad news. You have to keep that bishop guarded. He goes with the queen to c1 and defends it. h4 is in the air. The queen can jump into, look at this idea, Robert. Queen jumps into h3 and I'm again threatening rook b2. And I'm going to call myself a prophet right now. Remember how I mentioned to you that f1 square can be super dangerous for White.
Check and mate. So we might just see that. The queen instead slides up to f5. Same idea. Different order. Yeah. He goes right for this and e6. This is desperation rather than an attack. Yes, you open up your bishop. That's the good news. And that was a mistake by Moreno. He could have played queen h3 with the same checkmate. He gives White some time. Will there be a rook g5? Will there be a rook takes h5? These are available to White. But look at the clock, Tanya. It's not just the board. It's the clock as well.
Oof, and he goes rook f2, and as you're mentioning, a very difficult position to defend with White with just 25 seconds. Meanwhile, Sandro super happy with his clock management, a great position, but he needs to find that final blow. He needs to wrap it up and not give White too many chances, too many attacks on g7. So, Robert, it's close, but it's not over yet.
Not over yet, but if we zoom out for a second, we will come right back to this game. Jose Martinez, if we look at our four-board scene here, he is delivering checkmate next. The bottom left, bishop and queen lined up on those dark squares. I think we're going to see a resignation. There is no stopping the queen going in the corner. We just caught it. Resignation has occurred, so we're back to... these players are not playing this game. This is the one between Oparin and Moreno, but Jose Martinez won that game with the bishop and queen lined up on the dark squares. So that's bad news for the Cobras. It is now 7-2 in the Capybaras' favor.
7-2. The one board that gives hope to the Cobras is the bottom right that we see, where black does have a big advantage, our Evalbar tells us. And the reason for that is, I'm still trying to understand. The knight on d4 is attacked right now, and I think there were tricks down the board with that bishop jumping into the game, which requires desperation from White's side. Robert, what do you say? Tactics all over? Do we jump into board 4 right now?
Sure, let's do that because Sandro Moreno is still thinking. We can always zoom out if action is happening on other boards. But Julia Albaredo, she was going for some kingside pressure. She is getting that right now. So this knight on d4 is hanging. Not an easy choice if you're Brandon Jacobson. You need to win. Even if you lose the game, it's not really any different than a draw at this point. You just need to score a victory. So queen takes d4, you can pick that up, but you know rook takes h7 is about to happen. So what's going on here?
This is an absolute mess of a position. What's going on here? I don't know. The d6 rook is hanging. The rook on h7 will be hanging once you pick it up. Brandon has picked up a piece already. One thing is for sure, Brandon needs to score for his team. The Charlotte Cobras are looking for a win on this board, and rook into h7. Big question. Firstly, for Black, how does he respond? And now we see he did decide to play the move e4, so blocking down the bishop. That is an interesting choice. White's bishop on d3 can't pick up that pawn. The rook on d1 is hanging. You can fall back with the bishop to e2, hitting that queen on d4.
Yes, you can slide back just to put pressure. No, she grabs this. Whoa.
Oof.
Wait a second. Bishop c4
What?
check.
Was
Oh my
that
God.
just, did
Bishop
he miss bishop c4?
He did,
He
and now
just missed that.
she's back in the game. E takes f3. There's bishop d3, and suddenly white is on top. So he just allowed her not just to get into the game, but she has the upper hand. This is unbelievable. Bishop d5 hits the rook. Ew.
It's on the board. Well, you can pick it up, but now e2 and the pawn will be unstoppable. So you can't just pick up the rook with bishop a8, but you could slide with your own rook, hitting that knight, hitting that pawn on e3 with rook e6. Instead, she gives a check on e4. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Robert, because it blocks the e line for the rook to come into the defense with rook e6.
Rook e6 still available. She plays rook d1. She gets passive, and now Black has the upper hand. It's her time trouble that is causing her not to be able to survive. So Brandon Jacobson making some quick choices because he's trying to punish her on the clock, but he allowed her to escape there. If we bring up an analysis board ever so quickly, Tanya was calling for a great winning move after bishop d5, e3. There was rook e6. The rook is under attack, and once this knight is captured, the pawn is stopped. That was overlooked by her a couple moves in a row, but she is going after this pawn. And Tanya, this looks like a position that white should be able to hold. I see her time trouble. I know Brandon Jacobson is a bullet mastermind, but this bishop can sit on d3. The rook is free to go on the e-file. Limited material. I feel like white is holding on.
It really does look like that, and it's all going to be about whether Julia believes in the activity of her bishop and her rook combining with the king's play on the queen side, targeting Brandon's pawns, the a6, b4 pawn. The king needs to come to b3, needs to go to a4. But firstly, it is going to be about where he decides to move the knight. She gives a check. She's going to pile up the pressure on the g6 pawn. She does it. Black steps up with the rook. c3, trying to trade off as many pawns as possible. A good decision when you're trying to hold a position for a draw.
100%, because we might see a swap. If the white king goes up to a5, we will even see the bishop sacrifice itself, because if you can remove all the pieces there, do not take this knight. That's the one way to get yourself in trouble, is in a pure rook and pawn endgame, because black is up a pawn. So just move this bishop somewhere. I don't know where. D5 looks healthy, and I'll trade the remaining pawns. This should be a draw, but time trouble is going to remain for white.
It is. Objectively, the position might be equal, but it doesn't matter what the objective evaluation is. It comes down to this time scramble, and can Julia hold it? Because it is such an important point for the team. If she can just keep it together, the Capybaras would be super happy with that result. Meanwhile, action everywhere, Robert. Players
Yes.
down to seconds.
In the Artemiev game, it looks like Danya Naroditsky in big trouble. 3 pawn. Oh, and it goes back up. So both sides are making their fair share of mistakes. It's a tricky endgame in mutual time trouble. But there was a win there for Artemiev. He missed it, apparently.
And now you just come up with the king. You stop all the pawns. The pawns have advanced as much as they can, but there's no more going forward, because look at the king and the knight. The knight will just jump to e4, keep the e4 square defended. Black's e pawn cannot advance. The f pawn is stopped. The g pawn is stopped. The only thing is what happens when black marches with the king to the other side, and that's what white needs to take care of. Daniel here. Moving with the king, and I'm not happy about that.
F3, it's winning. F3, king takes, king E, and F2, the king comes back, and king E2. This is unfortunate for Daniel Naroditsky. You could see it on his face. He is upset with himself, but this king is going to help the pawn promote. Daniel Naroditsky resigns. Artemiev and the Capybaras win their match with a round to spare. It's very unfortunate for the Charlotte Cobras. They were in for a tough battle regardless. But Danya, he's really upset with himself. It looked like throughout the game, Artemiev outplayed him, and we still have one more game going. It doesn't matter for the match results, but Julia Alboreto, she is trying to hold on in a pawn down rook endgame. It's likely she's going to lose. But this match is in the books. Tanya, look at the top 3 boards for the Capybaras. 3 out of 3, 2.5 out of
Oof.
3, and 3 out of 3 for Artemiev, Mareko, and Martinez.
It's like they got Artemiev in and the whole team has changed, Robert. The dynamics have changed. The players are more inspired. I mean, every single player, it's hard to pick an MVP in this match. Jose Martinez scoring a massive 3 out of 3. Artemiev scoring a 3 out of 3. Sandro with 2.5. Just amazing play there, all out. This is the team that lost in 3 rounds in week 1. And look at their comeback, taking down one of the big favorites of the Pro Chess League, the Charlotte Cobras, in just 3 rounds.
Right, and there was a win there for Brandon Jacobson. Unfortunately for him, I mean, he got this win in the end game. It was Julia Alvarez's time trouble that did not allow her to secure the half point, but it's a bit too late for the Cobras because it's 8.5 now to 3.5 for Charlotte. I wonder if that counts. Like, if you think about it, the match is over when you reach 8.5. This game was still in progress. Do we count that for the scoreboard? I wonder what the Pro Chess League rules are.
Well, it's an interesting question, but definitely from a team perspective, this is the time for the captain to celebrate. He mentioned the big decision that they took with Artemiev and what he's expecting from the team today. It has been a fabulous performance by the Brazil Capybaras. And I never thought I would say this after week 1, but Robert, this is turning out a team to watch out for.
Certainly, because if their top 3 boards are going to score like that, it's going to be hard for any team to stop them. And in week 1, they were stopped in 3 rounds. The match concluded in the Indian Yogis' favor. Now they're the victors in just 3 rounds. And the Charlotte Cobras, with 2 match losses, they're on the brink of elimination. If they do not win next week, they're out of this Pro Chess League season. So we are going to bring in Jose Martinez, Jocelyn, for an interview. And we are going to be back with the superhero, the superstar, for the Brazil Capybaras. Jocelyn, you will not want to miss his thoughts. We'll be right back.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
It is a pleasure to be joined by the board 3 of the Brazil Capybaras, Jose Martinez. Jose, first of all, congratulations. And my first question for you is, what changed between last week and this week, where in week 1 you lost in 3 rounds, and today you were dominant in winning in 3 rounds?
Robert, yeah, the first match against the Indian Yogis was, I think, a little disappointed. I think we changed almost all the how to say, the list of players. The first match we played with GM Supi, GM Fier, with me and myself, and the Irina Bulmaga. So to this match we changed actually almost the whole list, no? And we invited, or the captain invited, a super strong GM. That is really a good fact, because you have more confidence. You have a leader in the team, because every team has a really at least one strong player. You can see Canada Chessbrahs, I don't know, the Yogis. So I think we play with our best cards, our best players, and I think also we were today in a good shape, because maybe I couldn't play bad. I couldn't lose the first game for sure, because I was almost bad. But I think the 3 players also, Julia played a really good game the last one. We played a really good match, I think. All have a good day. So that happens when all your team has a good day. So that things can happen, I think.
It was an awesome match, no doubt about that. And in the middle, we saw you celebrate as well with a fist bump and just pumping in the air. I want to ask you, is the joy more heightened when it's the Pro Chess League? It's a team event, the dynamics so much at stake. What does that feel like?
Yeah, I celebrate because I know against who I'm playing. No, I was the first player, or the first who need to play against the 2 strongest players of the opponent's team. So I play first against Danja, and then I play Operin. So I need to do my best to just don't play bad. No, at least 1 point of 2 was really great performance, but I didn't expect that. Actually, the first game I was bad. I think you see the whole game, and the second game I think I play really solid. Operin takes some risk, and also he needs some tactics. I think I celebrate because it's really difficult to beat these kind of players like in a row, and more I help the team, because yeah, you can expect Artemiev, he can do it like really excellent performance. Also Sandro, he's the best or the second best, I don't know, of Argentina. He's really excellent players. I'm just to the team. If you can beat the 2 top players of the opponent's team, you need to celebrate. Like, it's no more excuse. It's a really I'm doing all for the team. Yeah, it's not an individual game.
We love it.
Yeah, Jose, the way you were celebrating, you remind me of like a football match. So are you a football fan yourself?
Since Peru didn't qualify to the World Cup in football, I'm really disappointed. But yeah, I was a really, really good fan. Actually, I didn't see too many football matches, soccer matches. Are you talking about soccer? No, sport. Soccer,
Yeah. I'm talking about soccer. You call it football. I know how you say it.
Yeah, in South America we love soccer. Yeah, but actually I don't have time these months to see the best matches in Europe. So I was just doing some chess and something else. But I love chess. Yeah, I love soccer. I love soccer when Peru has a good or the best teams has a good matches.
Wow, and you guys are talking about fun, so I have to ask this question. I see that t-shirt on you, Jose. It says chess is more fun with tacos, and that's definitely what the Capybaras seem to have today in their match. Fun and entertainment. What's going on there? Was that an inspiring t-shirt?
Yeah, I like this T-shirt because I received this T-shirt when I was playing some GM tournament in USA, actually in New York, if I remember correctly. And I also love Mexico. I was the last year, 2022, 3 months in a row in Mexico. Play like 4 OTB tournaments. I enjoy the lifestyle in that country. So there is no a better shirt to use than this, because this is a combination of chess and the second country I love, like, it's Mexico. No, the first is Peru for sure, but Mexico is like my second home.
Oh, that's great to hear. And Jose, we have a featured question from Tobin Plays, which is, what is special about this team? And do you think the team has what it takes to go all the way and win the Pro Chess League?
Um, about our team, I think we have a really good list of players. Our team is actually best of the top of the online players. He can like play every format since 1 minute from 1 minute to classical chess. He's good in every format, so he's really excellent, and actually he has a lot of experience. So if he continues to play with us, we can do really good. I will try to be in my good form to don't disappoint. At least my goal is don't lose any game. That's why I'm playing solid. But if I can win some games, okay. But I want to just don't give points and try to be solid. And I trust the team. I trust every GM can play the two women players, the two grandmaster women players, and so it's yeah. I trust my team. I don't have actually good specific expectation, but we can do good in the next matches.
For sure, Jose. And before I let you go, I have to give a shout out to your channel. So first of all, why don't you let everyone know the channel that you stream at? And my question before you leave is, are you playing in Arena Kings tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. It's my I never like forget or I always play Arena Games because 3 plus 3 always my best. I think time control. Maybe Bullet. I am waiting the Bullet Chess Championship from Chess.com, but I don't know when will be. But 3 always my best I think format. So I love to play, and then Arena Kings. Hikaru always play Bornik, so many good players. We can good fights, and it's also difficult to be the first in that tournament because Hikaru is always winning. The last week I won, but yeah, almost every week Hikaru win every Arena Kings. But yeah, it's fun to play some no increment chess like everyone.
Well, Jose, where can we all follow your stream? Let everybody know where they can go press that follow button right now.
Yeah, my Twitch channel is GM Jospen with double M because I don't know who is still the Jospen with one M, but I think he's my fan at least. I don't know who can like name GM Jospen because it's difficult. Jospen is a really no sense word. It's a combination of letters, Jose, Peru, Martinez, like a mix of that. Jos is 3 letters of Jose. PE, it's Peru. Also, the E is from Jose, and M is from Martinez. So it's a kind of I don't know who has that nickname. But yeah, maybe he's watching now. This is a Twitch channel, GM just double M at the end.
Okay, well, make sure that everyone follows your channel. Jose, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again. It was such a great display of chess.
Thank you to both. Thank you for organizing, and yeah, it's an honor to play this for this team because yeah, every team is really good, and if they invite you, like you can feel like you can do really good chess in this tournament, really big tournament.
For sure. Thank you so much, Jose. We'll see you next week in more from the Pro Chess League.
Thank you.
Tanya, gotta love Jose there, right?
Wow.
Like just so much team spirit. He is really happy to be on the Brazil Capybaras, and they're even happier that he's on the team because look at his score, a perfect 3 out of 3. They won in just 3 rounds.
I love the attitude, love that t-shirt. And as he mentioned about celebrating for his team because he was playing against 2 very strong opposition and winning that, just how much it meant to him and also doing his bit for the Brazil Capybaras. Amazing team spirit there. Also what he mentioned about how it's just a brand new team that we're seeing this week. And this is what makes the Pro Chess League so special and unique. The teams can make such a turnaround. And Robert, that's the narrative that we saw all day today. I mean, let's remember the very first matchup that we had with the Chessbrahs taking on Indian Yogis. What a turnaround that was at the end of the match. Many had written off Indian Yogis in that one, and it all came down to that final round 4, that 4-0 win. No one could have predicted that. And then that finish, and now the Brazil Capybaras coming back and turning around the entire feel that they have for the Pro Chess League after that disastrous week 1, 8.5 to 3.5, that is destruction, which actually means that the Charlotte Cobras are one strike away from being knocked out.
For sure. Well, the Brazil Capybaras, they score their first match victory. As Jose said, it's pretty much a new team. They brought in Artemiev. And as we look at the standings through, well, one full week and then just the matches that we had today, we see the Indian Yogis, they were able to come back and win their match against the Chessbrahs. And the Capybaras, they moved to 1-1 as well. And on the bottom of the standings, there is going to be one team that sticks out because only one team has lost 2 matches thus far. It's the Charlotte Cobras. So, Tanya, not a good day for the Cobras. They're one match loss away from elimination.
And that is huge pressure on Daniel Naroditsky's team. And definitely today has been a disappointing performance. They need to re-strategize. They need to rethink how and which players they want to put forward. They've got just one more shot. And that said, of course, the Indian Yogis need to win just one match, in fact, Robert, to make it to the playoffs. And this whole week of the Pro Chess League is going to be about that. Teams getting closer to that big top 8 spots for the Pro Chess League, top 8 position to make it to the playoffs. And there is so much at stake every day.
That is true. And every day, Tuesday through Friday, we have a doubleheader in the Pro Chess League. So tomorrow, 2 matches will be available for you all to watch. We start with the Norway Gnomes and their epic first week win thanks to Gawain Jones and a mouse slip. They take on the Levitov Chess Wizards. I have to say, I love those logos. They really pop out at us, and they won their first match. So, Tanya, let's start there. In the matchup of teams that won week 1, who do you see as the favorite between the Gnomes and the Chess Wizards?
It's a tough one to pick. Gnomes have got their own star players. It's a team that's captained by Anna Rudolph, and they've got Jan Ludwig Hammer on as well, and David Howell. We might be seeing David make an appearance this week as well. But the Levitov were dominating in week 1. They produced some very magical play on the chessboard. You were talking about having their logos. I'm loving it. It's extremely Harry Potter-esque, if I might say. It was destruction by the Levitov. You asked me to pick a favorite. It's so hard. These are the 2 teams that won their matches. They're evenly matched. It all comes down to every player making their score count. You can't just rely on one top board. You can't just rely on having one star player. Each of the boards matter. As you say, Robert, every board counts. And then we've got the passes, the Garden State passes. James Canty III, it's his team taking on the Maniac Shrimps. By the way, I have to say, the Shrimps is a very popular logo with our chat.
I was going to say that might be the best overall logo. The Maniac Shrimps, they are maniacal on the chessboard. They unfortunately let a match win slip away. Gawain Jones, he won his game against the Maniac Shrimps. They were that close to getting match victory. So we'll see if their lineup can secure match victory in week 2. But that's for tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day. Tanya, I just want to thank you so much. I mean, it was so fun covering these matches with you.
I loved it. Today was a day, honestly, Robert, just packed with surprises. At the start of the day, few would have predicted this turnaround and this final result, but that is what is beautiful about chess and sports. You can never predict. Expect the unexpected. It's been so much fun calling out the action with you today.
Expect the unexpected. You heard Tanya's advice. Well, we expect you all to return tomorrow for the Pro Chess League. But we want to first thank you for joining us today. It really is an absolute pleasure to commentate this top-level chess for you all. So please come back, enjoy. Hit the follow button if you want, but be back for more Pro Chess League tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you then.